watching a meeting of the Austin City Council with Mayor Kirk Watson, Mayor Pro Tem Vanessa Fuentes, Council members Natasha Harper Madison, Jose Velasquez, Cheeto Vela, Ryan Alter, Krista Lane, Mike Siegel, Paige Ellis, Zoe Kadri, Mark Duchin, City Attorney Deborah Thomas, City Clerk Erica Brady, and City Manager T.C. Broadnax.
It's 10 o'clock in the morning on Wednesday, August 13th, 2025, and I will call to order the meeting of the Austin City Council. This is a council budget meeting. We have a quorum of the Austin City Council present. We are meeting in City Council chambers located in City Hall at 301 West 2nd Street in Austin, Texas. Welcome, everybody. The order of the day, and I'll lay this out, and I laid it out in the message board post last night, but I want to kind of lay it out for everybody and the council is what we'll do is we're going to start with public hearings. And let me just tell everybody, we have 423 people that have signed up to speak. So we'll be done by like 10:30 or 11 today. And I mean, this morning. Yep. So no, obviously with 423 people, we're going to have to work this in a very organized way. And I tease about that, but we're glad that everybody is interested in this. The way we're going to do this is we're going to go first to our public hearings. There are 6 items that are scheduled, that are on the agenda as public hearings. We will take those up where we will open the public hearing. We will hear people that have signed up in that public hearing, and then we will close that public hearing. We will not vote on the related item, however, until we've heard all public comment. We will go through those 6 items that are public hearings. After that, we will go to speakers that are set up on all of the other items on the agenda. For those that are familiar with the way we run council meetings generally, the way we'll do that is kind of how we do on the consent agenda on a typical Thursday. We'll have the clerk's office call on this agenda item. We will hear speakers on that agenda item. Then we'll go to the next item. And we'll do that until we're completed in that way. Once we do that, we will then go to the items that we're going to vote on. And we will start with item number 5, which is, in fact, the budget adoption ordinance. We will follow that with the fee and fine ordinance, and then we'll go through the various other ordinances. But the way I anticipate the day going, and members, the professional finance staff is going to bring forward a proposal that is kind of a combination of all the different proposals that will end up being part of the primary motion on the budget, as I explained on the message board last night. I anticipate that they will be completed, that have that completed and be ready to bring that forward to us in an hour, hour and a half. And what we'll do at that point in time, members, is once I know about that, and it'll be put in backup too, by the way, for everybody that's interested in the public. It'll be put in the backup so that you'll be able to see that. But what I'll probably do at that point is pause the public comment, have them lay that out for us, the professional staff lay that out for us. And we've asked so many questions about all this, it's not going to require that, but just get it laid out for us so that then our staffs can work on any proposed amendments that we may want to be offering when we actually get to that item. I have put on the message board a proposal for how your staff should word the amendments. We need these amendments to be in writing. I'm anticipating we have more than a few, however that might get defined today. And so in order to make sure we have appropriate record and we have clarity about what it is we're talking about, I need to ask you to please put your amendments in writing and utilize the language I put in the message board. Have your staff utilize that language so that we have clarity about what the amendment is. The other thing that I'll point out is that if we are listening to public comment, the procedures of the council say that we are not to go past 10 o'clock unless there's a motion to extend the meeting past 10 o'clock. What I have recommended is that if we are listening to speakers, people who have been here all day under those circumstances, and by the way, I'm now talking about 10 o'clock p.m. for those that are keeping score. At 10 o'clock p.m., what I anticipate, if we're listening to speakers, that what we will do is we will continue to listen to speakers until all of the speakers have been heard. However, if we're at a point where we're in discussion or voting, we will recess the meeting and come back tomorrow at 9 o'clock. This council, and in the past, we've taken the position that big, important matters like the budget, for example, we should not be voting on late at night because people aren't able to pay as much of attention to it, and some people feel like that's trying to ram something through when you ought to be doing it in the daylight, and I agree with that. So we'll come back at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning if that's where we are. I think I've covered everything. I'll just ask if there's any questions. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Is the 9 a.m. because we'd be in recess, I would just ask that, and we can decide later as we move on towards the day, but any consideration for a 10 a.m. start time, just giving us that extra hour depending on the amendments that file through?
That's not a bad idea. The reason I said 9 was to give us extra time in case we needed it during the day. Mm-hmm. But let's see where we are. Okay. And what I would also ask, that's a very good point, causes me to think of, as you're ready, members, to show your proposed amendments, let's go ahead and start getting those in the bloodstream, right? So that we'll have a better feel as we get later in the day about where we are on those. So, yeah, I said 9 o'clock. You make a good point. Let's wait until later in the day and make that decision when maybe we'll be done and we won't have to come back at all. Let's keep hope alive. All right, with that being said, any other questions? Okay, then what I'm going to do is we will go to agenda item number 1. And that is a public hearing on agenda item number 1 is related to the proposed property or ad valorem tax rate of the city of Austin. With that, unless there's objection, with no objection, we will open the public hearing on agenda item number 1, the proposed property ad valorem tax rate of the city of Austin. The public hearing is now open, and I will turn to our city clerk to begin calling names. Let me just say also, before she starts calling names, she's going to call 2, 3, 4 names in a row, maybe 5, I don't know. And if she does that, if your name is called, please come down and pick one of these seats, and you don't need to, if you've got an open microphone, nobody else is talking, go ahead and begin your testimony by stating your name first for the record, and then go ahead and begin that way. Part of the reason we want to be efficient is with your time, but also for those people that have signed up after you on some other item that are going to be here waiting all day. The more efficient we are in terms of hearing testimony, the better it is for them as well, your co-speakers, if you will. So with that, I'll turn to the city clerk's office.
Thank you, Mayor. We do have a few remote speakers, so I'll start with remote.
Please.
Kayla Reese.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Kayla Reese, and I am the Advocacy Manager at Austin Parks Foundation. I am just calling to speak to the needs of the Parks Department and to express that we know that there's a gap in what the Parks Department is currently able to provide and what people expect, let alone best practice. And the only way to fill that gap is more funding for the department. The needs for parks maintenance and for funding land management are crucial to providing quality of life for Austinites. And we know that people vote for parks. So if any TRE is going to be sold as a parks win, then it actually needs to be substantially about parks and provide substantial funding for the Parks Department. And we want parks to be a significant part of what is being voted on. I just wanted to share our thoughts on the need for the Parks Department and express thanks for all the council members and mayor for thinking about the Parks Department, including those needs. Thank you.
Megan Meisenbach.
Hello, this is Megan Meisenbach, and I wanted to say that I feel that the budget is overblown in certain areas, and where it's really, oops, hello, where
Yes,
it's
ma'am, we
really
can still hear you.
important to, okay, great, where it's really important to have the money, and we don't have it there. I think the budget needs to be looked at very carefully. There's so many amendments; it's rather confusing to, I think, everybody. So I'd like you to delay the budget and hone it down some more before it's overblown with silly things. Thank you.
John Thomas Wetsky.
Yes, my name is John Tomaszewski, and Mayor and Council, thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. Just have a strong concern over the increase in taxes, especially as we start to see a number of significant layoffs and as well as housing availability. If you look at the supply numbers that are there, so I'm all for improving our city. I think that doing a property tax increase will limit, as well as further push affordability outside of the city. So respectfully ask that we look at not increasing the property taxes. Thank you for your time.
Nancy Jetter. Nancy, are you there? Beverly Luna.
My name is Beverly Luna. I'm with Austin Lost and Found Pets, and I would certainly support any increase in taxes that would increase the budget of the Austin Animal Center. And I would note that I'm opposed to the Austin Animal Services cuts for emergency and veterinary services in the proposed budget. These are essential services your constituents have relied on for years. AC staff stated in a response to Councilmember Vea that they chose to cut those services because they are not required by law. That is misleading. The laws require the Chief Animal Services Officer to pick up all strays running at large within the city of Austin and within Travis County. This practice of using the emergency vet began years ago when it was apparent that there needed to be a solution for sick or injured dogs and cats that were found outside shelter hours that needed immediate vet care. 3 problems were dealt with by this. You did not allow the animal, often someone's escaped pet, to suffer needlessly. The process allowed animal services to comply with the law while maximizing their live outcome rate. And you don't shift the responsibility of animal services to the public and to law enforcement. Are you increasing the budget of the police to address the additional calls they will get for these suffering animals? Have you told the county that they will need to increase the budget of the sheriff's office to deal with this? Austin Animal Services does not have vets on staff after hours. They leave at 4:30 p.m. and generally only work Monday through Friday. If 311 gets a call at 8 p.m. that there's an injured German Shepherd blocking a lane on South Lamar, what is an ACO or their police going to do? There will be no vet staff at the shelter and no place for them to take the dog. Vet services are the solution to get out of the situation that animal services is in. You should be increasing, not decreasing that budget. And I can tell you that a huge percentage of the population in Austin would support even increased taxes to increase the budget of Austin Animal Services. And we certainly don't want to take away from the budget of vet services to add more administrators. That's the last thing they need. They need more vet services. Thank you so much.
Kathy Coco. Kathy, are you there? Alan Vaughn.
Good morning, Mayor and esteemed council members. My name is Alan Vaughn, and I'm here today as a multifamily property owner, a member of the Austin Apartment Association, and serving as the Vice President of North Austin Civic Association, responsible for the health and welfare of 120 families and representing thousands of residents of our community within District 4. We strongly oppose the proposed tax rate hike and TRE as it would significantly impact the financial viability of the multifamily properties within NACA and the Austin area. Over the past couple of years, we faced a challenging rental market with declining rents, increased delinquencies, and higher turnover. Despite these headwinds, we remain committed to providing high quality, affordable housing and work tirelessly to maintain occupancy and manage expenses. An increase of this magnitude in property taxes would be extremely difficult to absorb. These rising costs ultimately trickle down and affect our residents who are living paycheck to paycheck, something we work hard to avoid. In addition, the challenges we face with ever-growing homeless population and crime result in significant costs to overcome property damage, theft, encampment, and debris that we must endure daily. Given the fact that 48% of Austin residents are renters and 68% of NACA residents live in multifamily properties, I am surprised and disheartened that Mayor Watson's office was the only one that reached out to the Apartment Association prior to this and asked what the impact of such a rate hike would have on our residents and community. We ask that you reconsider and look for ways in which the city can be more disciplined and stay within budget. The proposed rate increases will do harm to the very people the council professes they want to help. Focus on the fundamentals and significantly reduce discretionary spending that produce little to no results. Thank you for your time.
Richard Franklin. Richard, are you there? Larry Akers.
Larry Akers, thank you very much. Council, you're asking voters for their budget priorities and planning to ask us to pay for them accordingly. The problem is that you've already determined these priorities and are requiring us to pay for them without a vote. Your cornerstone maneuver was May 22nd when you overturned your own policy and allowed base cost numbers to appear in the TRE. This allows you to shift your discretionary priorities into the base budget out of the reach of voters and to do a TRE of essential items that voters would support, because we must do that to have a livable city. Then minutes later, knowing the city faced a long-term structural deficit, you authorized IH-35 cap and stitch, which would aggravate that deficit to the tune of $1 billion or so to build and forever after require $47 million a year to maintain. You gave us no opportunity to vote on that burden or its worthiness. You tore down a perfectly viable convention center and intend to build a multi-billion-dollar new one, again without approval from the voters, as had been sought and given for the original center and its expansion. You've given voters no opportunity to accept or reject the scaled-down Project Connect rail project at no reduction in price, and in fact, no longer $7.1 billion, but $8.234 billion. The fact it was discreetly reported to the feds, but so far has been withheld from any public announcement. There is no free lunch. We're paying for all of this at a non-sustainable level. You'd best move all the essential budget items into the base budget, pruning discretionary items to do that, and make do with the voter-allowed tax rate. Until you do this, and also put cap and stitch, the convention center, and the reduced rail project each on ballots for up and
Thank
down
you. The
public
time has
vote.
expired.
I will read.
Kathy Coco. Kathy, are you there? Nancy Jeter.
Hi, this is Nancy Jeter. Hello, everyone. I am actually coming to you with the perspective of a resident and homeowner in the Northwest Hills area of Austin, Texas. I purchased my home outright with cash in 2020. And what I am concerned about and what I would like to voice my concern about and what I would like to sort of say is that I have paid well over probably $60,000 in property taxes since purchasing my home in 2020 for $775,000. We cannot, I own the house outright, but yet it's like I'm leasing my own home. We absolutely cannot afford another tax hike, a property tax hike on these already overpriced property taxes as they are. Our state representative in the Texas House mentioned that there was $126 billion surplus in the state of Texas for property taxes funds. And the governor has actually put together a moratorium in I believe it was the year before last, that voters got to vote on, so that they could actually get some of that money returned to them. The governor is having a special session now in order to try to reduce property taxes. And then in the state of Texas, because they're already over pill. How can I own my home if I'm simply leasing it at a rate? I've already spent 10% of additional monies to own a home I already own. This doesn't make any sense. And the more that you do that, the less affordable this place is to live. In the current market, I can't even sell my house. This is a problem. Every time you make homes less affordable by
Thank you
raising
very much.
property
Thank you.
taxes.
Time has expired. Richard Franklin? Richard, are you there? Cole Weaver?
Good morning. My name is Cole Weaver. I am with United Workers of Integral Care. The first point I want to make is that in terms of like the tax rate election, the lower tax rate, I feel, would put the people that are housed at risk, particularly people that have housing vouchers. So, and there's a lot of, and I work in integral care, so there's a lot of people that I work with that are struggling with chronic disabilities and untreated illnesses. One of them even has cancer, and there are others that are already chronically unhoused and are just fighting to survive and get housing. I'm honestly tired of being unable to help people, especially Black people, recover with the mental health because they are regularly traumatized by being in the street and witnessing violence and chaos. I would say continue to invest in EMCOT will mean protecting Black and brown people struggling with mental health from police brutality and criminal justice involvement. And honestly, if you want, considering that there is like concerns about homeless people being criminalized by the executive order, I think we as a city should prioritize protecting everybody, including people, the unhoused, the disabled, the people with mental health challenges. Thank you.
Bruce Greiner?
Good morning. This is Bruce Greiner, Mayor and City Council. My wife and I need and want a new car, but it just doesn't fit within our budget. These are the same constraints felt by countless taxpayers across the city. Who in their right mind thinks it's okay for council to raise taxes by 19% when everyone else must live within a family budget? The answer is to prioritize funding on core municipal services as authorized under Texas State Code: police, fire, ambulance, wildfire abatement, city utilities, roads, parks, and libraries. It's not the role of city government to fund services that previously have been funded by state or federal tax dollars like COVID funding. The city should focus on these essential services that support all residents, not programs that are nice to have or benefit only a few. It's unconscionable that the city has had a ladder truck mothballed for over 2 years because no funding was allocated to staff it, all at a time when the city is adding numerous multiple commercial and residential towers. The council is also considering adding yet another fee to our utility bill to fund parks. This is just another hidden tax increase. Utility bills should be based on actual usage. The council should look for ways to prioritize spending without any increase in tax rates. We're already being hit with increases from all the other taxing jurisdictions, and it's unrealistic to ask City of Austin residents to pay even more in taxes, as well as renters who will see it more corresponding increases in their rental payments. In summary, when is enough simply enough? It's unrealistic to expect taxpayers to pick up the difference when other funding is reduced. Austin leaders must learn to prioritize spending based on a cost-benefit basis. Council needs to manage money like we manage our household budget.
Thank you. Time has expired.
Allocate dollars for important needs.
Jennifer Robichow.
Good morning, City Council. This is Jen Robichaud. I want to start by acknowledging the hard work invested in these budget discussions. I know you and your staff dedicate months to this process. It is impractical for the average resident to grasp the full scope of the city's revenue and spending. Yet this year, I've seen Austinites become intensely engaged with the budget process. Improved budget transparency has given us a chance to voice our concerns, and I see a glimmer that the many Austinites demanding fiscally responsible leadership are being heard. Mayor Watson, you've tempered the enthusiasm of your more progressive colleagues. Councilmember Duchin has engaged District 10 and the city at large, using data to prioritize essential services. I appreciate his focus on funding what's critical. However, these essential services should have been the first line items in the baseline budget. Allowing over 7.5 cents wiggle room to raise property taxes suggests greater concern for fitting your projects into the budget than for the city's financial health. It signals to taxpayers that our money is yours for the taking. We are tired of constant tax increases, which compound year over year, with no clear improvement in our lives or city services. Generous programs often benefit a select few, while essential services, vital to all Austinites, remain underfunded, used as leverage to extract more tax dollars. To move forward, we must rely less on property taxes and fees, and more on sales tax revenue and helping businesses thrive. I urge you to prioritize financial restraint, fiscal responsibility, fund essential services first, and respect the financial burdens of Austin residents. Thank you for your time.
That's all the remote speakers we have at this time, so I will be switching to in-person. And as the mayor mentioned, I'm going to call several names at a time. Please come up to the podium when you hear your name, and don't forget to speak your name into the record before you start. Aloki Shah, Bryden Summers, Robin Rather. Robin, are you here? You have time donated by Susan Spataro. Susan, are you here? Thank you. 4 minutes when you're ready. Chris Flores, Kim McCorkle.
Hello, my name is Aloki Shaw, and I'm the president of the United Workers of Integral Care. We are here today in a moment that will define whether Austin continues to be the city we claim to be, a place that takes care of its people, leads on progressive policy, and ensures that every resident can live safely and freely. A tax rate election is not just an option this year, it's a necessity. Setting the rate between 5 and 7 cents is the only way to ensure that vital city services are not cut and that our most vulnerable residents do not fall through the cracks. At the state and federal levels, we are seeing an alarming retreat from responsibility. Rights are being stripped away, safety nets are being dismantled, and we are watching the playbook of authoritarianism unfold. Austin must stand strong against that tide. Our services at Integral Care and across the social service continuum are in jeopardy and are at risk for closure. We must prove that Austin lives up to its values and put a strong TRE on the ballot, one that acts as a real safety net and improves the quality of life for all Austinites. This is how we keep shelter beds open, expand housing, maintain mental health crisis response, protect our parks, and strengthen our infrastructure. It's how we show the country a real example of community. In Austin, we care for one another. Our union will do everything in our power to educate Austinites about what's at stake and to campaign for this increase. We know our neighbors want to protect their community, and they just need the chance to vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
1 second. She has 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everybody. I'm Robin Rather. I live in D9. I'm speaking as a taxpayer today and not on behalf of any group. The actions today that y'all take will directly affect the lives of real people all over the city, especially those with the least resources. And I pray that every single move you make today lifts up those that need it most. I'm speaking today to ask you to take the time to make sure you've cut every single thing that is not directly affecting our most urgent issues. I'm asking you to invest in people and in nature, not in concrete. Increasing taxes has already made Austin ridiculously unaffordable. Increasing them again, like you're considering today, just puts a mountain of salt on the wounds. Councilmember Duchin has it right, and he's had the guts to call it like it is. A tax increase right now isn't necessary and very likely won't pass. People here are getting hit from all sides. A major tax increase now without cutting more into what we don't need at all isn't right and won't work. Y'all want to blame Trump and Abbott for the need for this tax increase. And what they've done is cruel and evil. Y'all are not. But at the same time, I'm worried that voters are going to blame you just as much, if not more, if you don't cut the wasteful concrete projects you've approved but can and should go on and roll back. This council is not known for its frugality. Y'all are more of a build, baby, build kind of group. But you can change that today. And I'm talking about the convention center. Put it on the ballot and let people vote on whether we want to spend billions on replacing it and using up all our valuable hot taxes on a dying industry. I'm talking about Cap and Stitch. I'm talking about the shrunken Project Connect. I'm talking about Waterloo Park that isn't a park at all. I'm talking about Live Nation's absurd deal with the city where they get billions off Zilker Park and give us very little back in spendable dollars. Thank you for not moving forward on the $200 million Zilker Vision Plan. Thank you for putting that on pause. Thank you for walking that back. Keep going. You can fix, I know it's hard to pull the plug on projects you were excited about, but you can and do and should do it. These massive billion-dollar projects were controversial and wasteful when we were flush, and now they're totally unsustainable, inexcusable, and almost embarrassing. You've made it far easier to put block after block of luxury condos in the middle of quiet neighborhoods. This has resulted in almost zero affordable housing and further gentrification and displacement. You've talked about climate but invested very little. We've spent millions on homeless, and we didn't have the cool plan that we have now. We need to invest in that plan, but we got to cut and make up and acknowledge for things that we wanted to do but now can't. Please understand, I appreciate how much funding you've put in for park maintenance, but where's the transparency we need to understand? How did we get so far behind in the first place? Why are you letting nonprofits like APF, TTC, and Waterloo fleece you? Why haven't we audited them and understood? Why can't we direct the funds they have to the priorities we need instead of sticking it to the taxpayers? I'll just close by saying the concrete projects are a sea of heat island effect, and they're going to burn us up both financially and physically. All these million-dollar projects are symbols of wasted money, wasted trust, and wasted chances to do the right thing. Thank you so much. Let's cut the concrete and get on with the CIB. Thank you.
Good morning, elected people. My name is Chris Flores. I am a resident of District 10. My ask today, as you consider next year's budget, is that you limit the property tax increase to the amount of the state's cap plus a couple of cents needed to keep the same budget as this year, but adjusted upward for inflation. Please do not reduce overtime for police because our city is 400 policemen short. Likewise, please do not reduce the number of firefighters on a truck because it risks their lives. Please proceed most frugally, knowing a property tax increase will raise rents for the working classes and drive us to leave Austin for the suburbs. I ask you to curtail future spending on office buildings we don't need, trailheads and boardwalks we don't need. Please stop spending to match federal and state gifts. Could you please find a way to undo or rescind some of your big spends this year, like cap and stitch on I-35? I close with this reminder. Our budget is a moral document. I hope you consider how your decisions impact the lives of the workers, the poor, and your public servants. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kim McCorkle. 1,944 families with children do not have a home, and only a fraction of them are in shelters. Thank you, council members, for this time to speak about our homeless neighbors and the need for family shelters in Austin, which would greatly benefit from the proposed TRE. Again, I'm Kim, and I work with Homemade Austin, the Outreach and Development Director, as well as representing HAP, our Homeless Advocacy Project. This statistic is back from October of 2024. It's a fresh number. If there's anywhere we should start, it should be with our young people. Kids are sleeping in cars since the shelters are full. The waiting list goes on forever. Currently, there's $2 million in the budget for community-based shelters. If we could please allocate some of that to family shelters, we could maybe get 50 families off the street and stability for our children. We hear stories every day. A single mother with a 4-year-old child is currently unhoused, and they have assistance for a hotel for 2 days, then they're back on the street. Another family where a mother missed work so much she was terminated. Her son had a place to go until he got kicked out. They're now both on the street. Or a young mother became homeless and staying in her car with a 1-month-old child. At minimum, our children should come first. Please make them top priority, and we appreciate you listening and for your consideration.
Continuing on, Steve Gerson, Walter Moreau, Sophia Barbato, Susana Almanza, Monica Guzman. Monica, are you here? Yes, I see you. Roy Whaley has donated time, and Doris Adams. Doris, are you here? Okay, I just see 4 minutes for Monica then.
Hi, my name is Steve Gerson, District 7, and I have an idea how to fully fund the budget without any tax increase. In 2020, voters finally approved a light rail plan that had real merit, $5.8 billion specifically for 27 miles of rail to all parts of the city, underground trains downtown. But 2 years later, ATP announced that the same amount of money will only allow for 10 miles of rail. There's transportation solutions available today. I'm talking about on-demand microtransit that were just not available in 2020 when Project Connect was laid out. We've had discussions with Cap Metro. The City Environmental Board and Parks Commission have both voted in favor of this. The Phase A rail system that goes from 38th Street to Old Torf to halfway to the airport on Riverside is silly and it's useless. The only thing you can say in its defense is, hey, we got to start somewhere. Let's do this. But right now, the construction cost for Phase A is $8.2 billion, way up from the original $5.8 billion estimated in 2020 for the complete 27-mile system. It feels like you're trying to manipulate us by building this starter system and then coming back to us later and saying, hey, we've invested all this money into it, let's finish it. That's wrong. At this rate, the total cost for the original proposal could easily top $20 billion. I mean, the city budget that we're discussing here is $6.3 billion for the year. Instead of building Project Connect Rail with $20 billion, we could totally fund 3 years of expenditures with the bonus that on-demand transit gives us a better public transit system compared to rail. Even if the feds were supposed to supply half of that, which is unlikely, $10 billion saved from canceling the rail project would go a long way to funding the city with no more tax increases. Please put this issue in front of voters again. Tell us how much the complete rail system will cost and convince us that this project is still worthwhile. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor Watson, Mayor Pro Tem Fuentes, council members. I'm Monica Guzman, District 4 resident and co-vice president of NACA, North Austin Civic Association. You heard from the other VP remotely. And basically, a lot of people in the district and the city as a whole are struggling. You've heard that. You're going to keep hearing that all day long and through this whole process. While I personally am not hurting, I do know what it is. I have been in those shoes. As you heard Alan say, people are delinquent. While rents may be going down, it's not going down for the people who are at the lower end of the socioeconomic stratum. And they're having to decide what bill to pay or how late can they pay their rent. I have family members that are struggling with that right now. People are still being evicted. And while the city is facing a humongous deficit, you know, that's unfortunate. I understand the reality of having to do a tax rate election and really hope that council is able to make this happen without having to get to that point. However, if there is an election in November, then we want assurances that the ballot language will clearly state that the priorities will be basic needs, critical services and programs, as was referred by Mayor Watson on the council message board. Even I was struggling keeping up with all that last night. But we need to make sure that the money is there, preferably from the budget, not discretionary funding for Cap and Stitch and the convention center. Those are items that need to be in the hands of the voters. It is your responsibility as elected officials and accountable to the entire city, not just the district you represent. You are accountable for taking care of the city, of the constituency, and not just the people that live here, but they come into town because they work here. They had to move out because they couldn't afford it. Every day, more and more people are moving out. We need to make sure that you are truly thinking of the least of us, because when you take care of the least of us, everybody benefits. And while I truly support our uniformed officers, especially the EMS, community health paramedics, our firefighters, the police department has their money. They don't need more. They can move things around. Instead, invest in programs that the police officers are not trained or equipped to handle for the homeless, rental assistance, and other kinds of programs, a family stabilization grant. Now, in the last of my comments, as policy director of GAVA, Go Austin, Vamos Austin, again, we're not going to just say, yes, we support a TRE, or no, we don't. It's much more nuanced. We need to make sure that early childhood providers, home-based, family-friendly network, those that partner with AISD, that they are addressed because they don't get enough money. They are the workforce behind the workforce. They take care of the children of city staff, including first responders. So if you want to make sure staff is taken care of, take care of the people who take care of their children. We also need, sorry, I'm having to wing it this morning, but I think that pretty much wraps it up. Just prioritize the least of us in every way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Darlene Lewis, Chris Gannon, Jordan Moorhead, Adrian Macias, Pedro Hernandez Jr., Valerie Menard. If your name's been called, please make your way down. I'm not seeing any movement, so I'm going to keep calling. Noe Elias, Sharon Blythe, Lisa Barden, Eric Stanley, Joe Catherine Quinn, Paul Dietz, Jay Kennedy.
If your name's been called, please come forward. Ms. Blythe, we'll start with you and we'll work our way down the list.
Sharon Blythe, I'm a resident of District 6. We have been following the budget discussion and the notices on the message boards, and quite frankly, no one in this city understands exactly what you're doing. I don't think you all even understand. You don't even know where you're going. This has been a zoo since you started it. And I think you need to get your act straight, figure out what you're really doing, and not put all that garbage out on their website, especially your agenda today. It was completely confusing to everyone. And you all should be ashamed of yourselves for doing what you're doing now. There is no reason why you can't listen to the people of this city, not just the advocates of the homeless, but actually the homeowners in this city that are going to be run out of this city because of your tax increases. Please listen to these people and that you're probably never been hearing from before, that we do not need a tax increase, and get within your budget and make sure that we're not run out of this city. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Jo Catherine Quinn, President and CEO of Caritas of Austin. Mayor Watson, Mayor Pro Tem Fuentes, and Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Our position has been and continues to be that we support a fully funded homeless strategy office plan, even if it requires a tax rate election, and the higher the rate, the higher the risk, as you've been hearing from many speakers today. The homeless response system already faces a number of risks. Financially, the progress we've made as a city using one-time COVID-era federal funds is at risk. Either we fund the homeless strategy office plan or we scale back to pre-ARPA levels. There are risks of both state and federal intervention. This could come in the form of preempting the entire TRE, mandates, and adversely affect our budget or damage to us as service providers. Federally, we face funding freezes, changing regulations, new contract terms, and executive orders. We are looking very closely to what is happening in Washington, D.C. this week. We have reviewed every publicly available plan for a TRE. We urge you to adopt a plan that fully funds the Homeless Strategy Office and stays below 5 cents. Thank you for your public service, and I look forward to working with each and every one of you to end homelessness in Austin, Texas.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Mayor, Council, thanks for having me. This is my first time speaking to City Council. I moved here a year ago, and I don't have entrenched views on the tax system. I've been here for a year. I live in District 3, taxpayer. What I've noticed living in different cities in America is in Austin here we have a very special community. I think that's what has made Austin what it is. And what I've noticed in the last year is a lot of small businesses, services, and residents cannot afford to live here. It's the small businesses that made Austin what it is and a destination city for others. They can't come here, they can't stay alive. And what we get is concentrations of capital, nationalized chains, and ultra-rich people that just don't care about taxes. And I think it's forming a new caste system here, and it's crowding out the soul of what made Austin, Austin. So just as a person who's lived here for a year, that's what I see. So I just ask that you guys prioritize your budget. I think other people have voiced that, and be very careful about keeping the soul of Austin. Thank you.
Sir, would you mind just stating your name really quickly?
My name is Paul Dietz.
Thank you.
Please.
Mayor, Council, my name is Darlene Lewis, and I represent the Williamson County Children's Advocacy Center. We've been serving the Williamson County portion of Austin for over 28 years in the interruption of child abuse prevention and also part of the investigation. We work directly with our law enforcement partners, Department of Family and Protective Services, as well as our prosecutor's office, in providing forensic interviews for children who have undergone both physical and sexual abuse, as well as witness violent crimes such as homicides and domestic violence. Part of our platform is we provide holistic services to families and children within the Austin-Williamson County area. And we're seeking support from the City of Austin for that portion of the investigation so that we can interrupt child abuse within that area. Also, throughout our holistic services, we also provide medical exams on site. We are a 24-hour facility providing emergency cases for our partners in the investigation of child abuse. We appreciate any support that you could provide for us. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lisa Barton, and I'm here today as the executive chair of One Voice Central Texas, a coalition of over 80 local nonprofits that form the backbone of Austin's Health and Human Services Network. Every day, our organizations keep families fed, housed, healthy, and safe, and we do it with limited resources. We appreciate that the city manager's proposed budget maintains social service funding for next year. However, we are deeply concerned that the planned 2027 budget includes a 22.5% cut to Austin Public Health social service contracts, a loss of $6.2 million. This reduction would disproportionately impact a sector that is already under significant strain. At the federal level, the nonprofit sector is facing both growing skepticism about its value and ongoing cuts and instability in funding. Because of the uncertainty in the economy, nonprofits are seeing reductions in corporate and individual giving as well. These city contracts fund essential services such as school-based mentoring, mental health care, food access, early childhood and older adult programs, domestic violence prevention, prenatal care, immigrant services, HIV, STI treatment, arts, and more. A 22.5% cut to social service contracts is more than just numbers. It's meals lost, shelters closed, and care denied. Austin Public Health and nonprofits are the city's safety net, delivering high-impact programs with rigorous accountability. Cutting this funding will leave holes in prevention and intervention services that thousands of residents rely on every day. We need you to commit to sustained or increased funding. Any tax rate increase must protect these social service contracts, because when the safety net unravels, it's our neighbors who fall. Together, we have the power to prevent that.
Thank you all.
Steve Amos, Carrie Stanel, Michaela St. Julian, Kaiba White, Elaine Lofton, Madhu Parisamy,
We'll start with you, please. Thank you. Say your name, please, for the record.
My name is Michelle St. Julian. Good morning, Mayor and Council members. I'm a former registered nurse who spent the last 16 years in the emergency room. I didn't leave because I stopped caring. I left because I realized healing doesn't start in the ER, it starts in the community. I joined the Harvest Trauma Recovery Center and African American Youth Harvest, and I asked for financial support of organizations like these with or without the TRE, because every victim of violence, every attempted suicide, every child that is safe surrendered, they were once just a neighbor in need. In the ER, we had a saying, treat 'em and treat 'em, because so many people weren't there for a medical emergency. They just needed a blanket, a sandwich, or someone to listen and see them for who they are, people. I've seen firsthand that we were in a pandemic long before COVID. The real crisis began when we stopped funding the services that keep people from falling through the cracks. I'm asking you to add the Harvest Trauma Recovery Center as a dedicated line item in this year's budget. This isn't just funding a program, it's funding prevention, dignity, and life-saving intervention before someone's only option is a stretcher ride to the ER. We can't keep waiting until the ambulance arrives with another preventable tragedy. Let's invest now where it makes the greatest difference, on the ground, in the community, before it's too late. Yes, parks are nice, we all love our pets and things of that nature, but what matters is the people. We make up this city, we make up this state. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the council. My name is Madhumita Parisamy, and I'm a data coordinator of the Harvest Trauma Recovery Center, a branch of the African American Youth Harvest Foundation. Before getting caught up in a traditional corporate path, I made a promise to myself to contribute to an organization whose mission is rooted in integrity and compassion. I found that in the African American Youth Harvest Foundation and the Harvest Trauma Recovery Center. This organization is not just an example of community service, it's an example of human service. Here, people are treated with dignity, without judgment, and are provided critical resources during some of the most difficult moments of their lives. I come from a background of stability, raised in a two-parent household. with all my basic needs met. But as I stepped into adulthood and the wider world, it became starkly clear to me just how many individuals don't have access to even a fraction of the support I once thought was standard. It's an eye-opening and heartbreaking truth. Working with AAYHF and HTRC has changed me. It has shown me the depth of need in our communities and the immense healing that can happen when people are met with empathy, not bureaucracy, and when they're heard, not overlooked. That's why I'm here today. I respectfully urge you to continue supporting and funding AAYHF and HTRC. The work done here creates real, measurable impact, and more importantly, it gives people hope. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning. Elaine Lofton with African American Youth Harvest Foundation, Mayor, council members, and fellow Austin community members. Imagine waking up each day reliving the trauma of violence, loss, and fear without a safe space or guidance to help you heal. This is the reality for many survivors in our city. I ask you to stand with them by funding the Harvest Trauma Recovery Center, because healing strengthens our entire community. HCRC offers a lifeline, no police report required, connecting survivors to counseling, case management, housing support, medical care, food, and more. Nationally, TRCs help reduce PTSD symptoms by up to 38% and depression by more than half. Clients are more likely to return to work, cooperate with law enforcement, and rebuild their lives. Here in Texas, 1 in 10 victims never receive support, and nearly 40% have been victims of crime in the past decade. Without intervention, victims of violent crime are 4 times more likely to be victimized again. HTRC breaks this cycle. With or without a tax increase, I'm requesting AAYHF programs become a line item in the budget. Your support means safety, belonging, and hope. It means Austin becomes a city that heals, lifting survivors into restoration and resilience. Let's invest in this proven, cost-effective, life-changing work and build a stronger, more compassionate Austin. Thank you.
Thank you. White.
Good morning. Kaiba White speaking on behalf of Public Citizens Texas office. Thank you all for your work on the budget. I am here to support a robust tax rate election. It is a difficult decision to ask Austinites to pay more in taxes. However, we are going to get what we pay for. And we've seen from the various lists that you all have put together for proposed spending that the items that will be potentially left out are absolutely critical for the health, survival, and vitality of our city. These are not optional. If we choose to keep household budgets, quote, affordable at the cost of providing needed services, at the cost of actually addressing climate change, we are not actually keeping them affordable. We are only keeping a tax rate low. And we heard just now that sending the ambulance is not the right first approach. The same is true when it comes to climate change. We must take responsibility for reducing our emissions to mitigate the harm and also funding adequate resilience in our community. We have seen the harm that is caused by climate change, the deaths, the property damage, the very real pain and expense. There is no avoiding it, but there is a path to mitigating it, and that does require spending. And I appreciate that some of you have already taken steps to propose some additional spending to uphold the commitments of the Austin Climate Equity Plan. And I hope that all of you will join in supporting those by supporting a tax rate election that is more in the 7 to 8 cent range. I understand that that is difficult, but I do think that we will get what we pay for. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Carrie Stannell. I'm the CEO of the Williamson County Children's Advocacy Center. I appreciate this opportunity to speak to you. I appreciate all of that our city leaders do, and specifically, we really appreciate our partnership with the Austin Police Department. The Advocacy Center serves children 0 to 18, adults with disabilities, and all of their families. We serve them with all of our complete...
Hang on. Stop the clock, please. You okay? Okay. It was compelling testimony.
Very.
Yeah.
We serve all these children and families with all of our completely free wraparound services. The part of Austin that is in Williamson County accounts for approximately 10% of our clients coming in. That is nearly as many clients coming in from other big cities in Williamson County. I'm here to ask you to support the Advocacy Center with that, all the professional services that we include. It is everything from medical, forensic interviews, long-term case management, therapy, K through 12 education, and all the support staff to make that happen. And again, all of those services are free to our community. We are a public-private nonprofit written into the Family Code. We have MOUs with DFPS and law enforcement, and again, this includes APD. The children we serve have been victims of sexual abuse, physical abuse, exploitation, domestic violence, and other violent crimes. Our staff work 24/7 on these cases, and the vast majority are sexual abuse cases or some form of exploitation. I would remind you that we provide vital services that the police and families count on. We provide professional staff and services, and we simply cannot meet the growing need without support from the city. Federal and state grants make up less than 30% of our budget. We've got to raise all of the rest for these vital services that law enforcement depends on daily. Thank you so much for prioritizing the safety of our children and doing all that you can for them. Thank you.
Thank you all.
I'm going to call the next group. Terrence Hopkins, DeAndre Wheeler, Telani Lewis, Willie Malloy, Reese Armstrong, Tyrone Jones.
Please begin.
How's it going, guys? My name is Terrence Winston Hopkins, and I stand on behalf of the African American Youth Harvest Foundation Harvest Recovery Center. When we started off at November 1st, 2023, there was a need required by the state for us to meet 120 clients. We oversee that need by 896 clients to show that there is a need within for our services. And there's a saying that says, what's the testimony without a trial? We'll have trials and tribulations that we go through and we experience in life. And most of our clients, we have different trials that they experience, but the testimonies that they tell from the Harvest Trauma Recovery Center has been financially more than what I can even say. I do want to say thank you guys so much for your continuous effort that you do with us, and we do ask that you guys continue to fund our services, the African American Youth Harvest Foundation, so we can continue to meet the needs of the people. And thank you guys so much for your time.
Thank you.
How's it going? I'm DeAndre Wheeler, and thank you, council members, for this time. I come as a mentor and also as a mentee of the African American Youth Harvest Foundation. Being raised here and grew up here in Austin, Texas, and just seeing the impact that the African American Youth Harvest Foundation had not only on the community, but on me as an individual. And it kind of made me pour back and to see how I can do better inside my community. And if we look into the time that we're in now and the way we're going with our youth, is where we're going to be without organizations like this, or where we're going to be without a building to where not only are we serving the kids, but we're also serving the holistic family. So we just ask that you support us in any way that you can and adding us in a line budget to where these things can be sustained in a longevity support to not only youth, but to our community.
Good morning. My name is Taylani Lewis, and I'm a case manager with the African American Youth Harvest Foundation. Working in partnership with the HTRC, every day I connect individuals and families with critical resources, housing support, job opportunities, food assistance, and mentorship. I am often the person they come to when they feel they have nowhere else to turn. I've had clients walk in my office believing we are their last chance. They are working hard to be better and do better, to keep a roof over their head, to provide for their children, to rebuild their lives. but it's not easy navigating a system that often feels like it's built against them. When we have the resources, I get to witness life-changing moments. A parent moving into a stable house, a teen discovering their potential, a family finally able to take a breath. But when we don't, I'm forced to tell them there's nothing else that we can do today. And I can see the light go out of their eyes as if it's their last hope's been taken away from them. This tax rate increase isn't just about budgets. It's about whether I can keep saying, yes, we can help, instead of, I'm sorry, there's nothing we can do. It's about giving people in Austin a fair chance to overcome challenges they did not create. I'm asking for you to vote in favor of the tax rate increase, not just for organizations like ours, but for people holding on to hope with everything they have. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Good morning, council members. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Tyrone Jones, and I'm here to urge continued funding support for the Harvest Trauma Recovery Center. Every day, we serve youth and families in our community that are struggling with the effects of violence, poverty, and generational trauma. Our Trauma Recovery Center provides trauma-informed care that's not only helpful, but is very essential for long-term healing and breaking cycles of harm. Since launching our Trauma Recovery Center, we have helped hundreds of individuals access to mental health services, case management, and crisis intervention. Many of these individuals would have just fallen through the cracks if it wasn't for the help of our Trauma Recovery Center. So you see, council, we don't just treat trauma, but we restore hope, we rebuild lives, and we strengthen entire communities. As a matter of fact, the work that we do actually reduces the burdens of other emergency service and the justice system by intervening early and addressing root causes of trauma. So continued funding ensures that we can keep showing up for families in our communities that need us the most. Thank you.
Thank you.
Twaski Simmons, Kelia Hopkins, Michael Lofton, Yvonne Williams, Nikki Carrington, Calvin Kelly,
Why don't we start here and we'll work our way down the road. Thank you, sir.
Greetings, everybody. My name is Twaski Simmons, and I'm with the Trauma Coaching and Training Center. I'm actually a wraparound, one of the 30-plus nonprofits in African American Youth Harvest Foundation's building. John Maxwell talks about the law of the buy-in. The reason I am here is to get your buy-in to fund or make us a line item with the services that we offer to the type of clients that we are serving. What I'm going to do is three things real quickly within my time limit. I'm going to describe what is mental health. I'm going to tell you the root cause and the primary predictor to mental health. And then I'm going to tell you what the primary and number one tool is to assisting people with mental health. Real quick, I want everybody to think of the word mental health. If you don't mind, I'm going to have to stand up. This is what mental health is. Either you are mentally healthy, you have mental challenges, or you have a mental illness. These are the clients that everybody's been talking about. These are the clients we serve. That was number one. Number two, I'm going to tell you the root.
I'm sorry, before our record, we really need to talk into the microphone.
Okay. Number two, my apologies. Number two, I'm going to tell you the root cause to mental health issues. It's what happens to a child between the ages of 0 and 3. If that brain doesn't develop, it's going to determine how that child grows up to be either mentally healthy, how that child was raised 0 to 3. If they had a lot of neglect or trauma, it's going to determine if they have mental challenges. And once again, how that child was raised between the ages of 0 and 3 will determine if that child has a mental illness. That's number two. Number three, the solution is training and coaching. My time is up, but I want to be repetitive. It's training and coaching by giving them the knowledge, the skills, and ability to address their issues at the lowest level. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, City Council. My name is Kelia Hopkins, and I work for the African American Youth Harvest Foundation as data coordinator and executive assistant. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak about the Harvest Trauma Recovery Center. Today, I want to highlight the critical importance of the Harvest Trauma Recovery Center, a place where healing begins for individuals who are experiencing some of life's most difficult moments. Working here at the foundation has opened my eyes to a broader perspective on life. I've witnessed just how many individuals are silently navigating some form of trauma. Everyone deserves a voice and someone they can trust to talk to. Every day, people in our community are silently carrying the weight of their trauma, whether from gun violence, abuse, loss, or other painful experiences. These individuals often feel invisible, unsupported, and unsure of where to turn to. That's where our center steps in. The Harvest Trauma Recovery Center offers more than just a safe space. We provide professional counseling, case management, crisis intervention, and most importantly, hope. We don't just treat symptoms, we support the whole person. Whether someone is navigating the aftermath of trauma or still living through it, they are met with compassion, dignity, and care. This work is deeply personal and urgently needed. With proper funding, we can expand our services, reach more individuals in crisis, and ensure no one walks their healing journey alone. Investing in the Harvest Trauma Recovery Center is investing in the heart of our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, council members. My name is Nikki Carrington, and I am a clinician at the Harvest Trauma Recovery Center. And I just want to first say that I've been at the Trauma Center since it first opened on November 1st, 2023. And in my time there, I have grown as a person and as a clinician. And the reason why that's important to me, because there are many clinicians that do not look like me. And so with the clientele that we serve, the community that we serve, there are clinicians that don't look like our clients. So that's important for us to continue to be able to develop clinicians who do look like our clientele, who do look like our community. And I feel like you guys should really continue to fund the Harvest Trauma Community Center, because our staff does serve people who look just like us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Greetings, Mayor Watson, City Council, Council Pro Tem Fuentes. First and foremost, I want to say that I am very happy to be here today. I really want to take my hat off to some of my staff that spoke, because you can tell it's coming from their heart. It's not just from a paycheck. I also want to say this here when I look across the dais. We are serving individuals in each one of your districts. We are serving individuals of all ethnicities, all genders. And I say this to say, we're asking for your support. Whether we have the tax increase or not, we really want to be considered as a line item in the budget. We also want the Harvest Foundation Resource Center to be a line item in the budget. The reason being is because we have 32 other nonprofits in our building. We realized we could not do it all, and there was no need for us to try and duplicate the services. So we brought in other nonprofits that can help meet the needs of the community. We have over 1,000+ folks a month coming inside our facility for some type of services, whether they're coming into the Trauma Recovery Center, whether they're coming into a community care clinic, whether they're coming into the Black Men's Health Clinic, whether they're coming into for STEM technology, all of those great things. You know, I know it's hard for us to really share with you all, in 2 minutes what we're doing. I would like for each one of you to come out and take a tour and see what we're doing. Take a look at the data. We need your help. I would also ask that you all will consider identifying external partners to help us buy the building we're in. We've been a community-based nonprofit for the past 20 years. We've been operating from grant to grant to grant. I am asking for y'all to help us secure this here landmark, this resource center, so we can be here long after the budget. We need to be a hub in the community. Also, we're having an event this coming Saturday. We're having over 1,000 to 1,500 folks to be there. Come out and walk around. Thank you very much.
Sir, can you just state?
Mr. Lofton? She's going to.
That's what I just needed to know your name. Yes.
Would you just state who your name is for the record?
I'm sorry. Michael Lofton, founder,
Thank you.
executive director for the Harvest Foundation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Continuing on, Brad Massengill,
Take it over there in the clerk's office. Will get it to
Robin Schneider, Michelle Wilson, Jessica Walbridge, Carol Guthrie, and Taylor Terry.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, council member.
while we queue up that next round of speakers, I'd like to take a moment of personal privilege and just acknowledge Mr. Lofton and all the folks that came to speak on behalf of the Harvest Foundation. I just wanted to, I often point out how lonely it is in that room for a person who looks like me, if you know what I mean. Oftentimes, 95% of the folks in that room who look like me work for the city. So I want to take the opportunity when given it to acknowledge the folks in the room who look like me. It's nice to see y'all at City Hall and in Chambers. Thank y'all for being there today.
Start with you, please.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Wilson. I'm a mother and also a patient of the Harvest Trauma Recovery Center. When I came here in 2023, I was lost. I went to the Harvest Recovery Center, and I've been going there ever since. I go there for counseling. My son was in there, but unfortunately, my son was murdered this year, January the 18th. It's been hard, but I still go to the Harvest Trauma Recovery Center. I don't care what time of the day it is. I can pick up the phone and call. I have no family here, so they're my family. They keep me going. It's been tough, but with them, I'm still standing. My son had a mental health issue. The system failed me. I put him in 3. He's gone. He was murdered downtown Austin. So I'm his voice now. I gotta be his voice. So the Harvest Trauma Recovery Center, they're helping me. They're supportive of me because it's just me now. No family here. But we need the funds so I can continue going to them for my treatment because I go at least twice a week. It helps. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Robin Schneider. I'm a resident of District 3. And, sitting through all the testimony, I'm just struck by the amazing work being done by community groups in this city and by Integral Care and so many other agencies that make up a fabric of care that is meeting some needs, but obviously there is a long way to go. And I think we really need to prioritize the funding that is going to meet the needs of the people who need it the most, and our long-term future. As Kaiba White said, and I think Robin Rather said, climate change is impacting us all, but it impacts those with the least the most. We need to maintain the family stabilization funds. We need to maintain the Harvest Youth Foundation and the work that they're doing. We need to have legal services for my immigrant friends, dear friends of mine, and so many people in this community who make this city run, who are in fear every day now that they are going to be captured or need legal help that they cannot afford. That is critical. I just think we need to prioritize these things, get rid of the things that are not essential for people's daily lives, and really focus on the things that are going to hopefully help people like my colleague here who spoke and who can save people from the tragedies that befell her son.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor, Representative, and City Council members. I'm Taylor Terry. I am a Youth Development Coordinator and Mentor at African American Youth Harvest Foundation, and I'm here today before you not just as a lead mentor of Queens to Be, a mother, but as someone who has seen what has happened when hope is fed and when it is starved. Our girls are brilliant, they are resilient, but dreams don't grow on empty stomachs. Hunger changes your brain. It alters your body. When you're hungry, you can't plan for the future. You're just trying to survive that moment. That's why Queens to Be is more than mentoring. We feed families, we provide clothes, hygiene products, and every survival need. I tell my girls, when you look good, you feel good. And when you feel good, you show up different. But here's our truth. As minorities, we are forced to live in survival mode. We don't have life at the palm of our hands. We don't get to live with breeze and glee. And we don't walk a red carpet. Privileges others are born into, we have to fight. Fight every single day for every single one. Funding us is not charity, it's equity. It's breaking cycles. It's saying, yes, these young queens deserve the same access, the same chances, and the same dignity as anyone else. So I'm asking you, and you all, to hear our cry, but don't just keep it alive. Give us what we need to thrive. Give them what they need to strive. Because when a girl realizes she matters, she carries herself differently. She dreams bigger, and that spark, that priceless spark, is worth every single dollar you invest. Thank you.
Just a reminder, if your name has already been called, you could please go ahead and make your way down to the podium and just queue up. I'm going to call the next group, Ben Suddaby. And Ben, I see you. You have time donated by Nathan for, okay, Nathan is here, so 4 minutes for Ben. Sonia Burns, Chris Page, Francisco Leal, and Jeffrey Bowen.
If your names have been called, please come forward. Ms. Almanza.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Susana Almanza from Poder. All City of Austin residents will feel the impact of increased taxes, electric rates, water rates, but the poor and the working poor would doubly feel the increase of these rates, whether they're homeowners or renters. It's the council's past decisions that have caused a budget crisis. For instance, $1.45 billion for a new convention center that is not needed, and a $47 million cap and stitch, which is not needed. Rescinding these funds would solve the budget crisis. Poder opposes a TRE. It's a scam to tell Austin residents if they want basic social and or essential services, they need to vote for higher tax rates. This scam reminds me of a saying that states, the forest was shrinking by the trees, but the trees kept voting for the axe. For the axe was a clever and convinced the trees that because his handle was made of wood, he was one of them. Thank you.
Please.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Valerie Bernard, and I am in District 1. And I was here to speak on items 1, 2, 3, 5, 9, and 10, but I'm just going to use my time for one, and then that'll be the last time you see me. But I'm here also to echo Susana's sentiments to oppose these items and to remind you, as she said, that you've got funding from that cap and stitch. You're facing a big boondoggle of $1.4 billion for that, plus $50 million a year in maintenance. And that's the kicker, because we have not increased funding for our parks for maintenance. But yet you're going to dedicate $50 million, even though the federal government has given you a way out and said, we're not going to help with this. Why would you stick with this when you know that we need funding and you have all these beautiful people that just spoke to you today begging for money? They should not have been put in a position to come and beg for money. I also wanted to ask you, do you understand the world we're living in today, that we have a felon in the White House who is a professional grifter who is using tariffs to strong-arm other countries, claiming and lying that those funds are coming to this country. They're not. No country pays for a tariff. It's American businesses and American consumers that pay for those. So we have this that we're dealing with, this prospect of increasing cost of everything from groceries to cars. and then you ask to vote to give ourselves a tax increase when you've got funding that you can use to continue just to fund these programs. Don't use the people's plan. Don't hold the people's plan hostage when you have other ways. You have to redo the math. What happened to making things better in Austin? You were all ran on saying you were going to make the quality of life better in this town. This does not do that. You're adding more burdens to us. How can you do that during these times of fear that we're surrounded with? Thank you.
There we go. Hi, my name is Ben Suddaby. I'm a proud member of AFSCME 1624, a union that represents workers who have dedicated their lives to public service, both here at the city and at Travis County. I'm here to speak in strong support of a TRE that reflects Austin. I mean that in the sense that through my work and through my activity in my union, I see the hard and dedicated work that the folks here at the City of Austin do. I don't work for you, but I urge you to take care of these essential workers, these people whose work makes sure that our city runs and continues to be the vibrant, beautiful city that people love. And people have mentioned today, they've moved here because they love Austin. I'm also here to mention and give some context on what we're talking about. I want everyone, whether you're for it or against it, to remember that what we're actually talking about is a small sliver of a small wedge of your property tax bill. I looked at my bill from last year. The rate passed by y'all was only less than one quarter of my bill last year, 24.1%. So that's the small pie wedge. And the difference of a few cents was a tiny increase on that. 2 weeks ago, I contextualized that with a P. Terry's receipt. I got a lot of laughs on that. No receipt today, but rerunning the numbers, it's all around that same rate. Going at what I was advocating, a full, 7 cents, 7.15, maybe on the more lower side, 6.75. It worked out to the cost of about $30, $35. Something that once a month I could forego to make sure we continue staffing essential services, making sure that our city remains healthy, our libraries are staffed, that there are people who can be lifeguards and literally save lives and afford to live in this city. I also realize the context that as someone who owns a home and pays my property taxes through my monthly mortgage escrow, right, that I am doing better than most of my neighbors here in Austin. That is a reality, and we have to stare at it right in the face and say, am I willing to vote and pass something that's pennies on the $100 value to make sure that my neighbors who are doing worse than I am can receive services, people whose lives depend on it. The folks who work here for you at the City of Austin do important work. We think about the vital programs that they sustain, things that help close gaps in public health, positions that help serve vulnerable populations, stabilize families, treat mental health, all kinds of routine care for people who otherwise would not be getting it. So I ask you as a council to don't buy into the false austerity. It's unfortunate that the state and the federal government have put us as local governments into these positions, right? Cutting funding at the federal level, false austerity with revenue caps. Had those caps not been there, y'all would have had the authority to put these things. Now that they've put that in place, now we have to go through all this and put it before the voters. But I know that my fellow union siblings, and we've heard from other unions, and other community members will go out and talk to our neighbors. We will let them know the essential things that this will go for. You've done excellent work in making sure there is no fat to trim in this. I've looked over the message board. There's been a lot of back and forth. I appreciate your work on this.
Yes, sir.
Good morning. Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. Seems to be part of the topic this morning is about struggle. Well, yeah, struggle appears to be the main point. Just a couple of days ago, I got an email from a neighborhood friend that was talking about she was getting prepared for her tax appointment with Travis County. And she was listening to one of the conversations. She said, and she sent this to me, said, an old man whose house was valued pretty high was trying to get a reduction. He said he didn't have a job and relied on $700 to $800 a month in Social Security, and he couldn't afford the needed repairs. He wanted to stay in the house with his wife and not have to live on the street. They voted no change. That's just a sample of what's going to happen if we start looking at this. If we don't start looking at our spending habits and trying to be responsible, there are people that are impacted by the decisions that are made or not made in this case. The fact that we still want to continue to blame other entities for your spending habits, that really needs to start being back on the responsibility that you withhold. As for just recently, we just heard it was a tiny increase. A tiny increase for some is a major increase for others. Where is that line defined? I suggest that if people are capable of wanting to have that tax increase, then write an extra check, make it out to the city of Austin, or whatever program you want to. I would imagine y'all would be gladly to accept that check. So don't assume that everybody is in the same financial position that some of the rest of you are that are demanding higher taxes. Just be aware that this is a city of many with and many without. That is a fact that needs to be weighed, and listening is not being accomplished. When you say that your constituents, I'm ready to hear from them, and not taking their comments, thank you.
Did you say your name?
I did, Jeffrey Bowen.
Okay. I know it, but I wanted to make sure.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. Continuing on, Joel Manso, Sean Oliver, Kaylin Frank, Zach Faddis, Amy DeLuna, Jessica Bunting, and Josh Houston.
Good morning. My name is Sean Oliver. I work for Life Anew, and I'm happy to appear before the council. And thank you for the things that you've done and the things that you're going to do. We're at a crossroads. We can either accept a reduction in essential services that keep Austin safe, healthy, and thriving, or we can make a small shared investment and maintain the quality of life we all value. A modest property tax adjustment isn't about politics. It's about preserving the things that make our city strong and reliable. Our infrastructure has been proven to work through community violence prevention services such as ATX Peace that prevent violence, reduce emergency service costs, and save lives. By sustaining these and other community programs, we can keep costs lower over the long run and avoid the much higher financial and social price of preventable crisis. In conclusion, by acting now, we close the gap left by federal cuts and protect the initiatives that work. I support this measure because it's not only responsible, but a good choice for Austin and our future. I don't know that you have been put in a position to make a perfect decision, but I believe, based upon integrity and my involvement with you all, that you will make the best decision. And I want to alleviate any pressure or tension you may feel as an individual human. On our best days, we still will make mistakes, but the best we can do is offer our best, and you were put in a position to do that.
Thank you, sir. Well, why don't we go down to start with you, and then we'll go this direction. Thank you.
Good morning, City Council. My name is Joel Manso. I'm a born and raised Austinite. I'm also a proud landscape technician for the Austin Watershed Protection and a proud executive board member for AFSCME 1624. My crew, as a landscape technician, protects our community, protects our flood zones, prevents more flooding, protects our roadways. I'm support, and I hope you support the TRE moving forward to protect and fund essential employees. We're out there in the heat, we're out there in the ice, we're out there in the rain. I fully urge you to work to fund our work projects, restore services, and provide essential pay for essential work. Austin workers show up when it matters most, and now it's time for the budget to show up for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Amy DeLuna. I'm a resident of District 9. I'm here to speak specifically in support of CM Ellis's budget amendment for sidewalk maintenance and CM Lane's budget amendment for new sidewalks. Pedestrians are some of the most vulnerable road users in the city. Based on data from the city's Vision Zero dashboard, as of the end of July, pedestrian fatalities make up more than 1/3 of all traffic fatalities in Austin. While there are several factors behind that statistic, there is no denying that building and maintaining sidewalks are important to pedestrian safety. Sidewalks are necessary for Austin to meet its sustainability goals, Vision Zero goals, and for accessibility. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, City Council. My name is Kalen Frank, and I'm a trusted messenger at Life Anew. I just wanted to start by thanking you guys for not only your collaboration, but your coalition, because it is because of your investment and your time and your energy that I'm sitting here today. Over the past 2 years, I was homeless. I had lost my baby mother. I was a single father, no friends, no family, and it was hard for me. That was until I was presented with opportunities and a new way of thinking and a new way of life presented to me by Life Anew. Not only Life Anew, through the trauma center. I go there often to feed myself and my family. Through LifeWorks, I've been through there to get my housing. So it's through your guys' collaboration that I'm sitting here today. And I just want to say thank you. And without you guys, not only would I not know where to go tomorrow, but I probably wouldn't be here today.
Thank you. Good luck to you. Thank you very much.
My name is Jessica Bunting, and my husband is a firefighter with Austin Fire Department. The proposed budget calls for an $8.3 million decrease in funding to AFD through a reduction of firefighter staffing. Under the proposal, if 25% of the department were absent, engine staffing would be permitted to drop from 4-person crews to 3-person. A 3-person crew could risk the lives of firefighters and the citizens they have sworn to protect. With the structure fire, there is an OSHA safety policy called 2 in, 2 out, which states at least 2 firefighters must be outside for every 2 firefighters inside. That means the citizens of Austin would have to wait for 2 crews to arrive before any firefighters would enter, following OSHA regulations. All AFD policies require a 4-person crew. All staff are trained for 4-person scenarios. This proposal would put our firefighters into situations they have not trained for. Some have pointed out the AFD absentee rate from last year, but what they failed to mention is that includes previously approved and earned paid time off. What that says to me is adequate staffing is the issue. However, when your firefighters have to go into arbitration to fight for raises while neighboring cities have starting raises of up to $5,000 higher, such as San Marcos Fire Department, it's no wonder AFD is understaffed. Furthermore, the city seems to have plenty of funding for things like building a $1.6 billion convention center and installing 4 caps over I-35 at a whopping cost of $104 million. The budget you all are considering is a simple decision, in my opinion. Your votes will let your constituents know what's more important to you, city projects or saving lives.
Mayor, all speakers for item 1 have been called.
Thank you very much. Members, as you've just heard, all speakers on the public hearing for agenda item number 1, which is the proposed property or ad valorem tax rate of the City of Austin, has been called. Without objection, we will close the public hearing on item number 1. The public hearing is now closed. Without objection, we will open the public hearing on agenda item number 2, which is the proposed rate and fee changes for Austin Water. The public hearing is now open, and I will turn to the city clerk.
Thank you. For item number 2 remotely, Jennifer Robichow.
Good morning, City Council. This is Jennifer Robichow. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about the proposed rate and fee changes for Austin Water. From what I've seen in the budget details, the fiscal year 2026 budget calls for a total revenue bump, which translates to 9.6% increase in the typical residential monthly bill. That means almost $10 extra a month for most of us. My main concern is how the costs feel hidden and are often unrelated to water service. For example, our current bills already include smaller surcharges, like the 5% the 5 cent per 1,000 gallons reserve fund fee, or the 30-cent and 15-cent community benefit charges per 1,000 gallons for programs like customer assistance and water conservation initiatives. These add up over time and quietly increase the overall burden on residents. Instead, I'd like to suggest a different approach. Fees in our water bills should directly relate to Austin Water operations, like water treatment, infrastructure maintenance, and customer service. Programs like community benefits, which aren't core water services, should be funded through the general fund, drawing from a broader tax base rather than tacking them onto utility bills. This keeps water rates straightforward and fair, ensuring that we're only paying for our water service and what we actually need. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
That's the only remote speaker I have for item 2, so I'm going to switch to in-person. Walter Moreau, Sophia Barbato, Adrian Macias, Valerie Menard. I don't see any movement, so I'm going to keep going. Pedro Hernandez Jr., Noe Elias, Sharon Blythe, Kaiba White.
If your name's been called, please come forward. Ms. Blythe, are you going to speak on this item? Okay.
Mayor, that's all the speakers for item 2.
Okay. Members, you've heard that there are no more speakers for the public hearing for agenda item number 2, which is the proposed rate and fee changes for Austin Water. So without objection, we will close the public hearing on agenda item number 2. The public hearing is closed for agenda item number 2, and we will now open the public hearing, unless there's objection, for agenda item number 3, the proposed rate and fee changes for Austin Energy. Without objection, the public hearing is open. We have now opened the public hearing on agenda item number 3.
Thank you, Mayor. Remotely, I have Jennifer Robichow.
Good morning, City Council. This is Jennifer Robichow again. And I appreciate the opportunity to address the proposed rate and fee changes for Austin Energy. While the average Austin Energy bill is projected to decrease slightly, several fee increases could disproportionately increase the tax burden on cost and energy-conscious Austin residents. The base customer charge for residential service is going up $1 per month, which is an extra $12 a year for every household just to stay connected. The tiered energy charges are creeping up too. Tier 1 and 2 are increasing. A typical 1,000 kilowatt hours household will pay nearly $10 more a year for low energy consumption. In addition, the community benefit charge is doubling in order to support customer assistance programs. For that 1,000 kilowatt hour household, it's nearly $40 extra a year. Other fees and tariffs are also rising, adding to the cumulative effect. These base fees, rate increases, and unrelated fees charged by the kilowatt hour disproportionately affect households which strive to keep costs low through energy-conscious behaviors. Instead, I'd like to propose a different approach for Austin Energy. Fees on our electric bill should be directly tied to Austin Energy's operations, things like power generation, grid maintenance, and customer support. Programs like community benefits, which aren't core electric services, to be funded through the general fund, pulling from a wider tax base instead of adding them to utility bills. This keeps electric rates clear and fair, ensuring we only pay for what our energy service truly requires. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
That is the only remote speaker I have at the moment, so I am going to return to in person. Walter Moreau, Sophia Barbato, Adrian Macias, Valerie Menard, Pedro Hernandez Jr., Noe Elias, Sharon Blythe, and Kaiba White.
If your name's been called, please come forward. Ms. Blythe, are you going to speak on this item? She's indicating she won't. Ms. White, please come forward if you want to speak. If there's anybody else whose name has been called on this item, this public hearing, please come forward.
Hello again, Kaiba White speaking on behalf of Public Citizens Texas Office. I'm coming to speak to you on this item primarily because of a concern about the increase in the fixed customer charge for residential customers. Some of you will recall from the Austin Energy rate case that concluded in 2022 that the increase in the fixed customer charge was a very hotly contested item. It was one that the independent consumer advocate that the city hired to represent residential customers, including low-income customers, opposed, and that almost all of the other parties to the rate case also opposed. At that time, Austin Energy was proposing an increase from $10 to $25 a month. And they had their justifications for it in terms of rate or in terms of revenue stability, and they pointed out that capped customers don't pay that fee. However, there were a lot of other compelling arguments on the other side against increasing that fee. And that includes a discouragement of energy conservation, because the more of your bill that is baked into a fixed fee, the less financial benefit you get from conserving energy. Also, you have to consider all of the lower income customers who are not getting capped discounts because they are perhaps just one little step above the eligibility. So when you looked at all the data, there was actually still an inequitable impact in increasing that fee. So a compromise was reached that the council adopted of increasing it to $15 over the course of 3 years. Now Austin Energy is asking you through the budget process, which has far less opportunity for really digging into the details, to essentially get it to that $25 over the course of the next 5 to 6 years. I'm asking you to reject that and take this up in a full rate case where all of the pertinent information can be discussed. Thank you.
Mayor, all speakers for item 3 have been called.
Members, you just heard that all of the speakers that signed up to speak at the public hearing for agenda item number 3 have been called. Without objection, we will close the public hearing on item number 3. The public hearing is now closed. Without objection, we will open the public hearing for agenda item number 4, which is the proposed fee, fines, and other charges for the city of Austin. Hearing no objection, the public hearing on item number 4 is open.
Remote, I have Jennifer Robichaux.
Good morning, City Council. This is Jen Robichaux. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here. I'd like to share some thoughts on the proposed fee waivers for smart housing and child care facilities. I appreciate the intent behind these initiatives. The Smart Housing Program aims to boost affordable housing for low and moderate income residents, and fee waivers for child care facilities help caregivers keep costs low. I get why this might seem like the solution, but I'm concerned that these waivers benefit only a small fraction of residents, while the costs don't just vanish. The waived fees will be passed on to all of us through other taxes or fees. As residents and taxpayers, we're already burdened with high fees. And I'd like to argue that it's more equitable to create a fee system that works for everyone and not just targeted groups. Let's consider the bigger picture here. If housing fees are too steep, that's a challenge we all share: homeowners, developers, child care centers, and renters alike. I would like to see the City Council explore a balanced approach, one that keeps costs manageable across the board rather than insulating specific programs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Leah Marie Krzyzaniak.
Okay, This is Leah Marie Shujaniak. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. As a City of Austin lifeguard, the prospect of charging for the certification and not giving a hiring stipend for new lifeguards is a significant financial burden on people becoming a lifeguard because a lot of the people that are becoming lifeguards are, it's their first job or they're not doing well enough in their full-time job to afford the cost of living. So I think that charging fees for this would be better. It would be better not to charge fees for this in order to encourage more lifeguards to sign up and make it easier to become certified. Thank you.
That's all the remote speakers I have, so I am going to move over to in person. For item 4, Scott Cobb, Walter Moreau, Sophia Barbato, Adriana Garita Calvo, Chris Gannon, Sharon Blythe, Nicole Howe, Glenn Coleman, Zach Faddis, Amy DeLuna.
If your name's been called, please come forward. Ms. Blythe, are you going to speak on this item? She indicates she's not going to. Please feel free to begin.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'll be very brief. Thank Councilmember Cheeto and Lane for supporting us on item 4. My name's Glenn Coleman. I'm with the Austin Infill Coalition. I'm just going to sit down real briefly to thank you guys for looking at some of these fees, allowing us to form a stakeholder group, hitting the pause button on some of the fees that have been recommended to you, and exploring some new ways that we look at encouraging residential development instead of prohibiting it. Wish you the best of luck with this session, and again, on behalf of the Austin Infill Coalition, I thank you for your time and support on this item.
Thank you for being here. Mr. Cobb.
Hello, my name is Scott Cobb, and I want to thank my previous speaker. She made a good point. I think there are some fees that need to be removed. There's a fee, $45, to take a swim training class in order to be able to teach kids to swim. I don't think the city should be charging its own employees a fee for a class taught by other employees in order to do a service to the public. So that needs to be cut out. The lifeguard training fee of $100 needs to be cut out. That goes to training people to train new guards. Also, there was an amendment earlier that has now been removed, I think, to continue the $400 stipend for people who complete the lifeguard course and work 80 hours. That is not a bonus. That is to pay for the 40 hours of labor that you take to take that course. So if I don't know if they're planning to take it out or not, but it needs to stay in there, that $400. Otherwise, it is free labor that you're asking people in the community to do for 40 hours without pay. The $400 stipend after they work 80 hours makes it partially paid. In 2023, Vanessa Fuentes submitted a question, and can we make paid training? And the answer was, yes, we can. We can put people on payroll, but they did not do that. Ask part why they did not do that. But what they did do was offer $400 if you work 80 hours. That $400 does not cover the entire 40 hours. If you put people on payroll when they're actually working, that would be $800. I was in the Army. I went to basic training. They paid me for that training. Every job you work, you train, you should be paid. Thank you.
Mayor, all speakers for item 4 have been called.
As you've heard, members, everyone that signed up for the public hearing on agenda item number 4, the proposed fee, fines, and other charges for the city of Austin have been called. Without objection, we will close the public hearing on item number 4. The public hearing is now closed on item number 4. Without objection, we'll open the public hearing for agenda item number 30, the proposed rate and fee changes for Austin Resource Recovery. There being no objection, the public hearing on item number 30 is now opened.
Thank you. For item 30, I have Walter Moreau, Sophia Barbato, Sharon Blythe, and Kaiba White.
If your name's been called and you want to speak, please come forward. Ms. White? Ms. Blythe, I'm assuming you don't want to? Okay.
Hello, Kaiba White on behalf of Public Citizens Texas Office. I'm speaking on this item because I noticed a proposed reduction in the clean community fee for commercial customers, and I would encourage you not to reduce that fee. There isn't, in fact, a need for additional funding from that fee. There are multiple programs that rely on that funding, but among them is litter abatement. And while here in the downtown area there is robust litter abatement, there is very weak litter abatement in other parts of our city, and it is very needed. I live on the east side, and I would say that that is an area, especially along East Riverside, that is in dire need of additional attention. And I will remind all of you that when we're talking about litter, we are not just talking about beautifying our city, although certainly litter abatement does that. We are also talking about protecting our health now and in the future. We now have plastic in our food, in our water, in our air. These plastics degrade, they become microplastics, they become nanoplastics. They are now being found in every organ in the body, and they are proven now to affect our health, to cause cardiac events, to cause other serious health problems, likely including things like fertility issues. So this is something that we can do here at the local level to get what is, frankly, a global problem better under control, and it really needs to start at the source. Obviously, reducing our use of single-use plastics would be ideal, but at the very least, we need to get them out of our environment as quickly as possible, and this clean community fee goes directly to funding the crews that do that work. And I will note that there are some organizations in town like Hungry Hill that are putting people who are in need of employment and reintegration into the workforce at doing just that work. So please do not reduce that fee. Thank you.
Mayor, all speakers for item 30 have been called.
Members, all speakers for item number 30, for the public hearing on item number 30, which is the proposed rate and fee changes for Austin Resource Recovery, have been called. Without objection, we will close the public hearing on item number 30. The public hearing is now closed on item number 30. That will take us to item number 31, and without objection, we will open the public hearing for agenda item number 31, which is the proposed drainage charge rate change for the Watershed Protection Department. There being no objection, the public hearing is now open.
For item 31, I have Walter Moreau, Sophia Barbato, Roy Whaley, Sharon Blythe.
Mr. Whaley is waving at me, and it's nice to see you. Oh, you don't want to speak. I get it. Okay, yeah, I understand. Mr. Whaley's waiving his opportunity to speak here. Ms. Blythe, I assume you don't want to speak. She does not want to speak. Is there anyone whose name was called that would like to speak on this item, which is item number 31, related to drainage charge rate changes? I don't see anyone. Members, that means everyone that signed up to speak on item number 31, which is the public hearing, as I indicated, on the drainage charge rate change for the Watershed Protection Department, has been called. Without objection, we will close the public hearing on item number 31. The public hearing, without objection, the public hearing is now closed. We will now begin taking public comments for all other items on the council agenda those items that were not included in designated public hearing items. These remaining items are items 5 through 27, and we will treat those, as I indicated earlier, the way we typically do a consent agenda. We will start with item number 5 and start making our way through each item. for people that have signed up. So item number 5 is where we'll start, and I'll turn to the city clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Our first speaker remotely has requested Spanish interpretation, so they will receive 4 minutes. Areli Rodas.
Adelante, señora Rodas.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Areli Rodas. Estoy aquí para apoyar el programa de estabilización familiar. Este programa ha sido una bendición para muchas familias, como lo ha sido para mí.
Good morning, my name is Areli Rodas. I'm here to support the Family Stabilization Program. This program has been a blessing for many families, including my own. Continúe.
Estamos viviendo tiempos difíciles donde la economía está crítica. Sabemos que la canasta básica ha incrementado todo al 100%. Soy madre de 4 hermosos hijos y una mujer muy trabajadora. Me dedico a limpiar casas y aún con 2 trabajos, el sueldo no es lo suficiente.
We are living in very difficult times. The economy is at a critical point, and we all know how much the prices of basic food items have increased, almost 100%. I'm the mom of the 4 beautiful children. I'm a very hardworking woman. My occupation is cleaning houses, and even with 2 jobs, my salary is not enough to cover all my expenses. Continúe.
Por lo tanto, me gustaría que ustedes sigan apoyando este programa, ya que ha sido de mucha esperanza y gratitud para muchas familias. Muchas gracias.
This is why I would like you to continue supporting this program, because it's an icon of hope and gratitude for many people. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias, señora Rodas.
I have one other speaker that's requested translation services, Lesbia Ramos.
Adelante, señora Ramos. ¿Nos escucha?
Aló, buenas tardes. Sí. Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Lesbia Ramos y primeramente, buenos días, ¿verdad? Y primeramente quiero dar las gracias por el espacio y la oportunidad, ¿verdad? Para mí, Up Together, para mis 2 hijos, ha sido y es una buena y maravillosa ayuda. Me ayuda a solventar grandes partes de mi renta y me ayuda con pagos y de otros biles.
Good morning. My name is Lesbia Ramos. First of all, I want to thank you for this space and for the opportunity, this wonderful opportunity to Up Together. This is a wonderful help for me and for my 2 children because it helps me to cover my rent and also to cover other bill payments. Continúe.
Okay. Soy una mamá soltera y tengo que trabajar part-time porque tengo que estar para mis hijos también. Y gracias a esta ayuda me da la seguridad que me da seguridad y no tengo miedo que me desalojen o que tenga que pagar multas por la paga tardía de la renta. Y mientras estuvimos con el apoyo, me ayudó mucho a disminuir mi estrés y mi cansancio mental, ¿verdad? Siendo de una gran manera de ayuda y pudimos, y aún así también puedo tener más tiempo para pasar con mis hijos en familia sin preocupaciones financieras y realmente pues muchas gracias.
I'm a single mother and I have to work part-time so I can take care of my children at home. This is why this help makes me feel safe. I'm not afraid of being evicted or having to pay fines for paying rent late. Since I had this support, my mental stress has been reduced and I don't feel so exhausted mentally. And we have been able to have better times with my children in family without having so many financial worries. And all of this is thank you to Up Together. Thank you very much. Gracias, señora Ramos.
Gracias, bendiciones.
Thank you and blessings to you.
Leanne Marie Krasaniak. Leanne Marie, are you there? Jennifer Robichaux.
Good morning, City Council. This is Jen Robichaux. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today about the fiscal year 2026 budget. I appreciate the hard work that goes into this, and I know we all want what's best for Austin. Looking at the budget, I think most Austin residents can agree that essential services like first responders and utilities should be our top priority, fully funded through the general fund. After that, the city should ensure that free public services like streets, libraries, and parks are funded. Then we can afford to fund social services like public health clinics and fee-based programs. And only after that should the city consider any other items. I also think many residents are concerned about how much the city spends on consultants and nonprofits. Instead, we should prioritize assigning City of Austin employees to projects and community roles. This allows for greater transparency and keeps our money local. The bottom line is essential public programs, those providing housing, healthcare, fire protection, youth programs, and animal care, these should be part of the baseline of our budget. Pushing a tax rate election this year feels unresponsive to the community's concerns when we could revise this budget to reflect these priorities first. I've heard from many residents who feel the same. We want a budget that puts the residents who live and work here first, not ones that strains our own budgets with a tax increase. You all have the chance to show your commitment to keeping Austin affordable by voting no on this budget and rethinking our city's core priorities. Thank you for your time.
Barbara Grant Bonetta.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. My name is Barbara Grant Bonetta, and I serve as the Director of the Austin-Travis County Success by Six Coalition. Our coalition represents over 140 organizations working together to ensure every child in our community enters kindergarten healthy, supported, and ready to succeed and thrive. First, we want to thank the city for your strong and sustained investments in early childhood, including the social service contracts that strengthen family stability, providing fee waivers around licensing requirements for child care programs, supporting family-based child care and growing their quality and capacity, and so much more. These investments have really made measurable impacts on children's health, school readiness, and long-term success. Today, we ask you to prioritize a few things. First, we're asking to prioritize funding for pre-K startup classrooms, specifically to expand access by providing an additional $42,266 to maintain the number of 8 pre-K classrooms that are able to open annually. Research is clear here. High-quality pre-K is one of the most effective tools we have to close opportunity gaps before they start. Startup funding allows districts and child care providers to open new classrooms quickly and cover the cost of materials so children can begin benefiting immediately. We also urge you to sustain support for Family Connect, which provides every family of a newborn with a free home visit from a registered nurse. In just a few visits, families receive health checks for both baby and parent, connections to community resources, and early identification of any challenges, reducing emergency room visits, improving health outcomes, and helping parents feel more confident in their role. Finally, we support the resolution that ensures the child care fee waiver program is open to new child care centers, not just those that are expanding, to ensure we are removing barriers for child care centers that open in child care deserts. By making these targeted investments,
Thank you. Your time has expired.
we can meet urgent needs.
Leah Marie Krzyzaniak. Leah Marie, are you there? Taniqua Brewster.
Good morning, or good afternoon, rather. My name is Taniqua, and can y'all hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Also, good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. My name is Taniqua. I'm with District 1, and I just want to speak in favor of the making sure that the Family Stabilization Grant is put into budget. And I understand that it may cost some to some people, but the it helps families a lot. It helps my family. It helps families that participate in the program. Not only does it help stabilize families and help families to be sustained, but it actually helps them become more self-sufficient. And that's a less burden on the community as a whole, the city as a whole. So it is important that we look at this and make sure that when we look at the budget, we make sure that the Family Stabilization Grant is placed in there and understand how it really does help the social programs that are needed for our city to continue. It's not affordable right now. Some families were barely getting by before having the assistance that they had. We would like it to help more families, but if it can only help those that have been helped in the past, how is that showing a more progressive Austin? Thank you.
Brittany Watson. Brittany, are you there? Barbara MacArthur.
Hi, my name is Barbara MacArthur and I live in District 7. I spent a lot of time studying the budget, but I really didn't have time and the 1,300 pages confounded me. What I do see is we're spending much more per capita than we were even a few years ago while our population is not growing. What I do see is we're spending per capita almost 2 to 3 times as much as San Antonio, who also own their utilities. And what I do see is you're letting people know that to get basic services, social services, to get enough firemen on a fire truck, that they have to support a TRE rather than asking people the question like, would you rather put millions of dollars into cap and stitch in a convention center, or would you rather put it on those services? Lastly, I would like to beg for support for recycled reeds, even if you want to move it to another part of town. It is a great resource for people who don't have enough money to purchase books for their children and teachers who need books for their classrooms. Every time I've been there, it is crowded and full. When I served on the library committees many years ago, what you did with books is you put them in a dumpster when they went out of circulation. Having one place to distribute the books is very, very important. And I beg you to look at renting another facility someplace else. It's $100,000. And a uniform facility is a lot more better than a dispersed. Thank you.
Alicia Perez Hodge.
So, just a couple of comments. Thank you, Lincoln, the district board. You know, as an organization, as a board, we have a lot of work to do to help, meet budget goals.
Brittany Watson. Brittany, are you there? Okay, that's all the remote speakers I have this time, so let me move to in-person.
Would you mind calling Alicia Perez Hodge one more time? I don't think she heard her name.
Yes, we will put her through. But I did unmute her line, so we'll call her again though. Aloki Shaw, Bryden Summers, Scott Cobb, Jocelyn Maxwell, Raymond Montez,
If your name's been called and there's an empty chair, please come forward. Ms. Shaw, please.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Aloki Shaw, and I'm the president of the United Workers of Integral Care. I would first like to speak on 2 specific amendments before you that reflect exactly the kind of compassionate and practical investments that the City of Austin should make. First, Mayor Pro Tem Fuentes' amendment to ensure funding for local tenant-based vouchers for all 140 residents who are losing their emergency housing vouchers due to their premature sunset in 2026. These individuals have been stably housed for 2 to 4 years. They've done everything right, built stability, maintained housing, and now through no fault of their own, they face losing everything. Housing vouchers were created for exactly this reason, to protect those who simply cannot earn enough to keep a roof over their heads. We must ensure that these neighbors keep their housing and that those currently on our streets have a path to stability. Second, Councilmember Alter and Vela's amendments to ensure funding to continue 24/7 EMCOT. Last year, the city recognized the necessity of having mental health professionals available at all hours as part of the 911 response system with a one-time 6-month funding. When Austin created the fourth 911 option, you promised residents that we would no longer be met with law enforcement when experiencing a mental health emergency. Instead, they would be met with trained mental health responders. That promise must be kept. This is what real public safety looks like, meeting emergencies with the right expertise, the right compassion, and the right tools. We must ensure amendments that fully fund the HSO plan and ensure that there are no cuts to the homeless service providers such as Integral Care, so we can continue to expand and grow evidence-based care to ensure safety and care for everyone. I would like to humbly thank these council members for their leadership and commitment to the health, well-being, and safety of every Austin resident, and ask that all council members support and vote for these amendments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Bryden Summers, President of AFSCME Local 1624, representing the thousands of our members that are City of Austin employees. This has been quite an experience this year. It's been a lot going through this budget process, but we have been reminded that we have some shared values, and we appreciate that. I want to start by thanking you for first prioritizing pay raises in this budget and in the coming budgets. We see that in the proposals that have been released, and the civilian workforce does feel appreciated. We also appreciate the prioritization of our progressive COLA that we have put forward. AFSCME has been advocating for that for years, and Council picking that up shows your commitment to having a workforce that's actually composed of Austinites. So thank you. We're also pleased to support some other initiatives that have emerged in this process. For the workers out there that have to go in during bad weather, they're putting themselves at risk and they're making sure that the city is running, and so we want to make sure we're taking care of them. For the frontline workers out there, the ones that are serving customers face-to-face or are out in the community, what I really mean is the workers that cannot telework. We've known that there has been inequity since COVID, and this seems like the time that we can rectify that, and we hope that you will do that by giving them more pay in the budget as well. But finally, I just want to say to you, we have been committed to making sure there is security for our members and their jobs. Whether these jobs are at risk in this budget cycle or if the programs that they work on are at risk in future budget cycles, we know that there is a through line, a tie to their jobs. We've demonstrated our advocacy on this issue when we came to to support Austin Public Health in the rally we had outside due to the federal funding cuts, and we've been consistent that there can be no layoffs in the city. And so please think about how all of those programs are tied to a person's livelihood for them and their family. So let's get this done together. We're excited to work with you. AFSCME will be standing by your side as we go around the city and remind everybody why we've got to fight together. Thank you.
Cobb.
Hello, my name is Scott Cobb, and as I was sitting in the back, I thought back of my English major years, and I thought of a line from Shakespeare, Macbeth, by the pricking of my thumbs, something wicked this way comes. Today, the wicked is not one person. It's not Macbeth. It's the attitude that the lowest paid workers, the ones making the minimum wage, deserve less. Less of a pay increase, less benefits, less job protection, no appeals process, and to treat them like they can be disposable and fired on the spot. Something wicked is there. I want to compare two employees. One makes $21.63, they're a temporary employee. One makes $21.63, they're a regular employee. They both get a raise to $22.05. The regular employee also gets $2,000 lump sum. That makes their raise 6.39%, the temporary 1.94%. Something fundamentally unfair about treating people who you need to be on those lifeguard stands, at those rec centers, picking up those trash cans in Zilker Park, but not treating them equally. In the past, you've done a good job. You gave us a 4% raise the last 3 years, the same as the regular employees. Like Macbeth, you started off the play a hero. By the end, the workers are losing faith that you value their labor. So I ask you to keep in mind the words of Maya Angelou. She used to say all the time in talk shows, do the best you can until you know better. Then when you know better, do better. Now you know better.
Thank you, sir.
So do better.
I believe we have Alicia Perez Hodge back, so I'm going to try.
Yes. Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. This is Alicia Perez Hodge. I am the District Director for LULAC, League of United Latin American Citizens, District 12, and also co-founder of ABLA. I'm here to speak on three items. The first is the $8 million plus that is being cut from the fire department in salaries. That is a lot of money to cut from them. When you're with a much bigger budget in police, you're cutting $9 million. So that is a great concern. And that is also tied then to, I believe, number 6, that is repealing an ordinance that would require 4 firefighters to an apparatus truck as opposed to 3. And I think the city manager is recommending go to 3. I would say please don't do that. There is OSHA requirement, as you heard previously. And if you do not have the 4 firefighters at the scene, they will not allow 2 of them to go inside. And if you have to wait for another truck, that means minutes and people could lose their lives. So please reconsider repealing that ordinance and putting the money back in the fire department. The other issue is we support any assistance to immigrants. They work, they pay taxes, they are an integral part of our workforce and are important. A lot of them have children that are U.S. citizens, and we want to protect them. So please support proposals to help immigrants, because if you're helping families, you're helping United States citizens in all likelihood, because a lot of the children
Thank you.
are.
Time has expired.
The last thing is the emergency vet care, please.
Okay, I'll switch back to in-person speakers. Again, we're on item 5 still. Jesuita Lorea, Walter Moreau, Sophia Barbato, Richard Bondi, Hans Maverick, Adrian Macias, Valerie Menard, Pedro Hernandez Jr., Noe Elias, and Megan King Namer.
If your name's been called, please come forward and have a seat. Thank you, sir. Please begin when you're ready.
Good morning, good afternoon, rather. Mayor Watson, Mayor Pro Tem Fuentes, council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Hans Maverick. I am a resident of District 10, and I am a policy and research organizer with grassroots leadership here in Austin. What we care about is making sure that the city is responsive to everyone's needs, including people who come into contact with law enforcement. We want to make sure that people are not held in custody without probable cause, and even where probable cause exists, that the person in custody is able to be released as quickly as possible. We also care about spending our city resources efficiently and in ways that put people back on track and help them support themselves and their families. That's why so many people have repeatedly raised concerns about what appears to be a net increase of $2.5 million in the APD budget for counsel at first appearance and magistration services. It is unclear exactly what the police department is supposed to do with that money and why it is not going instead to the municipal courts. This is a concern because presently police officers sometimes delay submitting probable cause affidavits, which delays the arrestee's magistration and, if they are eligible, their release on bond. I'm aware that because of House Bill 1900, which passed the Texas legislature in 2021, once money goes into the police department's budget, it is very difficult to get it out. I see that Councilmember Siegel has offered an amendment titled Travis County Central Booking ILA Amendment to the Budget to transfer money from the police budget to the general fund. I would like you to pass that amendment because that will fund initiatives that address the root causes of law enforcement encounters and thereby keep people from suffering the trauma of undue incarceration, so they continue to support themselves and their families. Thank you for your attention to this critical issue.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Megan Kingdom-Moore. I'm the Policy and Outreach Planner for Preservation Austin. I'm here today to express our organization's support for Mayor Pro Tem Fuentes' amendment to create 2 new FTEs for the Historic Preservation Office and fund a comprehensive study of preservation incentives, a request totaling approximately $440,000. The 2 FTEs would fulfill necessary code-mandated review work and support implementation of the city's equity-based preservation plan. The additional funding for an analysis of preservation incentives would evaluate Austin's current and potential preservation incentives, including the landmark tax exemption and transfer of development rights, and create a comprehensive suite of opportunities to promote preservation. In the fall of last year, Council adopted the equity-based preservation plan and its 107 recommendations. We know that this dais values preservation and wants to see better outcomes for Austin's historic and cultural resources. The plan recommends increasing Historic Preservation Office staffing to engage the community, identify gaps and priorities, and proactively promote historic designation. A 2017 audit noted that Austin's Historic Preservation Office had one of the lowest staffing levels for historic preservation among comparable cities. The Historic Preservation Office currently has 6 FTEs, with the highest ratio of staff to caseload among peer cities. With the pace of development and demolition our city experiences, most of this limited staff time is spent on permit review and case management, leaving little time for proactive outreach and education that is desperately needed. We'd like to thank Mayor Pro Tem Fuentes for her leadership on this item, as well as Councilmembers Velasquez and Ellis for their support. Preservation Austin asks that you join them in funding this amendment, which would have significant impacts for the preservation of our city's history and culture. Thank you for your time and your service to the City of Austin.
Thank you.
Monica Guzman, and Monica has time donated by Roy Whaley. Are you still Roy?
He's
Okay.
here.
And Robin Schneider. I see, 6 minutes for Monica. And then Shelley Liebham, Sharon Blythe, Regina Cyphers, Loretta Valencia, and Jay Kennedy.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Monica Guzman, Policy Director at GAVA Go Austin Vamos Austin. Thank you for including the $75,000 sustained funding for the Building Comprehensive Networks BCN partnership with Homegrown to support strategies for home-based childcare in the base budget. With the tax rate not yet approved, based on the now 6 TRE scenarios, we urge you to ensure funding at minimum $1.3 million for the Family Stabilization Grant, an economic investment in the lives of over 80 households, providing their ability to stabilize and improve their quality of life. $5 million for the Equity Division of the Office of Equity and Inclusion, especially fully funding the Undoing Racism workshops. $733 and $69,000 for implementation of climate resilience and disaster preparedness commitments with a dedicated community health worker strike team. And we also understand there is funding in place for critically needed immigration legal services and urge you to ensure it too is approved. We thank Mayor Pro Tem Fuentes for prioritizing pre-K startup costs, though we want to emphasize the importance of those AISD pre-K fundings, including pre-K partnership funding. Currently, pre-K partnerships are collaborations between AISD and high-quality community-based child care centers or Head Start programs. These partnerships expand access to high-quality pre-K education and child care options for eligible 3- and 4-year-old children. Children receive their pre-K instruction at the community-based center and can also receive before and after school care there, ensuring continuity of care and education. This arrangement is particularly beneficial for families with working parents who need a full day of childcare. In addition to improving student outcomes and school readiness, pre-K partnerships allow schools and community-based childcare to share resources, expertise, and best practices. Pre-K partnerships are a vital strategy for expanding access to high-quality early learning experiences and promoting positive child outcomes, both in the short and long term. By fostering collaboration and leveraging the strengths of both public and private providers, these partnerships can create a more robust and equitable system of early care and education, ultimately benefiting children, families, and communities. And finally, while the communities of South Austin, and this is regarding the Neighborhood Partnering Program, While the communities of South Austin have dedicated many years, over a decade, of organizing to projects sometimes supported by the NPP, and the program itself has supported a few direct inputs to these projects, we feel strongly that the greatest changes have been driven by champions in the actual departments allocating funds and staff time and committing to working together. Our ask is not to restore funding to NPP at this time, but to take a close look at what's missing across the board and demand that just expectations and metrics are set to address longstanding gaps in Austin's majority non-white neighborhoods. Who is tracking the fairness and disparity of outcomes when projects are prioritized, and who in the community is engaged to inform their progress? It's real community planning that got us these big wins like the East Williamson Creek project, where the water runs. In this drastic time of cuts, we have chosen not to prioritize NPP's insertion into the base or TRE budget proposals. That said, the community will be holding this council accountable for interdepartmental collaboration and authentic community engagement and prioritization of underinvested areas. Thank you.
Ms. Blythe, we'll start with you after Ms. Guzman.
I'm Sharon Blythe, resident of District 6. I think that since you're going to give a 4% raise to all your employees, except the uniformed people, you ought to very, very understand that you should exempt yourselves, the city council, and highly paid employees of the city from that 4%. You don't need it. You have enough money in your salaries and your extracurricular activities to afford to live here, and you need to not get yourself a raise that is self-serving, and you need to think about that. Now, I would appreciate it if my council member would make that motion to exempt y'all from that 4% raise. Thank you.
Please.
Hi. Good afternoon. It's afternoon now. Yes, it is. Mayor and City Council. My name is Regina Cyphers. I work for Austin Area Urban League. And what I'm doing right now, I'm assigned to the housing navigation. And with that said, I am housing the homeless community that's out at Southbridge that we do manage for the city. And I found it that the Family Stabilization Grant has been really beneficial in this area. Whereas we have most of our homeless clients, they do have some type of, either they don't have any income or they do, but it's so minimum. The SSI they receive monthly is minimum and it cannot house them. But the Family Stabilization Grant has been beneficial to us with partnering with certain apartment complexes that would let them utilize that $1,000 they get a month. It has been great. So if you have been passing that bill, I appreciate if you continue to pass it because it's made my job easier to house those individuals that receive $551 from SSI. Or I do have some that's disabled, as you do know. They are disabled. We bring them from the field, from under the bridges, from wherever we can find them, and we do try to house them. But they do not have enough funding, and you want us to house them, so please pass that bill. Do not interfere with that. It is helping me house them, partner with other apartment complexes. And that's all I have to say. That's what I came to say today, to let you know that if you pass it, you're helping us get them out of Southbridge, I'm pretty sure, as well as Northbridge. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Shelley Liebum. I'm a resident of District 4, and I've been a volunteer at Austin Animal Center for over 5 years. I'm requesting you support Councilmember Lane's Amendment Number 2 and its accompanying resolution to reinstate funding for emergency veterinary services for lost and injured animals. AAC's mission is to provide a public service and safety net for lost and homeless animals in the community. Eliminating funding for emergency vet services for sick and injured strays is in direct conflict with that mission. This service does not go above and beyond. It literally is the mission. Completely eliminating this service will put 100% of the burden on the public to care for sick and injured animals outside the open hours of AAC. The public already takes on enough of the burden that is AAC's responsibility by caring for healthy animals that are refused intake at AAC due to lack of space. The fact that eliminating this funding will not affect our 95% live release goal should not be a reason to support it. Leaving animals to suffer and die on the streets because they aren't technically owned by the city yet and therefore would not affect our 95 live release rate is contrary to how most residents of Austin want animals to be treated and quite frankly is inhumane. It is AAC's mission to take care of stray animals regardless of whether they make it into the shelter system. We already turn away enough healthy strays in order to maintain a 95 live % release rate. We should not do the same for sick and injured. Please support Councilmember Lane's amendment number 2 and its accompanying resolution to restore this funding. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Continue on item number 5, we have Carrie Stano with time donated by Darlene Lewis. Carrie and Darlene, are you here? If they are.
They are.
Okay, so Carrie will have 4 minutes. We'll have Doris Adams, Luumba Webb, Kaiba White, Brad Massengale.
If your name's been called, please come forward. Thank you. Please feel free to begin.
Thanks. Hi, Carrie Stano with the Williamson County Children's Advocacy Center. And thank you, Darlene, for donating your time. And really want to thank Councilmember Lane for her support and the recognition of the vital services that we are providing to ultimately strengthen Austin children and families. I want to highlight a couple of our services, our forensic interviews that are crucial in abuse cases. They provide a legally sound and developmentally appropriate way to gather information from victims, particularly children, about potentially abusive situations. These interviews, conducted by trained professionals, aim to obtain accurate and reliable accounts of the abuse while minimizing trauma to the victims. This information is vital for investigation, prosecution, and ensuring the child's safety and well-being. At the same time, we've got nurses on staff, and they provide specialized medical care, they collect evidence, they offer crucial emotional and physical support to survivors. Our model, the entire model that we work in, works to be efficient and effective, bringing trauma-focused services together both to support the investigation and the family. We believe only a model like ours can do it in this way, in this fiscally responsible way. In order to assist us in continuing to meet the needs, we need more bilingual staff. We need to make sure we are eliminating barriers for families and for our law enforcement and DFPS partners. We need to continue to look at ways to work more upstream while we continue to provide our essential services that I highlighted above. There is so much more we could do in the prevention and healing space. We've got exciting initiatives that could have some real impact on child abuse victims. However, again, we need the support to be able to move forward on those. We are focused on child safety and well-being. When a child abuse hurts minds, bodies, and futures if it's left untreated. And so we are really seeking to continue to do more in this space. We will always see children walking in our doors and we will provide our crisis services. But again, there is so much more we could do and we need the support to do that. Only 1 in 10 children will ever speak up about their abuse. It's the education that we provide to the community that increases those numbers and has an impact on that statistic. 1 in 4 girls and 1 in 13 boys in the U.S. are estimated to experience child sexual abuse. So none of the other abuses that I covered earlier and that we work on at the Advocacy Center, just sexual abuse. It's a massive number of children that are affected by child sexual abuse. 1 billion children globally experience sexual violence. So to give you just a little more impact or information on this, CACs across the U.S. serve more than 370,000 kids each year. Locally, we are interviewing about 1,000 children annually. And again, the Austin part is about 10% of the children that we are seeing. And we are assisting our partners, APD, in all of these investigations. They've brought just over 70 children, I think, so far this year. But what is not represented here is, besides those 70 children that come in for forensic interviews, is all of the wraparound services that we're providing to family members, again, our assistance with DFPS and law enforcement. I know I don't need to explain to you guys that besides the expected outcomes from abuse, like lack of progress in school, substance abuse, missed work, obesity, sexually transmitted infections, diabetes, heart disease, depression, suicide, and other stress-related diseases, that there is a real economic cost to the city, the county, our country with untreated child abuse. So healing and thriving is completely possible. Trauma symptoms are reduced to healthy ranges through the services available at the CAC, and that is proven again and again through our mental health services. And I want to also just say that abuse does not discriminate. It literally affects children from every background, all socioeconomic groups, sexual orientations, races, ethnicities, and religion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council and city members, my name is Leon Webb. I'm a resident of Austin. I was born here in Austin, and I lived most of my life here. I went from being a small business owner of Webb Empire LLC to almost being homeless. Last year, I received a 12-month grant from the Family Stabilization Program and the Up Together program, and in my times of hardship. And even though I was not homeless, it prevented me from being homeless. So now I'm back in the community, thriving, doing what I'm supposed to do. I ask council that y'all continue to support and finance these programs so that people like myself can continue to be an Austinite. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Kaiba White on behalf of Public Citizens Texas Office. I'm going to speak directly to some of the proposals that I know y'all are considering as part of your different scenarios and amendments. Specifically, funding for the Office of Climate Action and Resilience. You've probably seen that Councilmember Alter's amendment number 5 to add a couple staff to that. I strongly encourage you to support that as you move forward with the budget. I did also have a lot of hope for including in the budget some funding for that climate revolving fund, and that is essential to actually upgrading the city buildings to be more energy efficient and reduce costs. However, I do think that if it is a choice between providing those staff or a very minimal amount into that fund, I would choose the staff, and that is because it does seem that there is probably another option to fund that climate revolving fund using debt, because those investments will actually save money and could therefore repay the debt and still start that fund for allowing for other energy efficiency and solar investments on city buildings in the future. And these are, of course, investments that are ultimately going to save our city money and allow our buildings to function in a more practical way. So I would like to see both of those in the budget. I do encourage you to include both the staff and that revolving fund, but I'm just saying if you have to choose, I would get the staff in place and then maybe use debt in the coming months to establish the fund. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Continuing on item 5, we have Taylor Nicolo, Hayden Black Walker, Chris Page, Jeffrey Bowen, Victoria Coyote, Walter Tunnel Wilson, Francisco Mejia. If your name's been called, please make your way to an open mic.
Please go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor Watson, council members. My name is Taylor Nicolo, and I'm here on behalf of the Austin Chamber of Commerce. Austin's affordability crisis is hitting everyone, residents, families, and local businesses that employ them. Over the past decade, property tax bills in Central Texas have gone up almost 68%, with a 13% increase last year alone. Austin businesses face an outsized share of these rising fiscal pressures, and our organization is concerned that further property tax increases could lead to economic contraction, job losses, and a difficulty in attracting and retaining talent. When taxes get too high, it doesn't just hurt the bottom line of our small businesses. It impacts jobs, it impacts investments, and our ability to keep talent in our community. Local businesses are already experiencing economic headwinds with higher interest rates, slower growth, and uncertain trade conditions. Adding more tax pressure now could slow things down even further. That's why here at the Chamber, we believe that the best path forward is to stick with the city manager's proposal, which already hits a 3.5% state cap, and look for other ways to close this gap. With a $233 million reserve balance and a countless city positions that have gone unfilled for months, the city could try to consider tapping into our reserve balance and pausing non-essential hiring to help advance a fiscally responsible budget. Austin's business community is dynamic and resilient, but we're not immune to economic challenges. The decisions that you make here will shape whether Austin remains a place where people and businesses can truly thrive. Thank you for the chance to speak.
Thank you. Please.
Thank you. I'm repping my Ask Me shirt and library hoodie today, but I claim to speak on no one's behalf but my own. I've worked at the library for 3.5 years now, and I feel like our jobs are pretty similar, to be honest, council members. The public can and will approach you and offer their hottest take on the wildest things, no matter their level of understanding or your level of power over it. Anytime, day or night, 8 a.m., 8 p.m. at the library, we're talking taxes, we're talking banned books, we're talking government corruption. I say to them, whoa, slow down. I can give you a book about what you're talking about. I can recommend mental health resources nearby if they're funded and not at capacity. However, I'm sorry, I cannot guarantee the letter I'm helping you print right now will make it to Mr. Elon Musk. Please, do not mistake what I am saying now as the very thing that I am criticizing. I don't know how to do your job. Heck, I don't know which agenda item I needed to sign up to speak on this today. What I do know is you must be clear with the public and implement any TRE progressively to aid those who cannot afford housing safety, housing at all, food security. I have a collection of things homeless people have given me at the library because they appreciate what I do. They find a way to give. Many homeowners often pay 25 cents to support the library as I check them out. People are happy to give to the services that help them live every day and the ones that make Austin, Austin. I tell those people it is a privilege to have property to pay taxes on. I do not envy your job, council members. It seems very thankless in the light of working at the library, where people yell at me, but they also bake me cookies. I envy your metal detector, though. I envy your housing situation, whatever it may be. A gun was pulled on a library employee earlier this week, and they showed up to help serve their community. I look forward to serving this community every day, and I have a privilege to go to work, but I do not feel safe. A feeling I'm sure a lot of people who have spoken here today share, and a lot of people in our community share. I have moved 4 times in the 4 years that I have had the privilege of housing in Austin. And if anybody is worried about a 4% raise for city employees affecting their housing, I will personally give half of what I make at the city every month.
Yeah, don't go into what you were talking about. Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for your service.
Pay me.
Oh, come on, man.
Good afternoon, Mayor
Very
and council
effective.
members. My name is Victoria Coyote. I'm here today to urge your support for critical amendments that fund Austin's sidewalk infrastructure, which is foundational to accessibility and safe mobility for all residents. Speaking for and representing only myself, as the new marketing director for On the Move, a student organization at UT Austin promoting disability justice and accessibility advocacy, better sidewalk infrastructure must be part of the accessible futures we seek to create. Sidewalks are more than just pavement. They are a lifeline for people with disabilities, seniors, families with strollers, and anyone who depends on safe, reliable access to their communities. Accessible sidewalks with continuous, well-maintained pathways and clear mode separation are one of the most effective tools we have to reduce injuries and fatalities on our streets. They ensure that everyone can move safely with fewer barriers. I strongly support Councilmember Ellis's amendment to increase sidewalk maintenance funding. Right now, we fund only about a quarter of what's needed to properly maintain our network. I also urge you to support Councilmember Lane's amendment for $10 million in gap financing for new sidewalk construction. Compared to other infrastructure projects, sidewalks can be built quickly and cost-effectively. Delaying now risks losing skilled contractors, which will make future projects more expensive and slow to restart. Austin is a beautiful city, but it's also one with thousands of miles of missing sidewalks. This stands as a legacy of underinvestment that disproportionately impacts people with disabilities and other mobility challenges. Sidewalks are not only a matter of safety, but a vital part of making our city equitable, sustainable, and climate resilient. Please fund what we know works to ensure Austin is more accessible and safe for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bowen?
My name is Jeffrey Bowen. I'm in District 8, and I will not be flipping you off. So first I want to tell Mr. Broadnax and his budget staff, thank you again for providing a budget that actually had a lot of information in it and actually provided more questions than answers in some regards, but it was much more transparent than what we've seen in the past. Again, I know I thanked him once before, but I want to make sure that that's also done again. We are also having this issue about the spending per capita. As the number of our population has dropped, we are spending more per. So I really request that we start looking more at what the performance and the accountability, what are the performance metrics that are being done, are the different organizations or funding items that we're doing, are they meeting the performance that has been that is expected of them? If they don't have any performance that's been laid out for them, why not? That needs to be addressed. What are those established goals? I noticed that for me, being a construction guy, the city building maintenance is massively important to me, only because if we don't maintain our buildings, it costs us more in the long run. I don't want to see those type of items be cut because they can cost us in the long run. And safety should not be neglected or remissed. That, without saying, those people, everybody should be safe where they're at, even those at the library. And I would also like to see that we get more evaluations on our contracts as to what we're providing contract or getting requests for services on. Are those companies capable of doing that? Are they not being under investigation in some cases? Make sure that there's an actual evaluation of those type of things. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Bowen.
Continuing on item 5.
Hang on 1 second. I want to do a little. Where are y'all in terms of wanting to or being prepared to make a presentation?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Carrie Lang, Budget Director of Budget and Organizational Excellence. We are prepared to discuss the memo that was sent to Mayor and Council a few minutes ago. Yes.
All right. I'll tell you what we're going to do. Members, if there's not an objection, what I would suggest we do is ask for another round of speakers, which will give, before we call Ms. Lang up and have her lay out what has been sent. As I understand it, it's been sent to all of our offices. It's in the backup, so everybody has this now. What that another round of speakers would allow is for our various staff people to get prepared so that they can also listen to this presentation, and where they might be out of the building or something like that. That gives us a little bit of time to get them gathered, and then we'll have a presentation right after the next round of 4 or 5 speakers. Does that make sense, everybody? Okay. Your name had been previously called.
Who's called in this round?
Well, that's what I said.
That's why I'm up here.
Okay. Yeah, I know.
Okay. So the city of Austin has taken the values of its constituents hostage, frankly, to an extorted TRE with no guardrails during the most unaffordable period in Austin's history. The budgeting cycle is uniquely defined by officials dissociating themselves from the consequences of their policies and pitting economically vulnerable unhoused residents, first responders, unions, and grassroots leaders against each other fighting for crumbs. Since 2020, the city of Austin has had $7.66 billion of expenditure in its general fund. This year, it's $100 million more than last year. Included within some of those general funds were $770.2 million transferred from utilities, which are essentially a de facto tax, which is a loophole run around the 3.5% revenue cap. City of Austin is sliding to a point where its reserves are risking a potential downgrade in its credit and increase in its borrowing costs. You are not blindsided this year. SB 2 was passed and took effect on January 1st of 2020, so you can't bemoan the cost of emergency services, which you agreed to the cost of. HB 1900 became law and took effect on September 1st, 2021, so you can't plead ignorance on that either. The city has engaged in gross misinformation of the public, including a statement from Councilmember Fuentes and Alter and maybe others. The property taxes on the average home are $60 lower today than a decade ago. It's about $1,700 more for the average home. Currently, we have seen so much misinformation being deployed about many things, but the hotel occupancy tax is crucial too. You can spend up to 15% of that for tourism promotion, including preservation and the arts. You haven't collected 13 years of hotel occupancy back tax from STRs.
Thank you, sir.
And I'll be back. Thanks.
We only have 5 more speakers to
Why
call.
don't we go ahead and go through those 5 speakers, and then please call them, and then we'll have a presentation from staff. And members, what I'm going to recommend, unless somebody has a strong objection, is that we hear from those 5 speakers, we get a very brief presentation from staff, and then we recess for, we'll see what time it is when we do that, but we'll recess so that the members might visit with their staff members before we go into the rest of the comments, so that maybe that it will allow for a more efficient process later in the day. Okay? Good deal. All right, if you'll call the last speakers on item number 5.
Sean Oliver, Britannia Michener, Michael Salazar, Zenobia Joseph, Gabby Libretti.
Hello, my name is Sean Oliver. Good afternoon. Because of your leadership, Austin has become a city other cities have looked at when it looks at compassionate investments that save lives. The funding for community violence intervention programming, such as ATX Peace, is just a small part of the public safety budget, yet the returns are truly significant. We know our work prevents violence because we've heard it directly from those impacted. We have firsthand accounts from individuals who were on the verge or who had already made up in their minds to commit acts of violence. But through direct intervention with our team, they chose another path. We also have been told that simply having ATX Peace present at various events and in different apartment complexes and schools, violence has been prevented. Our city is leading, modeling, and sharing effective community violence intervention strategies with others all across the nation. When we go to various trainings and programming, oftentimes it's not just to learn. We go there to learn, but we're also asked best practices that we have implemented. And with fidelity, we're able to truly say that the City Council has enabled us to make vast improvements and efforts in intervention, prevention, and education concerning violence prevention. Thank you for your vision and for championing this vital work.
Thank you. Yes.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Britannia Michener, and I work for Life Anew at ATX Peace. First, I want to sincerely thank this Council for your investment in Life Anew and ATX Peace. Your belief in our mission and our willingness to find this work means our teams and can continue providing community violence intervention, trust, and helping to make Austin safer for everyone. I'd like to share a brief story. Recently, I worked with a student whose family was deeply impacted by gun violence. She couldn't be here today, but her journey has left a lasting impact. Through the work of Life Anew, ATX Peace, and other organizations like ours, she found her voice. She went on to serve at a panel at the Gun Violence Summit, speaking out with courage and resilience. Watching her grow in her own voice reminded me of my own story. When I was a child, my mom shot my dad. In the moment and the years that followed, there was no Life Anew, no ATX Peace, no community violence intervention program at my school or in my community. I had to navigate the trauma on my own. That's why this work that we do now matters so deeply. Because of your support, children today don't have to walk through the pain alone. They have people and resources to help them heal, to encourage them, and to show them the path forward. So on behalf of Life Anew, ATX Peace, and the people we serve every day, I want to thank you for believing in this work, for funding it and for standing with us in the fight to make our community safer.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Mayor, council members, and community. My name is Michael Salazar II, and I'm a trusted messenger and a violence interrupter with Life Anew and ATX Peace. We are for the city and for the community of Austin, Texas. We thank you for your investment in ATX Peace and community violence intervention prevention work. When our program first received funding to address gun violence in our community, we knew we were being given more than a budget. We were being given hope. Each dollar meant more than just supplies, transportation, or staffing. It meant a seat at the table for someone who had been overlooked. It meant a chance for a young person to feel heard, for a grieving family to feel supported, and for a neighborhood to begin healing. It says, I see you, and I care to the community. This last budget cycle has allowed us to continue to educate and deepen our relationships with communities, mobilize these communities, respond to crisis calls, connect with individuals at risk, educating them with new ways to cope with their trauma, and create safe spaces where conversations could replace conflict. We watched the walls of trauma come down. Young people put their guard down long enough to imagine a different future. The families that we're supporting in the losses of loved ones from gun violence from last year to this very moment have not participated in retaliatory acts, which is a direct impact to the communities they belong to because of the support given due to the budget provided, and we are all grateful for that. The need in the community is great, and our need to continue to support the communities of Austin is our heart's desire. An increase in budget will allow us to continue, grow, and strengthen these communities. We can support more families, expand our team, increase our presence in the most impacted neighborhoods, and strengthen the programs that are currently changing lives. I'm asking you to continue to help us restore trust into these communities and rebuild in the brokenness within these communities by choosing to continue and increase the budget for community violence intervention and prevention. Love conquers and wins all things.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your work.
Hi, my name is Gabby Libretti, and I'm the Capacity Building Manager for Texas Harm Reduction Alliance and a District 4 resident. Today, I offer a translation, turning these budget numbers into meaning. When we lose someone to overdose, one life is lost, but countless lives are hurt. If you've lost someone too soon, you know hearts ache in a way that never quite goes away. Just last month, Texas Harm Reduction Alliance recorded 31 overdose reversals with the naloxone we distributed. 31 people still breathing, 31 loved ones still here. Last year, that number was 379 people. I've had the pleasure of working for THRA for 4 years now, and in that time, I'm proud to know my team has saved hundreds of lives. More than saving lives, I've also had the pleasure of watching our team transform them. Over the years, I've seen peers housed, working, well-fed, recovering in incredible ways. I've seen the victory of a connection to mental health care as someone regained their mind. I've seen the success of an ID that unlocked the door to employment, HIV and Hep C treatment that brought people back their health. This is what funding harm reduction does. In short, it is money well spent. We are also hoping today that the council considers the TRE with harm reduction expanded in it. We know with this funding, we could be open 7 days a week and serve an additional 250 people every month. Every life touched is a life that matters. Harm reduction saved my life. I would not be here today without people that believed in and supported my recovery. The peers I worked with, all with lived experience, know all roads out of the darkest places, and we will always go back to show others the way out.
Thank you very much. If your name's been called, Ms. Joseph, you're welcome to speak. If anybody else's name has been called, please come forward.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Mayor, can you bend the rules today?
Ms. Joseph, you know the rules, and you ask me that every time. We're going to follow the rules.
Okay, so let me just read into the record. I want to remind you that on April 28th, 2025, when you had your joint audit and public health committee meeting, you said, quote, "That's not how the rules work, but I'm going to allow it. Please go ahead. I'm going to bend the rules because that's not the way it's supposed to operate. But we're going to do it for you. So please go ahead. You have 3 minutes." So in other words, you are actually engaging in viewpoint discrimination because when Chaz actually came before you, Chase Wright, you actually permitted him and you bended the rules for him. But you're not doing it for me to show you my slides today. As you are well aware, my comments, as they always are are in the context of Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which prohibits discrimination based on race, color, or national origin. I want to tell you specifically that while I certainly respect Councilmember Lane's amendment for $10 million, I went back to the contract with voters from November 8th, 2016. Specifically, Council passed on August 18, 2020. That contract specified $65 million for safety, and it also specifies Vision Zero. I want you to remember that it was 2016 that Council passed Vision Zero. It is disingenuous if you look at your 2023 Transit Enhancement Infrastructure Report. It specifies monies for Allendale Station, and it says high crash rate, doesn't matter, NA. $3.3 million, you have more funding in the Breaker Lane area and $0 allocated for North Lamar. So no, I don't appreciate this budget. I don't support it. Page 515 actually specifies the sidewalks.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Mayor, all speakers for item 5 have been called.
Great. Thank you very much. Thanks everybody who took the time to be here and speak or remotely speak. Members, what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask our financial staff to come forward so they can make a brief presentation about what has now been disseminated to all of us. And as she comes forward, let me remind everybody of a couple things. One is that in an effort to begin making sure that we're socializing and treating this budget as one budget and not just two subparts, what we'll do today is, assuming we get to it today, or we'll do it tomorrow morning, is that the primary motion that we will have on the budget will be a motion, I'll lay it out, a motion to adopt as the 2025-2026 budget of the City of Austin. The city manager's budget proposal is filed by the city manager on July 11th, 2025, and is presented to the mayor and city council by the city manager at the July 15th, 2025 city council meeting, with the addition of the document labeled Budget Edition 1. Budget Edition 1 will be the document that Ms. Lang is getting ready, that has been disseminated to all of our offices and that is now in the backup for the public to see, and that Ms. Lang is getting ready to tell us a little bit about. That will be Budget Edition 1. I anticipate there will be proposed amendments to Budget Edition 1. I may be surprised, but I doubt it. And so what I'm asking everybody to do is please, and what we'll do is we'll take a brief break here in a second, a brief recess so that we can all talk with our staffs. But as she lays this out, I think you've probably already seen the way it's set up so that a budget amendment can be made. And if you'll look at last night's message board post, you will see proposals for the best way for us to get the budget amendments, at least as they apply to Budget Edition 1, which is this document we're getting ready to talk about, ways to do that. So, for example, as she walks, I'll just pull out I'll just make up a line here. Well, I'm going to ask her a question about that here in just a second because I thought we were going to have lines on that. But why don't you make your presentation and then I'll ask you. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. So we sent a memo out a few minutes ago to talk through the scenario, the final scenario or analysis of the scenarios that were presented by the various council members. And what staff did was look at the areas where there was consensus of 6 or more council members to include those items into the package that, or the document that says Budget Edition 1. As we mentioned in the memo, these items have the areas that were agreed upon, or apparently agreed upon by the council members. And I guess let me start with Mayor to speak to your question about how to reference the items.
I just realized what you'd done, so good.
Okay.
It's better.
Okay. we have the reference number, so you could say which ones you want to change if there are any amendments or changes to those items.
Can I say this back to you to make sure we're on the same page and everybody's on the same page? So if, I'm going to say it the way I think it works, but please correct me. So for example, in the example I gave yesterday, I thought there would be a line number, but the way they've done that is they've given the item a number. So for example, I move to amend, the way I would suggest that we do this is, and I'm just going to start with the first homelessness and housing item. I move to amend line homelessness and housing 1 of budget addition 1, referring to, and then you'll see a description, Restore Housing Trust Fund, staff recommendation, FY27. Now, they're looking at each other like they don't like that. Tell me what you don't like about that, so we can try to get. I just want to get us to a routine.
Correct. So there are 2 documents that you all received. The one that you're reading from is the detailed document that shows all of the items, including the items that were not included in the consensus document. The Budget Addition 1 document shows the summary of items that were agreed upon.
All right, good.
And so that will be what I assume would be the base, part of the base motion. So you will be changing, for example, housing and homelessness 7 with whatever the change you have to that item.
All right, everybody see that? Yeah. All right. They've got an item that looks like this, that they're referring to as Budget Addition 1, which is consistent with what we had talked about yesterday. Budget Addition 1 has all of the items that would add up to what the total number and a 4.6 cent increase. Is that correct?
Correct.
So if you want to make a change to that specific line item, what you would do is you would make reference to that line item. Y'all play with the language that I put out because it makes it a little bit different, but it would be your written motion, and the motion that we'll take at the time we do the amendment will be, I move to amend, and then say housing and homelessness 07 of Budget Addition 1, referring to, and then please type out what the reference is to, by replacing it with, and then you would put in whatever is the number or the language that you would want to do. Does that make sense or close enough that we can maybe muddle through? The second would be just an amount change. I move to amend housing and homelessness 07 of Budget Addition 1, referring to street outreach, and then put the language there, by replacing the amount of money in this item of $2 million with an amount equal to, and then you'd put whatever is the other number you'd want to do, or something like that. Everybody got that? The third possibility is you would move to amend housing and homelessness 7 of Budget Addition 1, referring to, and then make reference to that by removing the line item, if that's something you would want to do. Now, what that also means, members, is there are things you may want that aren't in Budget Addition number 1. You may have proposed amendments that are not in Budget Addition 1. The language that I would suggest you use that in the written document so that we'll have that in writing is that I move to amend Budget Addition 1 by adding, and then put the name, where it would go, housing and homelessness, safety, that sort of thing, and a description of it and the number. That way we will have that and can add that in. Does that make sense? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, that makes sense, Mayor, and because I think what you're saying is we'll just need to know for the amendments that are not listed on this Budget Edition 1 spreadsheet and not included in this Budget Edition 1 amendment, and it's an addition, we would just need to know the category in which we want to add it to.
And we'll be able to figure that. We'll all be able to do that generally, and when you lay out the proposed amendment, you'll lay out where you think it ought to go.
Okay, very good.
But I want to be very clear, so I'm going to ask this question to Ms. Lang. What they have prepared for us to have as a target for proposed amendments, the document labeled FY 2025-2026 Budget Edition 1, is what they have put together as somewhat of a consensus document. It leads to the numbers that they have at the bottom of this other page and a revenue amount in terms of number of pennies to 5/100ths of a penny at 4.60. But what that assures is that and that's exactly what we asked them to do. What that assures, though, is you all may have items that you want to add in, and therefore you'll need to make that as a motion that would add those numbers, and you need to have that in writing. Got it? Okay, Ms. Lang, I apologize. I'm interrupting you, but I'm trying to get us so that we can maybe be more efficient later today.
That is fine. And so as we look at the document, I won't go through every single line item, but I just want to point out the major points that we discussed in the memo, primarily with the homeless strategy and operations plan. Most of the elements of the plan are included in the document, in the calculation. There is the emergency shelter capacity beyond fiscal year 26 that did not get the full funding of the plan as directed or as is seen in the document, as well as the prevention, diversion, and landlord agreement that did not have a full consensus of 6 or more. Then when you look at the Housing Trust Fund, with the Housing Trust Fund, there was additional revenue that was recognized through the certified tax roll, that $5.25 million, that allowed for the coming amendment of the funds for the marshalling yard to be moved to the general fund. This allowed for $5.25 million to be available in the Housing Trust Fund. A staff amendment will come forward to appropriate $2 million of that to assist with funding, as well as the $12.5 million that is in the scenario to cover vouchers and the current programming in the Housing Trust Fund. There were several conversations or several pieces of scenarios for emergency medical services. In talking to the chief and staff on the programs and services that we believe are intended with your scenarios, that we are including the collaborative care mental health single response units, a BLS unit in fiscal year 27, a basic life support unit in fiscal year 26 and 27, and 4 additional communication staff as well as command staff. And so the dollars that you see there are a mix of us understanding what your agreements or what your priorities were, as well as conversing with staff to make sure we had the appropriate dollar amount, the appropriate positions to support those programs. And then there are a few other items that we made adjustments to, including the public health core grants, the parkland maintenance staff, that is based on working with staff on the number of positions needed and the full dollar amount for that program. as well as moving fire overtime. There were a couple of different options for fire overtime that was listed, and so we looked at the $6 million and moving that over to one time. And then the sidewalk maintenance that was included in the scenarios, that is funded by the transportation user fee. And so that will require a amendment to Transportation and Public Works and the TUF, and it should not be in the general fund scenario. The final financial stability, looking at that for the medium term with these scenarios, with this calculation, we are in our financial policies with our reserve funds, and we are balanced through fiscal year 29.
Members, I'll ask if we have some quick questions, and then what I would suggest is that we recess until 1:50 so that the members of the council will have an opportunity to talk with their staff and prepare for later today. Councilmember Ellis.
You say Commissioner?
I don't know why I've said that.
I had a question about, let me get to the spreadsheet. The Environment and Culture 04, the parkland maintenance that you just referenced that's part of reaching the gold standard. I wanted to make sure, I think that should be Parks and Recreation maintenance, just so it's separate from park land maintenance, which is more of, help me with my words here. I know it's not even that late in the day, but I just wanted to make sure it was less about tree trimming, because I know there's some other pots of money we have to be able to accomplish that, even though that could be a feasible use, but to make sure that it also was useful to rec centers that were having maintenance requirements as well. Can you speak to that, or is that a non-substantive change?
I think that's a non-substantive change because I believe Parks and Recreation has grounds maintenance across their facilities and in parkland as well. And so those are primarily grounds maintenance positions. And with the number of positions that were included, I believe the department will have the flexibility and understanding to move those in areas that's needed, whether it is parkland or if it is land around the recreation centers to support.
Okay, and I know there was a presentation that has come to the Parks and Recreation Board as well, the Climate and Water Committee, and so I'll just dig into that file if I can find it and just make sure everything's buttoned up before we make any final blessings, but thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Colleagues, as we take a recess to review City Staff's alternative motion that is before us, I'd also like to draw your attention to an alternative that we would like to propose. I'm joined by Councilmember Ryan Alter, Councilmember Jose Velasquez, and Councilmember Chito Vela. We have taken the Terry scenario proposed by other colleagues on the dais, and we've added some modification and additions in an effort to combine both of our proposals. And so we'd like to point your attention to the message board posts. With this alternative motion, it would fully fund the HSO plan. It includes 96% of the items in the August 11th 5-cent proposal. It also adds an additional $8.1 million to FY26 of the cost of the 5-cent TRE and contains a reserve balance of 17.46% in FY26. This is just another option for us to consider as a way to have an efficient way for us to have a kind of a shared, more consensus-oriented TRE proposal. And so wanted to draw your attention to get feedback from our colleagues here on the dais.
Well, and I won't speak for everybody, but I think when that was offered up, there were members of another subquorum that didn't want that to be the starting point. And so what we then did is put it to our staff to come up with a starting point, and that's what they've done here, so that amendments to that would be what we have as a target, since there was diversity, if you will, among the starting points. I'll turn to Councilmember Ellis, who I think posted on the message board, and Councilmember Siegel, who also posted on the message board in response to that last night.
Thank you.
Do you want to say anything about that?
Yeah, just since it seems like there may be a different conversation about a new proposal that is separate from the one that came around 9 p.m. last night. So I just want to, I feel like staff has had the ability to discuss with each of the subquorums and all council members about what it is that their highest priorities are. And so I think it's easier for conversational procedure for us to be able to work off of a document where someone has been able to figure out where there's consensus. Otherwise, we're bringing, I could say we should have ours be the base motion, but I'm sure y'all would have an opinion about how easy that is to amend or not.
It in effect is your subquorum's proposal as the base motion, but it incorporates many of our priorities. It's items that we have looked at and considered and are thinking we agree with many of the items in your proposal. So it combines both of the subquorum's shared mutual interests as a way to consolidate. But, just consideration as we're in recess, just take a look at it. Let us know what you think. We certainly are open to modification.
Let's do that.
Yeah, I haven't been able to look at it
I must
yet.
admit, I didn't know that had happened. When did it get posted?
Just 30 minutes ago.
Oh, well, that's why I didn't know it happened. I've been sitting here. Okay, and what I thought we had worked out was that staff would spend this large amount of time today getting us to this point, not to then have a new proposal come in. But everybody look at it, and we'll come back. Do you want to add anything?
No.
Okay. Members, with that, what I'm going to do is it's 1:24. So what let's do, let's say is let's recess until, let's recess until 2 o'clock. And if there's, without objection, the Austin City Council is in recess until 2 o'clock, at which point we will come and take up item number 6 for public comment. It is 1:24 on August 13th. Good afternoon, everybody. It's 2 o'clock on Wednesday, August 13th, 2025, and I'll call back to order the Austin City Council after a brief recess. Members, what I would suggest we do, and a couple of you have suggested part of this, but the first suggestion I've got is when you look at what is now labeled, it's now labeled as Budget Addition 1, the item prepared by staff. As you and your staff prepare proposed amendments to that, when you think you have the amendment in pretty good shape, it would be great if you would go ahead and post that and make it available to our financial staff. Because I'm guessing, again, I could be wrong, it would be the first time today, but it could happen, that what will occur is that somebody will have conflicting or overlapping amendments to something. And this would allow them to pull those aside so that when we start calling up amendments, I'll know those in advance and might be able to better coordinate it. So go ahead and post it as an amendment and go ahead and get it to the financial staff so that they can help us in organizing that. The second thing I would say, and by the way, you're making the amendment to Budget Addition 1. The second thing I'll indicate is that I don't know when we'll finish the public comment on all the other items, but when we finish the public comment on all the other items, the recommendation is that we take a brief recess at that point as well, which will allow for people to get back with their staff or subquorums to get together. But we'll take a brief break and maybe even eat supper, depending upon what time it is. But so just anticipate that might happen. Not might happen. That will happen as we get a little bit closer to that. Okay. With that, I'll turn to the city clerk and ask the city clerk to start us off on item number 6.
Thank you, Mayor. For item 6, I have Walter Moreau, Sophia Barbato, Sharon Blythe.
Are any of those people here? Doesn't look like it.
Okay, let me go to item 7. Walter Moreau, Sophia Barbato, Sharon Blythe.
I don't think they got here in between 6 and 7.
Same for item 8, Walter Moreau, Sophia Barbato, and Sharon Blythe. Okay, moving on to item 9, and I might have remote. Monica Guzman, Walter Moreau, Sophia Barbato, Adrian Macias, Valerie Menard, Pedro Hernandez Jr., Noe Elias, Sharon Blythe, Doris Adams, Brad Massengill, Robin Schneider, Chris Page,
Mr. Page, do you wish to say anything?
and Jeffrey Bowen.
Mr. Bowen, if you'll come forward too.
Okay. I guess the main attraction at this point in the game. So Jeffrey Bowen, District 8. In regards to item 9, ratifying the property tax increase reflected in the budget, to me, this is really about the entire property tax increase, even the proposed tax increase. And I would like to, which brings me right to the TRE. I need to read in for the record that I'm a registered, Mayor Watson and the council members, I'm a registered voter and property owner in the city of Austin. I've reviewed the ballot language, which is according with this ratification, and proposed on the agenda item number 10, which is next, particularly the language about the purpose of the tax increase. This ballot language misleads voters in several ways, and I hereby present you with this demand that you comply with the applicable laws to adopt appropriate and honest ballot language that is definite and certain. Most importantly, your proposed ballot language gives the voters the wrong impression that this tax increase is a fund-only expenditures in the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget as approved or amended by the City Council, when, in fact, this tax increase will continue automatically in the subsequent years, perhaps forever. This ballot should explicitly say the tax increase will continue for future fiscal years and likely increasing the amount in future years so voters can fully understand the measure's long-term financial impact. The legislature adopted legislation with over two-thirds vote in both legislative chambers requiring ballots for tax rate elections to be put on the top of the proposition, the words, "This is a tax increase." Your proposed language violates the law by putting that language before the proposition, not inside or at the top of the proposition. Thank you.
Page.
Sure. Chris Page. I opposed the ratification because I opposed the process by which the budget was defined. I've mentioned several of the facts leading to that position previously. One that I didn't get to was the use of hotel occupancy tax and how it's been collected. So, for example, in 2023, there were $223 million in hotel occupancy tax collected. You can spend 15% of that on arts and preservation. That's authorized by statute. All it has to do is meet the secondary test of proving that it puts heads in beds for hotels. But now that you have arbitrarily described homes and neighborhoods, STRs specifically, as many unstaffed hotels, I'm curious and kind of puzzled as to why none of the hotel occupancy tax can be spent in neighborhoods on preservation and the arts. Additionally, there's 13 years of uncollected back taxes, which the state has a mutual interest in seeing collected. You should be working with the state comptroller and seeing that that happens. And the relevance to the budget here is that if you have that hotel occupancy tax, the additional uncollected hotel occupancy tax available for the arts and for preservation, then you would free up general funds in the other portions of the budget. I'm sure that you would find more than 30 or 35 million, whatever it is that you're short this year. And I also don't find any of the projected, economic measures from 2027 on to 2030 to be accurate. In the forecast, that you guys use to define the scope or the scale of the TRE, it's just a blanket 600 million growth in revenue every year. But you guys don't have a crystal ball. Nobody knows what's going to be happening in 2030. So we should minimize the TRE. We shouldn't, ratify the rate. That's something that people can't afford and that drives up on affordability. Thank you,
sir.
Moving on to item 10, Bryden Summers, Monica Guzman. Is Monica here? Okay, I don't see her yet. Walter Moreau, Sophia Barbato, Savannah Lee. Savannah, are you here? You have time donated by Robin Schneider. Robin, are you here?
I don't see her.
Okay. Then Savannah will have 2 minutes. Adrian Macias, Valerie Menard, Pedro Hernandez Jr.
Hey y'all, my name is Savannah Lee. I'm a resident of District 1 and I'm here with Equity Action supporting the community investment budget and a TRE. I know we've all been here for weeks, parsing out the numbers and the needs of our communities, and I know we're coming to the end of that process. So I wanted to take this time to discuss what we have to lose if we don't fully fund CIB priorities and why Austin has to be the place that stands strong in the face of authoritarianism. This week, Donald Trump, while referencing our nation's capital, declared that the homeless have to move out immediately. This comes after millions of dollars in cuts to federal programming regarding eviction prevention programs, rapid rehousing, and more. In short, the federal government has removed nearly all resources for unhoused folks and then deployed the National Guard to make them leave. I've made the case here that Austin must be the place to create a financial stopgap for this crisis. But I want to take today to share that we must also be an ideological pillar to stand in the face of a compassionless, cruel, and fascist government. Austin can be the place that does not accept a militarized police force snatching folks off the street and instead put them in homes. Austin can be the place that does not accept watching as folks experience overdose while criminalizing people who use drugs and instead provides harm reduction services that save lives. Austin can be the place that refuses to accept the idea that families who need help to pay rent or utilities are a drain on the system and are instead people who need a hand up in the darkest moments of their lives. We don't have to stand by and watch as authoritarianism overtakes us. In fact, it's a moral imperative that we don't. The first election I was ever able to vote in was in 2016. And since then, there have been lots of moments of alarm bells ringing, a lot of warnings that if we weren't careful, we'd lose our rights while all of our supports were stripped from us and we were left destitute. Even I at first was careful with this way of thinking because I'm a social worker. I'm wired for hopes. But here we are. It's time. This budget in full, not separated into TRE priorities in the base budget, can be our way of saying that this is unacceptable, that we protect our people. Thank you.
Continuing on with item 10, Noe Elias, Mel LeBlanc, Sharon Blythe. Sharon, are you here?
I do not see her.
Okay. Jay Kennedy, Carrie Stanell. Carrie, are you here? You said you don't want to speak? Okay.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, Council. My name is Mel LeBlanc. I'm a resident of District 1, and I'm here today representing Vocal Texas. In the past 2 weeks, you've heard from many of our members and from the Community Investment Budget Coalition. I hope you remember everybody's stories today as you make these difficult decisions. I want to start by saying I wish we did not have to have the TRE election. Yes, we can blame the state and federal government for some of this, but the city bears responsibility too because of poor financial choices like an overinflated police budget. We are now forced as taxpayers to make a choice on whether to fund housing and services or to go without them. We have been calling for a 7-cent tax rate election. We understand that there are now proposals landing at 5 cents, but the proposals don't include everything our community desperately needs. We are especially concerned about the funding to replenish the Housing Trust Fund and the Housing Voucher Program and the 5% proposals. While one of the proposals gets closer to where we need, none of the proposals go far enough to fully fund housing needs that ensure we address homelessness through prevention, permanent supportive housing, and family stabilization grants, and more. We're also deeply concerned with the 7% cut to the Police Oversight Office. The Trump administration just released an executive order that promotes arrests and institutionalization of homelessness
What's happening in DC right now is unfathomable, and if the history of violence in our country doesn't sway you enough to stop these cuts, then consider where our country is going. We need pathways to make sure there is oversight in Austin of police and honestly everywhere in our country. In the last few weeks, you've heard directly from impacted people from Vocal and other places and services that are already facing millions of cuts, while programs like Medicaid, SNAP, and other programs are being slashed. So some of you have said that the city can't fill every gap, but the reality is that we need to try and we need to be creative. Also, the housing department needs to, the ROTA expansion needs to be considered. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Guzman?
Good afternoon. I'm Monica Guzman, Policy Director of GAVA, Go Austin, Vamos Austin.
Monica, just 1 second. You did have some time donated. I just want to see if Roy Whaley and Doris Adams are here.
Roy Whaley's there.
Okay, and Doris?
No, I know she's not.
Okay,
she
4
had
minutes
to leave
then,
already.
please.
You'll have 4 minutes, Ms. Guzman.
Thank you. Okay, now I can breathe a little.
Yes.
So again, Monica Guzman, Policy Director of GAVA, Go Austin, Vamos Austin. As I said already earlier, we understand the need for, possible need for a tax rate election. And if there is one, hopefully it's not much beyond the 3.5 that y'all are allowed to do. But regardless of what it is, again, prioritize the basic needs, the critical needs. While we do need our uniformed, sworn officers, the police department is not equipped or trained to handle a lot of things that they get called for, unfortunately. But the community health paramedics and EMS, they can respond to non-emergency calls. They are trained to respond to calls regarding the homeless. I personally did a ride-along with one of them last year and can see what a difference they make, making sure that ambulances are available for those emergency calls instead of an ambulance being tied up with going to someone's home to help them change their oxygen tank or open a bottle of medicine. Invest in the chippers, I believe is how they refer to themselves when I did the ride-along. Invest in the fire department. We need the 4 on the engine, especially in the densified areas as in District 4, the northern end, the Runberg area. We have plenty, and it's not just commercial apartments. We have duplexes, fourplexes, 1 unit's on fire. You have multiple units and lives at risk. Please maintain the 4 on the engine. It is really needed. And again, prioritize the immigration, legal services, and mental health services as well. With the current political climate, Washington, D.C. clawing back money, we need to make sure there are resources for the immigrant families, for the people experiencing homelessness. Yesterday, the North Austin Target shooting, that is within walking distance of my home, less than a quarter of a mile away. It is unfortunate of people who were injured, people who were killed, especially a 4-year-old. And that means not just one system, multiple systems failed everybody. The person who was responsible for it has a history. And while the police were called, they respond to it after the fact. Invest in the services to address people like that. Make sure they have mental health services, facilities, whatever is needed, so it's one less person on the street who puts everybody else at risk. And also the Family Stabilization Grant, like I said, it's hard keeping up with how y'all are having to juggle the TREs. Again, that makes a world of difference because people who don't get that, especially if it's not funded again, you will have more people seeking assistance, whether it's through a food pantry or the emergency rental assistance, and there's not enough to go around. Those are safety net programs that are needed. But the Family Stabilization Grant provides economic support. It allows them to make adjustments as needed, get caught up on rent, buy their groceries, pay for their medical supplies, their medication. I remember last year at this point, one of those residents was in an interview, I believe, with Mayor Pro Tem Fuentes, talking about what a difference it made for her because she was able to address health issues. Those are the real differences. So please, prioritize those most in need, those with critical needs, the ones that our police, firefighters, and EMS are not trained to handle. Thank you.
Ms. Blythe?
I'm Sharon Blythe. I'm in District 6.
Ms. Blythe, I'm sorry for interrupting, but you also have time donated by Susan Cesaro. She's here. 4 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. A little bit of my background. When I was 42 years old, I lost my husband to cancer. I had a 15-year-old and a 12-year-old child. I raised those children through high school, through college, never asked for $1 of public assistance. I made it. A lot of these other folks can make it too if they really put their minds to it. There are reasons why they're not doing it, but I think a lot of it is because they're not trying. And I'm kind of offended that you're going to try to raise my taxes through this TRA when I can't really afford my house right now. And you all are taking that 4% raise yourselves. That's ludicrous. You should be ashamed of yourselves. I have one question though. We don't know what y'all are doing today because you just all of a sudden started changing things up. We have never had an opportunity to review what you're changing. But what percentage of increase are you proposing over the no new revenue tax? What is it? What are you going to? The way I read the posting, you're going to go to 7 or 8% above what we're paying now. And I just like to know. I know your faces are just blank here, but I would like to know that question, the answer to that question. Where are you headed? We don't know from this, all of a sudden, this meeting that we've never even seen the data. We've never had an opportunity to review it. And that is not open government. That is not transparency. And maybe you did it behind closed doors. I don't know. But the public sure doesn't know it. So I'm not going to answer to that right now. Anybody can answer me that?
Ma'am, tonight we will, hopefully tonight, maybe it'll be tomorrow, we will vote on a specific motion where we're required to put exactly the answer to your question into that. Right now, we don't have that. We don't even have a motion out there on what that would be. But that we will be required to have a motion that has that specific amount, and we'll be required to vote on it by a roll call vote.
Before the public has an opportunity to even analyze it or
well, that's what we've been doing for some time now is working through different aspects of that budget.
Yeah, but you're talking like everybody understands what you're doing. They don't. It's hard to know what you're doing if you're not writing it down on the message board or whatever. I know you put out a spreadsheet today that I was trying to review and follow Carrie Lang, but I couldn't even follow her jargon about it. And you all just think that people understand it. And my city council person sitting there, Krista Lane, just not asking any questions, not even addressing me as her constituent. And that's shameful, Krista, that's shameful. Thank you very much. I'll look forward to your answer, but it's going to be way too late.
Continuing on, Brad Massengill, Peter Hunt, Ben Sudaby, Kimberly Levinson, Chris Page, Guatemoc Torin.
Afternoon, council members. My name is Peter Hunt. I'm a resident of District 10. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this afternoon. I want to start by first thanking Councilmember Siegel for bringing the amendment, the revenue neutral amendment regarding the allocation of funds for booking in the interlocal agreement, and also to Councilmembers Vila, Alter, Kadri, and Mayor Pro Tem Fuentes for already supporting this amendment. We think this is just good sort of fiscal policy. It's not adding or taking any money from the budget. It's just moving it to a place that's more sensible. In the case of this particular amendment, that would be toward general funds and non-departmental allocations. And I would encourage all other council members to support this amendment as well, regardless of how the TRE ends up. I also wanted to say that I was pleased to see various of these initial budgets, these TRE proposals, listing more funding for the Office of Police Oversight. In the last couple of weeks, I've been volunteering at the state legislature, trying to advocate at the state level for more support for that sort of initiative. And I think it's important that the good work that the city has already done to ensure transparency and accountability for police officers here in the city does not get eroded by further budget cuts. So seeing the funding remain for those OPO positions is a good thing, and I'm pretty happy about it. I also just wanted to mention, since we're speaking on item 10, that I had some concerns just about how, at least for this agenda item, the language of the TRE proposal was framed. I think in keeping with what this council has admirably done to try to advocate for a sort of one budget framework, it's important that any language that gets put on the ballot or put forward about this TRE is fairly representative of the proportionality of the budget that is getting funded and does not seek to pick out specific items as sort of exceptional or going to be funded necessarily by a TRE, but that the language encompasses the entirety of the budget. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Ben Sutterby, resident of District 4, proud member of the union, but speaking on behalf of myself, and as a proud member of AFSCME 1624, I talk to a lot of people who work with administration of the elections, right? And also people who work at the city forecasting forward. And sometimes, you know, it's years and years ahead. And one thing that I wanted to highlight, and since we're talking on item 10, is that cadence. I know that the state has put us in this bad spot and that we have to go to the voters for something that previously would have been just within the authority of a council running the business of a city. And if we think about the cadence, how often are we going to be going to the voters for this? I want you to think about that when you're setting the tax rate today. Don't lowball it and put us back here in just a couple short years, right? Think in a way that lets us establish a rate that will put us on good, solid footing and not have to go through this exercise in a short time. I think the cadence that has been talked about has been 4 years. With the decision you'll be making today, hopefully today, maybe tomorrow, the rate that you set, we're talking about people's jobs, we're talking about essential services, and you'll hear a lot of people today and then, you know, later on today, talking about essential things they want funded. I also ask those people to think about what are they willing to cut? For people who are completely against the concept of taxation, those folks, I really want them to dwell on what services that are provided by the hardworking people of the city of Austin. What services are going to cut? Is it going to be your library? Is it going to be the clinic down in the neighborhood?
Chris Page. I think it's crucial that the city be truly incentivized to be more productive with its dollars and not in some kind of weird Doge way. I'm totally against that, you know, hack and slash. But you have $1.5 billion that you're budgeting this year. $1.5 billion. That's $100 million more than last year. You know, we didn't expect ARPA funds years ago. We just got them. And frankly, that was $188 million that we were not expecting. And we outperformed almost every peer economy, you know, peer in terms of scale. We should not be pushing this up for something that guarantees 4 years we're going to be flush. We should push it up for the minimum amount of time so that we truly incentivize our city to be productive with our tax dollars and to ensure that our employees are paid, that the homeless are housed, that our city services are adequate, that our infrastructure is robust, all of those things. But with $1.5 billion, I think we could have done that this year. We shouldn't be moving for this TRE. And SB2 is not a surprise to us. That was passed years ago. And I've heard it specifically described by people, you know, frankly, Manager Broadnax described us as spending as though we were on a sugar high. And that's true. It's absolutely true. And simultaneously, I will tell you, from the ground, every resident is less satisfied. I've seen almost every resident grow greatly less satisfied in recent years as our budget has ballooned. We need to incentivize better city operations. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a remote caller for item 10, Taya Johnson.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Taya Johnson. I'm here on behalf of the Austin Area Urban League. The city budget is more than numbers and a statement of our values in Austin, and Austin has a responsibility to care for its most vulnerable residents. Federal cuts, the loss of ARPA funds, and costly decisions like the police contract have left a budget that squeezes essential community services while locking in millions for law enforcement. As Texas experiences rising rates of homelessness and increasing severe weather events, consistent, inclusive, and life-saving shelter access is undeniable. While inclement weather shelters are critical stopgates, they are often overwhelmed and inconsistent in availability and quality. Many operate under differing policies and standards, leading to inequitable treatment and service provisions for vulnerable populations. We need a budget that invests in the true backbone of public safety: housing, healthcare, climate resilience, and community care, which would mean fully restoring social service contracts, the Housing Trust Fund, immigration legal services, funding inclement weather shelters, homelessness services, and flood prevention, and protecting transparency by keeping police oversight strong, and refusing to move court funding under APD. The police contract should not come to the expense of equality and public safety, and we urge you to make binding commitment that no additional funds beyond the contract will go to APD, and that every available dollar be directed toward urgent community needs. Invest in people first. Austin has positioned itself as a sanctuary city, meaning it protects every resident, especially those most vulnerable to climate disasters, displacement, and systemic inequities. We cannot let this budget walk back the progress our communities have fought for. Please build a budget that reflects the values of our people, are served, and go to voters if needed to fund it. Thank you.
Moving on to item 11, Walter Moreau, Sophia Barbato, Sharon Blythe.
Ms. Blythe, you want to talk on this one? All right, she's saying no.
Okay, moving on to item 12, Walter Moreau, Sophia Barbato, Sharon Blythe, and Jeffrey Bowen.
Ms. Blythe, Mr. Bowen, you want to speak? Mr. Bowen's coming forward. Ms. Blythe indicates she doesn't want to.
Jeffrey Bowen, live in District 8. In regards to item 12, manager to develop a public dashboard to report on performance of services providers contracted to achieve homeless strategy office plan. Thank you. The question I have for this is, why haven't we done this earlier? There's been a cry from the community for years about the amount of money being spent on homelessness without anything to really show for that. So the questions I have are basically, how are these defined? Who defined these? Who are going to define these policies? These policies of this performance of service, and what are the consequences not achieving this performance? We should be on a performance base. That's what's expected of us as employees. That's what I expect of my subcontractors. This is what I expect you to do for what you're being paid to do. If you do not do that, then you will not get that money for that until it's corrected. Again, is the funding connected to this performance? Why now? And also, there must have transparency and accountability. There's been so much lack of transparency in this entire homeless situation when we look at our green belts and how much environmental damage and the safety aspect of it when we continue to pour millions of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars in cleanups only to come back and have to do this again. This needs to be done, and I appreciate the fact that this is finally coming forward, but it should have come forward a long time ago but there needs to be some teeth in it, and people need to be held accountable, especially those that are paying. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bowen. Are you going to want to speak on item 13 as well?
No, sir, I don't think it's on my list.
Okay, item 13, we do have you, Mr.
We
Bowen.
have you listed, but
You don't have to speak.
yeah. Look,
No, that's fine.
Never let it be said I forced you to.
No,
Okay.
never let it be said that I didn't pass up an opportunity.
There you go.
Okay, as some of y'all may know. This one here, item 13, this is Jeffrey Bowen again, District 8. Establish a park maintenance fund by special fees. Wow, it's about damn time. It's really been amazing to me living here for 35 years and watching how the lack of maintenance has all of a sudden become a giant issue for us. We have not been maintaining our parks, yet there's still that cry for we need more parks, yet we can't maintain what we have. You're looking at a maintenance fee for the special events. I constantly look at this and go, this is no different than going and renting a trailer at Home Depot. If ACL is renting our park, they should be paying for that use of our park. That money, as far as I'm concerned, should go back into that park, not back into the general fund or even into a category for that. But it needs to be done in an equitable fashion for those smaller venues that are using that. Again, this will tie back into the next one about parks, but the thing about it is who's responsible? What's the performance evaluations? Who's going to set all this up? Those need to be critically evaluated so that the public can look at that, because we have lost trust in the entire system. I lost trust in the park system a long time ago when they said that we needed all this money, and yet we can't maintain what we have. So there has been a disconnect in the entire process. This is not rocket science by any stretch of the imagination. This is nothing but good business, and this is the way it needs to be treated as good business. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Other speakers for item 13 is Walter Moreau, Sophia Barbato, and Sharon Blythe.
Ms. Blythe, I'm going to assume if you don't stand up that you're not going to want to speak. All right.
Item 14, Walter Moreau, Sophia Barbato, Sharon Blythe, Patricia Nunez, Guadamatak Torin.
Thank you for coming forward. If your name's been called, please come forward. Please.
Cualiteotlak. Good afternoon, buenas tardes, members of the council. My name is Patricia Nunez. I'm here first to thank you for your support of our Academia Cuautli organization, which is housed under the Emma Barrientos Mexican American Center. As a bilingual Spanish-English public school teacher and an advocate for over 30 years, I can speak to the unique programming Academia Cuautli offers our youth. Unlike other educational programs, Academia Cuautli's STEAM program, which is science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics, focuses on Mesoamerican knowledge systems, which are traditionally not taught in our schools. As an example, I present to you the Nepo Huatzitzin, which is this is a Mayan abacus system whose name means counting to transcend. This instrument offers students a highly effective kinesthetic instrument that can be used to add, subtract, divide, and multiply into the billions. It has all calculating functions, including the square root. Introducing the NEPO at our summer program was made possible through the collaboration of Academia with other institutes such as the Indigenous Culture Institute in San Marcos and higher education institutions in San Antonio and Austin. I share this to highlight our goal to expand what is learned and create what is a value and priority in our program. Our programming also includes the teaching of the Danza Mexica, led by one of our respected abuelas in the community. I just want to thank and share that academia is a place where there's intergenerational learning and learning that is based on the land that we work and play in.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
On to item 15, Walter Moreau, Sophia Barbato, Sharon Blythe. Item 16, Walter Moreau, Sophia Barbato, Sharon Blythe, Jeffrey Bowen. And Zenobia Joseph.
Starting to feel like Zenobia now, running up and down here. So, Jeffrey Bowen. Yeah, Jeffrey Bowen, District 8. Item 16, fee dedicated to maintaining parks, feasibility of creating these park districts. Let's call it what it actually is. It's a tax. Plain, simple. If it's a fee that you're going to put on our water bills and our electricity bills, call it what it is. It is nothing but a tax. What about those of us that don't use the parks? I can't use my district park because we have so many break-ins over there at Dick Nichols that I'm afraid to even go over there and try to use the pool. So it is a tax. Call it what it is. Let's be transparent about this. Again, the parks have been so far behind in maintenance, whether it's mismanagement, which is what I'm going to assume it is, or just based upon the fact that they're just not doing a very good job. Look at your own neighborhood parks. One of the criteria for the neighborhood parks is what, within a 10-minute walk? Not even close in my neighborhood. A lot of neighborhoods around this town, not even close. So it really needs to be called out and be transparent. That's all we're asking for is transparency and accountability. If that can't be handled, then I guess we just need to just figure out something else. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Joseph?
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I'm Zenobia Joseph. Didn't realize I was registered for this item, but I can speak to parks since you called me up. Specifically, I just want to remind you that at Gus Garcia, our senior citizens have waited over 33 years for a senior center. And so I've asked that there be at least 2 portables placed there, and the director told me there's $450,000 for a portable. I would ask you to, as I said in the Audit and Finance Committee, to collaborate with Austin Independent School District and actually put one of those portables over at Gus Garcia. As it relates to the 10-minute walk, I just want to remind you that at Metropolitan Park, Walnut Metropolitan Park, which is on North Lamar, you can't get from the Housing Authority of the City of Austin property. You can't get there from Not Your Ordinary School. There's 1,727 students at Not Your Ordinary School, according to the Texas Academic Performance Report 2023 to 2024. Therefore, I would ask you, as I've said before, as it relates to sidewalks, we need you to fund the sidewalks that are already in the budget. I need you to fund the sidewalks that are already in the bonds. And I want you to recognize that there's a need to actually pause some of these projects that are in your infrastructure report, because it does not look at Vision Zero data. There are there are only 4 fatalities on Burnett Road, but over 380 or so incidents on North Lamar. But yet North Lamar, although it was number 1, and I see you looking at the time, Mayor, although it was number 1, it wasn't funded. And so respectfully, I would ask you to recognize the number of fatalities that have occurred, and to look at the May 15, 2020 data that is posted by TxDOT. If you have any questions, I'll gladly answer them at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Joseph.
You're welcome.
Moving on to item 17, Andy Brower, Lynn Williams, Walter Moreau, Sophia Barbato, Will Hyatt, Sharon Blythe, Mark Philly, Jay Popham, Charles Ray Guidry,
Welcome.
Hi, you all. Mark Philly. I'm a resident of District 8 in the far northwest. Good morning, all, or afternoon. One of the things that, a lot of people talk about safety, and in general, if you don't experience like homelessness, when you see it, you often don't feel safe. And so that's one of the reasons why I want to support this item 17 on the agenda for helping folks with homelessness. And related to it, one thing I learned just, I think, last year, there's a place out east called Austin Community Village. I didn't even know it was here. I've been here for 25 years. But like the things that I've talked with in people in my life that have experienced some level of displacement, whether it's, from them not receiving city services, or they have to leave a bad family situation, or, other like loss of their primary residence, that getting back on their feet is really difficult. So I'm full in support of doing these types of these types of items for the homeless population. And I know it's a little bit of an extra thing, but yeah, it helps them, and also helps the general community around them feel, like safer, because I don't know if any of y'all have been camping, but if even just when you intend to be camping for like 3 days, then after that you're like, yeah, I need to get back to like civilization. So I'm sure there's a bunch of them folks that don't intend to be on the street, but just like a little bit of help. So thank you all.
Thank you. Ms. Blythe, why don't you go next?
Sharon Blythe, District 6. I guess I want to ask a question. How much is too much? You continue to buy hotels, accommodate these homeless people. There's other people in this city besides the homeless, and I don't think you all even realize that. Maybe I'll be homeless one day, but I don't understand why you continue to add on funds for a homeless situation that you can't get a handle on. It's not getting any better, it's getting worse. You are inviting people to come to the city when you say, we're going to give you a house, we're going to support you, we're going to feed you, we're going to support you, we're going to give you a house. Come on over to Austin. Let's bankrupt the city for all this. You all need to really think about that. It's what is enough is enough. 110 million plus you're doing this year? Just realize what you're doing to the citizens. And it's it's not getting any better. You got lots of people coming up here wanting, more homeless, let's get more housing for the homeless, more housing. And you're ruining the neighborhoods, you're ruining the city by doing that. Thank you.
Hi, Mayor, council members, Mayor Pro Tem Fuentes, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today on this issue of providing additional emergency homelessness shelter for families experiencing homelessness here in Austin. I see that the resolution as written authorizes a minimum of 50 shelter spots to be made available to these families, while the whereases of the resolution acknowledge that there are 1,944 such families here in Austin currently. I think that we need to take that seriously. We've heard a lot today about the notion of family budget, right? Or running a city like a household. This speaks to me as a socialist, because a lot of times people ask me, like, well, where'd you get these ideas? Huh? Me, I have no problem saying these are family values. I come from a big family, and we all took care of each other. This was never a question. If you needed to eat, if you needed money for education, you would come to the family and we would take care of that, because those are the important things that we need to survive. Is a roof over our head, is food, and is education. I think that the things we're going to talk about today are all fundamentally a matter of care and this notion of us being in a family. I said I've got a real big family. My mom's one of 8. I'm one of nearly 1 million people here in Austin. So I think that with that number of folks, we can share these burdens to continue, just to live. Every life is an entire world contained within it. A family, is of course an entire universe, right? So let's please put a roof over these families' heads. Let's take care of our neighbors here in Austin. Let's take care of our family. Thank you.
Sir, could you just state your name, please?
Of course, Jay Popham, District 2.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Andy Brower, and I'm with Central Presbyterian Church and also representing the Homeless Advocacy Project. Thank you very much to Councilmember Lane and for all the council members that signed on for this resolution today. As the last speaker said, this is a really critical issue facing our city today, and I know resources are scarce, but we can probably all agree we want to take care of our highest risk people, which are our kids. And this problem has been increasing over recent years. I was here a few weeks ago. We talked about the 1,945 families, and that is 27% of all homeless people are unsheltered families. So, you know, it hits you different when you're a provider and you have messages coming in. You know, we just heard one Monday, a survivor of domestic violence living in Austin with her 18-year-old daughter, a provider desperately asking where they can go because the Safe Alliance and the 8th Street Shelter have waiting lists. So I'm sure it's hard to imagine what it would be like to get a call or an email from a desperate mother with a child that's sleeping in a car or in a tent or in another safe place, and to have to tell her we have nowhere to go. And that's what's happening now is providers don't even know what to tell families anymore. So despite the shortfall and the difficulty, I'm hoping this can be a priority. I have been working in homeless services since 2018, and we have had plans to end youth homelessness and veterans homelessness, but we've had no specific focus on families. I hope that we can step up as a community. I just submitted a one-pager on the resolution and why it makes good policy sense to pass it, but also an op-ed written by me and Melinda Cantu from SAFE. Melinda's been working in family shelter for over 25 years, and she kind of talks about the perspective there from a provider.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Will Hyatt with HouseOfHomes.org, president of that organization. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for all that you have been doing to help see that affordable housing is on the rise. We're backing this church proposal for Amendment 17 and really firmly believing that taking care of these families should be the top priority, that women and children, and the community will back this kind of thing. We need a template here that can be emulated by others, just like Community First Village, which is a stellar organization, and they're contemplating in their phase 4, not decided yet in any way, but they're contemplating doing something like this. So let's get the churches together, and this church right here will bring a volunteer army, and that army can also bring in resources and funds. Let's show something that's successful from the downtown area as well. The family shelter thing is a must. It has to be done. I'm believing for that, claiming it, and suggesting you all take it into prayer and believe for it too, because everyone wants to help these families. And we need to get something started with the churches, which can then be emulated not only in the state and the country, but around the world, because homelessness is on the rise. We've been serving out in Kerr County. There's a whole new face to homelessness, and that community is getting together, and those funds are coming from philanthropic forces, and those forces will recognize a program that works, and then that can be emulated and used in other churches where they're perfectly located to do some of these things. So let's show them with this one that this can be done, and let's get it done for the divine ecumenical approach, uniting the churches, ecumenical and all-inclusive, so everyone would want to get involved with this. It's something that should be inspired. This city's a beacon of light and a city on the hill. Let's get it done. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you.
Continuing on, Peter Kim, Ben Sotheby, Victoria Salinas, Stephen Potter.
If you're going to speak, please come forward.
Ben Sotheby, District 4, speaking on behalf of myself. My neighborhood, my part of town, is one that has many of my neighbors impacted by homelessness. I like this item, I like this item, and I want to thank everybody who co-signed and is hopefully going to approve this, because it's one of those ones that both speaks to the heart and to the budget. As far as concerns of people moving here to take advantage or game the systems, the vast majority of people who face homelessness in our city are from our city. I talk to people all the time on my bus route in my neighborhood. They're from here. Their families are from here. Particularly this item that is addressing keeping families together, this is something that saves our city money. These are the types of dollars that prevent much more expensive things were it not in place. Doing outreach to people who are spread out into the woods, people who are being forced to split up families where they have some form of network of care is much more expensive, much more difficult. So these are good dollars. I understand the concerns of some about, well, you know, is it being managed properly? Yes, it is. We have an office dedicated to this, to our plan, the way our city addresses this. They do good work. This is something to keep families with children out, out from living in the woods and on the street in unsafe conditions. It's not going to fix it, but it is a step in the right direction of addressing those needs. And it is much more expensive to have to deal with it downstream if they're not kept together with the people who know them, care for them, can address some of the traumas that they have experienced. So I encourage you and thank you for voting yes on this item. This is a good thing.
Do I go?
Yes, please.
All right. I'm Peter. I'm from City Council District 1.
Please state your full name.
Peter Kim.
Thank you.
And I'm from City Council District 1. I'm here to speak in favor of item 17. And I'm still kind of a little hung up on someone who called earlier today, I think from the Austin Apartments Association, or whatever you call them. And it got me really mad because they were complaining that raising taxes was going to increase the cost of living for all the households that they claim to represent. And I wanted to ask them, who has the ability to control the rental rates they charge their tenants? Since we live in the great state of Texas, we are not allowed to impose rent control on any apartment. And people like these will use the language of affordability to paint themselves as sympathetic while they steal more money from the pockets of people already struggling to afford to just live where they already are. But I do want to thank them for raising the subject of affordability because it's these kinds of parasites who are one of the largest contributors to the homeless population and the crisis that we're facing. It's simple math. If cost of living keeps going up and wages don't keep up with it, you're going to lose your house. You're going to lose where you live. And we all know that affordability is just getting worse. So what do we think is going to happen to the population of unhoused people here in this city? Is that going to go up or down? Cutting support for them and hoping that the problem will fix itself is wishful thinking. I thought that I, as a progressive, was supposed to be the one demanding that I get everything for free. Yet here I am at City Hall advocating for the city to raise what I pay in property tax because I understand that if I sincerely want to take care of my neighbor, I need to pay for it. So I urge you all to vote yes on this item and support those who are most vulnerable in our communities. Thank you.
I have one remote speaker for item 17, Liana Hernandez.
Hello, my name is Liana Hernandez. I live in District 7. I just want to echo my neighbors who spoke before me and urge council to approve item 17. It's pretty clear why we need additional shelter capacity for families experiencing homelessness. Climate change is threatening everyone all over the world. Cost of living continues to rise. The tariffs haven't even hit us yet. Wages are stagnant and unlivable. And the city seems to have plenty of money for convention centers and empty office buildings and so-called beautification it doesn't need. It should be working to protect our most vulnerable residents. Imagine how beautified Austin would be if everyone had a safe place to live. Thank you.
For item 18, I also have Liana Hernandez.
Okay, don't mind if I do. I am Liana Hernandez, speaking on item 18. There was a study conducted in 2019, and it found that we could probably save 1.8 to 3.4 million if we consolidated just EMS and fire call centers. So I think we should explore the feasibility of combining not just those two, but also APD's emergency response. Data shows that consolidating these communication functions has been successful elsewhere in Texas. We could improve response times, minimize strain on public safety employees, and use the savings to focus on other city priorities like housing the homeless, for example. And speaking of city priorities, I also want to voice my support for Council Member Siegel's amendment to the budget to transfer funding for contract management regarding central booking and magistration services to a general or non-departmental fund. The TLDR is invest in community, not cops. Thank you.
For in-person speakers on item 18, Walter Moreau, Sophia Barbato, Sharon Blythe, Jay Popham, Peter Kim, Ben Sotheby, Monica Guzman, and Guatemoc Torin.
If your name's been called and you wish to speak, please come forward. Otherwise, we'll assume you don't.
Hi, y'all. Jay Popham, once again, here to speak on this important item. A little while ago this year, we were speaking about the possibility of putting a roof on a highway. Here it seems like we have two distinct call centers with two roofs we could put under one. I believe that's cost savings the previous caller was speaking to. And yeah, just generally, I think that we ought to be looking at as many options as possible to return civilian control over the budget. As we know, it's extremely difficult to ever move any dollars out of APD due to law passed by our state government. And, I believe that wherever possible, it is a democratic imperative for us in Austin to be able to shape the moral document that the budget is to the greatest extent possible. We've heard a lot of needs today, more flexibility in the budget by transferring these vital functions to the general fund and realizing efficiencies from that is another one of those imperatives for us if we're going to act in a fiscally responsible way here. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Kim?
Hello, I'm back again. Peter Kim, District 7 for the record. No, sorry, District 1, my bad. Yeah, I don't really have too much to add to what was already stated on this. It seems to be a very practical thing to just consolidate these separate services under one roof and also to see what we can do as a city to move money outside of the jurisdiction of EPD and under more democratic control by the rest of us. Again, since we live in Texas, any increase to APD can never be taken out. And I just don't want us to be committing more money to that if we don't have to, especially if the city is already facing an affordability or a budget crisis right now. So thank you very much.
Moving on to item 19. Oh, I have remote speakers. One moment. Sandra Muller. Sandra, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, please.
Hi, sorry. Okay, hi, this is Sandra Muller. I'm no longer a resident of Austin, but I lived there for 13 years, and I was a volunteer for both ATA and AAC. And I was there when this original 2019 resolution was added. And I fully support this amendment to the city code that puts the decisions back into the hands of AAC's veterinarians. I think it's really important. And I want to thank the sponsors for putting it forward. So for years now, AAC has been above capacity, often with closed intake. And the PRC has backlogged appointments for owner surrenders. So it makes no sense to add to Austin's animal population. But ATA says they'll take all the puppies and kittens. Why? Because they're easy to adopt, they make for good marketing, and they sell for $250 a pop, or pup, as it were. So it sounds a bit like for-profit breeding to me, but as you know, the population that actually needs saving are medium to large dogs that have been languishing for years and costing the taxpayers lots of money. The APA has asked their social media friends to oppose this item. They're going to get a lot of calls, but in an interesting turn of events, people are supporting this resolution. The county is currently schooling Dr. Jefferson on spay aborts and her supposed overpopulation myth. So thank you for this resolution, and let's get the animal population under control. And I would just like to remind the people there, I know you've all been there all day, I want to remind you that adopting a senior or adult animal means you still get all the love, but you will know the breed, the weight, the temperament, the skills, and your home will not be chewed up or peed on. And thank you all for your time.
Paige Nilsson.
Hello, Austin City Council. My name is Paige Nilsson. I'm a resident of District 4, and I'm a practicing veterinarian. Prior to vet school, I did neurophysiology research at UCLA for 3 years. I am also the newly elected chair of the Animal Advisory Commission, but I am not speaking in that role today. I am speaking as a practicing veterinary professional and passionate animal advocate in support of Agenda Item 19. Yesterday, APA put out a video in opposition to Item 19. My statements to claim that, quote, this is not a procedure. Her opinion and the graphic procedures she described are not in line with the current science and recommendations for pregnant stays. Spaying pregnant cats and dogs is a routine procedure that is humane when done according to current Association of Shelter Veterinarian guidelines. And there is no fetal suffering after the procedure. In my comments today, I'm referring specifically to cat and dog fetuses, and all of my statements are supported in the 2012 JAVMA review article that I emailed to Council this morning. During a spay of a pregnant cat or dog, the fetuses have the same or higher concentrations of anesthetic drugs as the rest of the animal that is undergoing surgery. Additionally, after the uterus is removed, fetuses inside of that uterus cannot get rid of the anesthetic drugs if the uterus is kept closed. Therefore, shortly after spay, the fetuses die on their own from a lack of circulation while they are anesthetized. Additionally, as detailed in the JAVMA article, we have EEGs that show there is zero possibility of fetal brains in a low oxygen state. Because there is no consciousness in these fetuses, in addition to the fetuses being anesthetized, there is no fetal suffering. I encourage you all to let science, expertise, and logic shape our city's policies and vote yes on 19. Thank you for your time.
Catherine Chambly.
Good afternoon, council members, mayor. My name is Catherine Chambly, and I'm a resident of District 7. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. I am calling in to support item 19, a resolution giving spay abort decision-making back to the veterinarians at AAC and directing the removal of the current ordinance requirement that rescues be given 48 hours to pull visibly pregnant animals in order to deliver their litters. Austin is currently in a stray and unwanted animal crisis. This resolution would cut down drastically on the number of animals entering the shelter rescue pipeline in Austin and in no way impact the city's no-kill status. No-kill involves the live release rate of living animals, not the required birthing of unborn fetuses. As it currently stands, Austin law is effectively anti-abortion for pets and results in an unnecessary mass production of baby animals for purposes of sale, in large part by Austin Pets Alive. It is mind-boggling to me, in my opinion, irresponsible of APA, a nationally known rescue, to be so adamantly determined to continue this kitten puppy supply line. And quite frankly, it appears APA is out of sync with virtually every other animal rescue group in this regard. Indeed, the vast majority of public comment on APA's stance find it shocking for a large rescue and profoundly irresponsible. I am asking City Council to listen to voices of reason and vote in favor of Austin's living animals in favor of this resolution. Thank you for your time.
Heather Myers.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. My name is Heather Myers, and I am a volunteer at Austin Animal Center, an attorney, and an animal advocate in the greater Austin area. While I would typically be here to zealously support item 19, the primary impact of which would permit Austin Animal Center to perform spay-abort surgeries without notice to rescue partners, I am unable to do so in light of the proposed cuts to AAC's specialty and emergency veterinary services in the city budget. It's true those services are not the same ones used for routine or complex spay-abort surgeries, but they are still critical to AAC's ability to treat sick and injured animals and respond to emergencies. The current veterinary team is already struggling to meet existing needs. In fact, there is currently a backlog of spay-neuter surgeries for dogs that are not pregnant. So cutting specialty and emergency care services while increasing surgical interventions under item 19 will stretch an already under-resourced system to the breaking point. Even if additional spay-abort services could be provided with current resources, the loss of specialty and emergency care will mean other animals in kennels or on the streets will wait longer, suffer more, and in many cases die unnecessarily. Preventing that harm depends on a fully functional, well-resourced veterinary department across all service areas. If council passes item 19, you must also fully protect funding for emergency and specialty veterinary care in the proposed budget. Councilmember Lane's Amendment 2, which reallocates $100,000 of the more than $500,000 in cuts, is a start, but it does not go far enough. Expanding one part of the veterinary workload while cutting the funding for another will not balance out, but it will harm more animals and further erode Austin's no-kill commitment. Thank you so much.
David Page. David, are you there?
Hello? Yeah, I'm sorry, I have to turn off mute. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is David Page. I'm an Austin District 6 resident and volunteer with large dogs at AAC, then APA for about 10 years. I read the draft of Resolution 19 on the city website and was puzzled as to what problem this resolution attempts to solve. After some investigation, I believe the intent of the resolution is to remove a requirement that AAC please pregnant dogs and cats to rescues before spaying the animal. And I think from listening to the discussion so far, that's the case. I have concerns about how the resolution is being presented. I feel like the resolution is disingenuously worded and could have been much clearer about its intent. There is no reference to current city code or policy in the resolution. The resolution addressing no fiscal impact was given in the resolution, but I suspect it's infinitesimal in the scope of the budget challenges our city faces. The resolution is, in fact, a animal welfare policy issue and should be brought up for discussion in that context, and stakeholders should have an opportunity to weigh in on a policy change instead of trying to slip it in via the budget. I'm totally in favor of spay and neuter, for example, adopting an ordinance similar to Waco's mandatory spay, neuter, and microchip ordinance, and increased funding of free spay and neuter clinics in high-need areas of Austin. At the same time, I have some misgivings, just personal feelings about spaying dogs and cats that are close to giving birth, as possibly due to my ignorance. If there's a net community benefit to removing the requirement to flee these animals close to birth of rescues, then the proponents of the resolution should make their case explicitly. So given the above, I urge y'all to vote no on Amendment 9 and move the discussion of the issue to the Animal Advisory Commission or other appropriate venue. Thank you.
That's all the remote speakers for 19, so I will switch to in-person speakers. Walter Moreau, Sophia Barbato, Sharon Blythe, Shelley Lieb, Ben Suddaby,
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Shelley Liebum. I misspelled my name on the form. Sorry about that. I'm a resident of District 4 and a volunteer at Austin Animal Center. Thanks for letting me speak today. I'm speaking in support of item 19, a resolution giving spay-abort decision-making back to the veterinarians at AAC and directing the removal of current ordinance requirements that rescues be given 48 hours to pull visibly pregnant animals in order to deliver their litters. Austin is currently in an animal crisis. Too many stray and unwanted animals. Any given day at the shelter, we're housing animals in crates. Intake is closed. Animals are being turned away back to the streets. Dogs are living in shelter kennels for a year or longer due to the lack of fosters or adopters. I've been volunteering there for over 5 years, and this has been the status quo the entire time I have volunteered. With this backdrop, it is unfathomable to me that this city has in ordinance a requirement that the shelter provide rescues a 48-hour notice in which to pull visibly pregnant animals before the city vet staff can perform spay abortion procedures. For a concrete example of the effects, according to Austin Pets Alive records, during the first 3 months of this year, they pulled a total of 24 pregnant or nursing dogs from AAC as a result of this ordinance. At an average of 5 to 7 puppies per litter, extrapolating out for the year, that number is about 480 to 672 additional shelter puppies entering the city's systems this year. APA's argument that it is no longer the city's burden nor a drain on city resources once their organization pulls these maternity dogs is, in my opinion, a logical fallacy. APA is an Austin-based rescue with largely Austin-based fosters and Austin-based adopters, meaning that even though APA may take the burden of all these additional animals on paper and then charge fees when they get adopted out, these animals are still adding to the pet population in the city, which has a finite number of adopters and fosters. I'm asking you to end the city's current status as in my opinion, de facto backyard breeder of shelter pets and vote in favor of this resolution. Thank you.
Pat Vostreyes, Julie Oliver, Craig Nazer, Susie Chase, and Rochelle Vickery.
If your name's been called, feel free to come forward and take a seat, and we'll just go in order. Ms. Valtreyes, please begin.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and City Council members. My name is Pat Valstreyes, and I live in District 3. I support item 19. Thank you, Councilmember Lane, for this item and also for Amendment 2. I really appreciate all you're doing in your first year at council. Thank you also, Councilmembers Siegel, Vela, Kadri, and Duchin. I appreciate that you are co-sponsoring this item. I hope it passes. Our community needs this, and we support you in passing this. Thank you. Pet overpopulation is not a myth. It is real. It is the reason our shelter is full. It is the reason we have closed intake. It is the reason that people who find a dog or cat are being told, you have to take responsibility for them. You have to pay for them to find their homes, to get them spayed or neutered, to get them vaccinated or microchipped. This is wrong. We have closed intake, and we need to change that by preventing unnecessary births. We need to take care of the animals that are already born, that are already living at the shelter for months and months and possibly even years. Our community shouldn't have this. We support a good animal shelter, and we have come out here and we have spoken in favor of it, and you know we care, and you know we want spay neuter, we want a good shelter, and the city audit commended the shelter veterinarians as the one program that was doing a good job at the shelter. Those veterinarians at the shelter should be trusted to make these decisions, and they should be allowed to spay and neuter. So thank you for what you're doing for Austin dogs and cats. I know this isn't your only problem. I know you have much, much bigger things on your agenda, but I appreciate this, and especially Councilmember Lane. Thank you.
My name is Rochelle Vickery. I'm coming to you at a different perspective. I've been a trapper for Travis County and Austin for almost 30 years. I don't like to trap female cats that are pregnant, but that's what happens. They are very frightened. That queen knows where her safe place is. But mine was going to the Humane Society, and the city was paying for it. And you can imagine if you multiply 6,500 cats by 4, that's how many kittens I stopped from being born. And when people take cats into the city, if it's pregnant, it goes to Austin Pets Alive. I want you to visualize a cat thrown in a cage, 4 by 4, 3 by 3. She doesn't know where she's at. She's well taken care of. The Austin Pets Alive does take good care of her. But she has to have her babies, and in turn, they take her babies, they fix her, and they put her in a barn thing. That isn't her home. She doesn't know where that is, and that's not her safe place. So let's fix her, put her back where she came from, and that family feeds her or whatever. She knows where her food is. I ask you to please let the vets take care of our animals. and it is a cash cow for Austin Pets Alive. The puppies, you heard what they was charging for puppies, and it is for cats. That's how they make their money. That's why they want all the puppies and kittens. Thank you. I just hope you just pass it, please.
Whoever wants to go next.
Thank you. Dear Mayor, Watson Council, I'm Julie Oliver. I'm a resident of D9. I wish my councilman was here right now, but I'm a large dog volunteer at Austin Animal Center and want to share my concerns about agenda item 19, which would reverse the city's policy requiring rescue notification before performing spay aborts on visibly pregnant animals. It was reaffirmed in 2022 by the Austin Animal Advisory Commission. I understand and appreciate the complexity of shelter management, budgeting, and the policy at issue, but based on my experience at AAC, I believe this change is not well timed, particularly when proposed budget already cuts emergency and surgical veterinary funding, and when our shelter's veterinary team is already stretched beyond their capacity. This might be a different conversation if the shelter were fully funded and staffed to meet the medical needs of the animals in its care currently. I've personally been asking a month that council restore veterinary funding and perhaps even add to it. This feels really misaligned right now with the cuts and adding more surgical requirements to the shelter. As a volunteer, I see firsthand some of the bad outcomes. I'll give you an example. Princess Peach was not pled to APA. She was a visibly pregnant dog. We submitted a lot of pink slips for her. After her surgery, she was put into her kennel immediately, bleeding from her surgical site. Her gums were pale. She was not doing well. They put her back in veterinary services for over a month. That cost the shelter a lot of staff time to take care of her. Another dog, just a routine surgery. He swallowed a squeaker toy. His name was Licorice. For 8 days, he was vomiting. 6 pink slips went in, asking for somebody to look at him. Vet staff couldn't look at him. They couldn't perform the surgery on a dog in their care already. And he was pled to APA. Thank you, APA, for taking him and saving his life. It's just not the right timing right now, so please reconsider this.
Councilmember Codry.
Yeah, I'm just going to make a quick comment. I've been walking off the dais at times. My grandfather died not even 12 hours ago. I was on the phone with him and my mother as he took his last breath. I am trying to be here as much as I can, but if I'm walking off the dais, it's not because I'm having fun. It's because I'm talking to my mom and she's finding out where to bury him. So I just want to make that known.
Thank you, Councilmember. Yes, ma'am. You go next, and then Mr. Naser.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I'm Susie Chase, District 10 constituent, former council staff member, and for over 4 years, I've been working at Austin Pets Alive. I spoke with several of your staff members yesterday after finding out on Monday evening that item 19 was posted on the budget agenda with 0 community stakeholder engagement. Austin Pets Alive, the nonprofit shelter partner that accepts 100% of the animals that Austin Animal Center asks us to take that are pregnant, was not notified by any of your offices that a change was proposed to our operations as your largest shelter partner. So for the sponsor and co-sponsors that are up here on the dais, it was my understanding that leadership at the City of Austin shows a culture of transparency and community engagement built on the Bleecker training of informed consent, but this is not the case with this item. Item 19 as written will not reduce taxpayer funding. Item 19 as written will not minimize overcrowding at the city shelter. And item 19 as written is not a pro-choice issue, as one of your staff members alluded to me in a meeting yesterday. On behalf of Austin Pets Alive, I'm going to be very transparent. We have had a really good working relationship with the interim chief and with ACM Carbajal, and we really want to have a good relationship with all of you. All of your offices have been invited to tour with me and Dr. Ellen Jefferson, and all of your offices have received a proposal from Dr. Jefferson today that should be an amendment to item 19. My ask for you is that you will please vote no to item 19 or else consider this a friendly amendment, and thank you so much for the time. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Naser.
My name is Craig Naser. I'm representing myself. I was a past member of the Austin Animal Advisory Commission for 8 years, and I was the chair for the last 2 of those years. I joined the commission at the beginning of No Kill. I had not been a part of that movement, so I learned about No Kill by watching the then Chief Animal Officer, Tawny Hammond, successfully show the entire country what No Kill was and how it could work. I think No Kill can work, but it must have the right leadership and it must be allowed to evolve. Without that, it will fail. No Kill works by stopping the killing of animals for their own good or for the city's lack of resources. Item 19 is not in alignment with these goals. The way No Kill is successful is that it greatly increases involvement of partner nonprofit organizations and individual volunteers because they have little to object to in what they may see as the unethical killing of animals. I believe the reason the shelter is in its current distressed state is due to the erosion of trust between the shelter and our many essential partner organizations and volunteers. I believe this is largely due to poor past leadership at the shelter, a leadership that did not understand that what No Kill required to succeed. The Animal Advisory Commission, through a recommendation, made this as clear as we possibly could 3 years ago. Approving item 19 will not improve this situation. New budget cuts will prevent injured animals from getting emergency life-saving care, yet pay veterinarians to cut late pregnancy fetuses from healthy mothers when other options are possible. To me, this makes no sense, and I cannot support it. I hope you don't either. Thank you.
We had a remote speaker call in for 19. It's Beverly Luna.
Hi, this is Beverly Luna again with Austin Lost and Found Pets. I'm first concerned this item isn't a budget item, and so it makes the title of the meeting misleading, and it seems inconsistent with the intent of the Open Meetings Act. Austin Lost and Found Pets gets between 12,000 and 1,800 posts for lost and found pets each month, so I'm keenly aware of the dogs that get into the Austin Animal Center and those that do not. The Austin Animal Center regularly refuses to allow pregnant dogs into the shelter under their emergency exceptions until the dog is about to give birth. So what they're proposing here is that they perform abortions on dogs that are probably within a week of giving birth. Are they planning to suffocate the pup? Are they planning to drown them? To me, this is beyond cruel, particularly considering Austin Pets Alive will take them. AAC is currently making appointments for dogs today to get into the shelter, but they're looking at dates in October. And dogs are generally pregnant for about 57 days. This late-term abortion, it's just shocking that y'all would even consider this and that Ms. Nielsen hasn't made you aware of this. But I can tell you it is extremely rare for a pregnant dog to get in at any time before a week or so before she's about to pop. Anyway, I'm just appalled by this. I don't even know what to say. I spoke to a very active dog volunteer this morning. She said she never sees pregnant dogs at the shelter. They all go to APA because they're all about to have their babies. And no, this doesn't increase the number of dogs that go to the shelter because APA always takes back dogs that are found, that the owner doesn't want them back. They always take back their dogs. Anyway, this should really be considered by the Animal Advisory Commission, where two representatives of the county are on that. You're sort of leaving the county out of this by letting Paige Nielsen and others circumvent the Animal Advisory Commission and go directly to the city council.
Thank you.
Thank you. Time has expired. Going back to in person for item 19, Julia Crenshaw Smith, Alexis Bardinsky, Derek Ernst, and then Ellen Jefferson. Ellen, are you here? You have time donated by James Hereford. James, are you here? And Maggie Lynch. Okay, 6 minutes then. Thank you.
Hi. My name is Julia Crenshaw Smith, and I am in District 9, and my condolences, Mr. Kadri, for your loss. I am here representing myself, and I am a longtime advocate for the humane treatment of animals. I believe this resolution is written in a deceptively benign manner. On the surface, it seems reasonable to allow AAC vets to make spay-neuter decisions, but in reality, it is making a dramatic change to our approach to animal life and misleading Austin residents in the process. To my knowledge, there currently are no limitations on AAC's ability to neuter male animals or spay female animals who are not visibly pregnant. So this is really just about empowering AAC to spay visibly pregnant females, a practice that is completely at odds with Austin's commitment to being a no-kill city. Not here to speak on the ethics of spaying pregnant animals. That is a nuanced topic, and people have very strong opinions about it. But I do want to speak about how this is going to change how we approach animal welfare in Austin. Spaying is a relatively straightforward procedure that removes the reproductive organs from an animal so they can no longer reproduce. However, if that animal is pregnant at the time of the procedure, killing any fetuses is a separate act, independent from the spaying procedure. If you take specific action to kill a viable fetus, then it was a living puppy or kitten, and its death cannot be considered a miscarriage or a spontaneous abortion. Thus, each intentional death will count as a kill, which will quickly lead Austin to fall below its mandated 95% live release rate. Any other way of looking at this is disingenuous. And so if AAC inaccurately codes these deaths as miscarriages or fetal deaths to avoid counting them in the overall kill rate, that destroys the authenticity of our no-kill status. And we are leaders in the world, in the country. The way we approach no-kill matters. It ripples out. So I'm not sure, like others, why this is in a budget meeting, but clearly I think this is a significant enough change that we need to do this the right way with public hearings, public input, deep research, and a longer-term view than a budget line item. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Why don't you go ahead and...
Thank you for letting me be here today. My name is Derek Ernst, and I am been with APA for over 6 years now. I'm going to speak for some of the adopters that actually have contacted us. We have had over 200 postcards from adopters in the past 24 hours, all of them thanking you for the ordinance that exists and require government transparency about vulnerable pets in need. They are thanking you because they wouldn't have their pets they love so much without it. They are imploring you to keep this ordinance as is. Here is just 2 comments. All of my animals were born in foster before we adopted them. We are so thankful for the fosters that cared for the pregnant mothers and gave them a safe place to have their babies. Please do not euthanize the mothers or their litters. Austin prides itself on being a no-kill city. Keep the litters, visible pregnant dogs and cats goes against what Austin has stood for. Here's another one that said, over my time fostering, I have cared for the sweetest kittens born in pregnant felines who have given the chance to deliver and nurse their young. These kittens have gone on to enhance even transform their lives and families here in Austin. I have seen firsthand how the gift of the life ripples outward, not just for animals, but for the people who love them. And on a personal note, I fostered and recently adopted myself a sweet and beautiful Pit Terrier mix, Lexi May, who came from APA from AAC. Lexi May gave birth on June 1st to 11 puppies. As of today, I'm happy to say that 6 of Lexi May's puppies have been adopted and 5 are in foster care about to be adopted. I have had the pleasure of meeting 2 of the adopters, and I saw the joy it brings the families to adopt these puppies. This ordinance made that happen. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Please.
Thank you so much for listening to this topic. I'm sorry it's coming at such a busy time for you. Our shelter is represented by District 9. I echo the condolences. I think you know a little bit about me, but I've served on the Animal Advisory Commission. I am the founder of Amansa Pet Spay and Neuter Clinic and president and CEO of Austin Pets Alive. The last 36 hours, we've been scrambling to just try to figure out what this is about because we didn't get any notice. We weren't brought in as a stakeholder in any way, shape, or form and found out by mistake from a volunteer about it. And so it's been really hard to figure out what is behind it, what's driving it, and where is this going. It appears that it has 3 intentions. One is to save about $300,000 that is a perceived, maybe a real cost. I haven't been able to see any backup for this, but about $300,000 that are potentially spent on animals that are living in the shelter that have given birth in the shelter. My understanding was we took all those animals. So if there are some that we haven't, then I want to address that. And the intention, I think, is to then turn that $300,000 into money that goes back into the overnight emergency fund, which is something our community really needs. So I can support that. I understand if that's the intention. I understand where that's coming from and think it's well founded. The other intention is to move pets out of AAC faster, creating room for intake, and decreasing bureaucracy are the three things that I think this is trying to accomplish. As it's written, there's some unintended consequences, though. One is that it's causing the deaths of animals that are literally about to be born. And two is that it erodes the partnership trust. This is something that we care very deeply about, and I wish that puppies and kittens made enough money to pay their own bills, but that is absolutely not one of the reasons that we're taking puppies and kittens. And it removes the level of transparency and safety net that our organizations have worked together on for the last 15 years. It also drives up the costs of AAC because the animals that we're currently taking, we're responsible for their spays and neuters. We're responsible for their vaccines, their heartworm treatment, their adoptions, everything up until the point where they go to a new home. If that's taken away and the medical need for us to pull them is gone, then they are still at AAC taking up a kennel space and being paid for by taxpayer money. So I've sent over an alternative to you that has solutions. One is that we can push all the pregnant animals. One of the things I would recommend is that we make it so that 100% come to us. And that would take down your cost of $300,000. That immediately puts the money back into the bank to be able to put towards this emergency fund. It prevents the unnecessary deaths, and it increases the speed and volume that are sent to us, which I know is something that the Austin Animal Center wants. And I will tell you that none of the babies are considered intake as part of our contract. It's always extra. That is not counted in the 17% that we're already taking. So that results in more kennels being free because you've got those animals out of there. It results in higher intake because you have kennels free. It decreases how much money you're spending, and it keeps trust between partners. And so I'm hopeful that you've read that and that we have a chance to discuss it and that you'll vote no on this today so that there is a chance to move that forward or some version of it. The second thing that I want to address is that the process itself has some misinformation that I think is worth trying to clarify because rescue access is critical to no-kill as a foundation. It's about transparency. I know a lot of people have used the word transparency up in the speaker's piece here today. And I want to clarify that the ordinance as it's written now does not take away any veterinary discretion. The veterinarian has full discretion, full medical abilities. They can make decisions. Doesn't even matter where they went to school or how much they know about a topic. There's no guidance given to them about the decision. The only thing it does is cause a pause. So it causes the shelter to take a second to notify rescue groups and say, does anybody want this animal before we euthanize it? That's it. That's it. There's no regulation put on what they do with the animal, how they do the surgery, if they spay a pregnant animal. It is just giving organizations a chance to say, I'll take it. And we take a lot of those. We took 200 in June, and we took, I think, over 350 in July. So the process itself, the pet comes in, somebody notices that it's very pregnant. It does not take a veterinary degree to see if an animal is very pregnant. They pause, they send out the notification, and if they're not pulled, they are spayed. The city has the discretion to spay those animals if they're not pulled. I think that's really important because I think this is getting conflated with medical decision-making, and that is absolutely not the case. One addition that we can make is that the ordinance right now gives 48 hours for that response. One addition that we would make on the spot is we'll take them same day. Like we believe in this, we're committed to this, we will make this easy and possible for the city of Austin. And I'm not planning to address a lot of the things that came up that were sort of accusations in earlier comments, but if there's any questions, especially about the data of adopters versus animals that are entering shelters, I'd love to discuss that. I'd like to think that we live in a data-driven decision-making community, and I just really appreciate you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
On to item 20, Walter Moreau, Sophia Barbato, Chris Gannon, Sharon Blythe, Glenn Coleman, Britta Wallace, Cody Carr, Jeffrey Bowen, Zach Faddis, Amy DeLuna.
Okay, Jeffrey Bowen, District 8. This is in regards to the review of development and permitting fees. Thank you for once, as somebody that uses the permitting services due to being in the construction remodeling business, so on and so forth, the fees dramatically impact the people in this town. You decide that you're going to try to just do some type of remodel, some type of repair, and you have to have a permit. The amount of time it takes to get a permit in case it's something that's just a repair like a water heater, whatever the case is, can be astounding. Those fees do go back against a project. If a builder or a contractor out there is saying that, oh, he's going to eat the fees, that's Bravo Sierra. That does not happen. The increase in these fees impacts the direct costs to building in this town. There are many things that the city, that people don't believe, that people believe the city has control over. They have no control over the cost of labor. They have no control over the cost of materials, but they do have an item over the cost of the permitting. Also for the tap fees. I don't believe tap fees were included in this, but I would think that that would be also an item that should be included in some of that review, whether they're going up or down. And also the timeliness in this entire process. As somebody that uses it, I've had to spend more than my fair share of time to try to get a small project done, and it takes 12 weeks to get a permit. That has come down, but again, why the cost for so much? And in some cases, we can't even get our questions answered, or our projects are delayed because something wasn't stamped right on the page, whatever the case was. It has no control over this. So I'm fully in favor of this and trying to get a review of the permitting process and fees. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Chris Gannon. I'm District 1, a local architect and a housing advocate. I want to express my condolences for Councilmember Kadri as well. I'd like to support this amendment to realign development service fees at the DSD. The proposed increase in fees is extreme and at a point in time where it's getting more and more difficult to make projects pencil. Requiring the department to self-fund works counter to the cyclical nature of development. When there's substantial construction, the fees are low. When it slows down, the bar is raised. I believe bringing this department back into the general fund will allow better alignment with other projects as well. Site Plan Light Part 2, for example. I also want to express my support for sidewalks and to fully fund the housing trend. I know that already passed, but I just want to throw that out there. Thank you.
Thank you.
For item 21, I have a remote speaker, Jen Krager.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jen Krieger. I'm a District 4 resident, and I'm speaking in support of agenda item 21, 22, 24, and 25. As I mentioned during my public comment last week, I recently surveyed residents in Austin and our 5-county region to better understand how our local populace is impacted by climate change and what they want the City of Austin and surrounding jurisdictions to do about it. Survey responses show that Central Texans are already suffering under the weight of climate change, and conditions are poised to get worse if we don't dramatically up our local investment in reducing the CO2 and other pollution that causes climate change, while also readying our communities to withstand climate change's accelerating impacts. These 4 items would all help make progress toward their climate commitments. The connection with climate change may not be as obvious with item 24 related to providing on-site food pantries at elementary schools that qualify for Title I funding. However, survey respondents noted how their families were struggling with increased costs for daily necessities like food and energy in response to climate change making it hotter, and therefore ACs running more to try to stay cool,
making food production yields smaller and thus food more expensive, and in some cases, diminishing wages due to lost work time from extreme weather, poor air quality, and worsening allergies and other health conditions. Increasing access to food in places families with lower incomes already visit is a step in the right direction to helping ameliorate the reduced purchasing power of family budgets while increasing healthy food access. I used to work in AIC schools, and I've seen the difference access to healthy meals can make in students' well-being and ability to learn. Regarding item 25, I would encourage council and staff to explore the relationship between the proposed local solar panel recycling fee and State House Bill 3228 and 3229 that introduce solar and wind recycling requirements effective September 1st this year. Thank you.
Moving on to in-person speakers for item 21. I have Walter Moreau, Sophia Barbato, Roy Whaley, Sharon Blythe, Ben Suddaby, Craig Nazer, Guatemoc Torin, Zenobia Joseph.
Hello, I'm Craig Nazer, Conservation Chair of the Lone Star Chapter of the Sierra Club, and we support item 21. There are some comments I'd like to make specifically about it, is that the cheapest, most valuable way of removing carbon dioxide from the air is natural systems. Natural systems are what may be thought of as trees. It's where a bunch of plants are growing and they're healthy and they're sucking carbon dioxide out of the air and sequestering that for long periods of time. So if you want, I just want to make sure that when this is looked at, that you look at the natural systems. You don't have to cut anything down. You don't have to mow. You don't have to chop. What you do is you encourage what would naturally grow there and don't destroy what's already growing there. One of the things this very successful, they call them watershed restorations on drainage lands and lands that may flood or things like that. And these properties have many more uses than just sequestering carbon, because what you do is you draw nature back into the city, and there's lots of studies that show that people experiencing nature calms them down, it calms down aggression, it does amazing things for the people who live in a city and live around an area with natural access. And I say this personally, I was involved in a watershed restoration around my house, and it's one of the most fun things I ever did, and it's beautiful. It's called the North Star Greenbelt, and you're invited to come up there and enjoy it anytime you can. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Guatemoc Toren. I'm a member of Austin DSA, and I live in District 2. I just want to speak to the broad theme of this, which is that I think this is amazing. I think this is political creativity. When it comes to climate change, we have a federal government that doesn't believe in it anymore, a state government that also is completely against the idea of climate change, and in fact is aiding the fossil fuel industry and having more. So anything to do to fight climate change at home is important, and I think it's a top issue on Austin residents' mind. So I think you're all here partly because people want you to fight climate change. I think, again, this is political creativity with the federal government and the state government that is completely opposed to the idea of fighting climate change. We need city leaders to do everything possible to do so, and getting creative like this. And not just city leaders getting creative, but using the city government and public lands specifically, because private industry won't do it by themselves. There's a lot of goals that banks and financiers have pulled back from. So, again, the responsibility literally lands on city council to fight climate change right now, with the federal government and the state government opposing it. So anything to be creative about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I'm Zenobia Joseph. I'm just going to speak to a different part of that item 21, specifically the community-led regenerative food production. I just want to say that as it relates to the Travis County and the City of Austin's food plan. If you look at Goal 5, which is institutional, that's where you will find the language specifically related to transportation. And that's where on page 4 you'll find the BIPOC standard language related to Black, Indigenous, people of color. I just want you to recognize that there's a HUG example, Hilltop Urban Gardens in Tacoma, Washington, where they actually plant the produce and then they share it amongst themselves. They don't actually charge each other. And I would just ask the city manager, as he looks at this item and brings it back to you February 2026, to recognize the need to look at the areas where you have low-income housing tax credit. And specifically, December 15, 2020 is when Travis County Commissioners Court put into their backup materials the 1 to 5 mile walk to a low-income housing tax credit developments. It would be helpful if you actually had a plot of land when you put these developments in that distance from the central part of the city and actually allow them to share the produce. And then lastly, Mayor, I would just ask you to recognize that it would be helpful to have transportation on Parma Lane in particular, and to actually recognize that the people who live in that area have the most difficult access to getting to the grocery store because there's no transportation in the Samsung area. If you have any questions, I'll gladly answer them at this time, but I do see I have a few minutes or seconds. And I would just lastly say, as it relates to equity, it's in that document over 52 times. So it's worth having something to actually look at the end results as opposed to just using equity ad nauseum. Thank you.
Ms. White?
Thank you. Kaiba White with Public Citizens Texas Office. Thank you to the sponsors for this item. Obviously, there's a lot to be gained from using our city lands to mitigate climate change and also build resilience against climate change that is happening. The one suggestion that I would have on this is maybe to make clear that all lands and properties that the city owns and controls should be considered, and by that I mean don't limit it just to kind of big parcels of land. When you look at all of the smaller kind of bits of land that are along roadways and around our buildings, there's actually a lot of opportunity there to, as you've heard, let things grow, and that will result in carbon sequestration, but it also results in cooling our local environment here, mitigating the heat island effect, and also cleaning our air, which is very much needed. So you might consider adding a couple words in there just to make clear that this isn't just about large tracts of land, which of course can sometimes be expensive or have competing needs. Oftentimes we have areas that are currently maybe just being mowed for no good reason, or they are covered in cement, again, for no good reason, just kind of been the standard practice, and there's perhaps opportunity there to change practices for very little expense and plenty of benefit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 22, Walter Moreau, Sophia Barbato, Roy Whaley, Sharon Blythe, Kaiba White, Ben Suddaby, Pat Vice-Chayes, and Guatemoc Torin.
Please come forward if you're going to speak.
Kaiba White with Public Citizens Texas Office. I don't have a lot to say about this that you haven't already heard from me, but I do want to thank the sponsors. This is really an opportunity for the city to make smart investments that will actually save money. Wasted energy is wasted money because the city, of course, is paying bills to Austin Energy. And it's also an opportunity to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, of course, and meet the goals of the Austin Climate Equity Plan, as well as the goals of the Austin Energy Resource Generation and Climate Protection Plan. And I think furthermore, it sets a good example, right? Every time a person goes into a city building or sees the city building even, hopefully they are seeing best practices in action. And this is an opportunity to do that by increasing energy efficiency and installing solar, and hopefully providing some educational information along with those upgrades. So thank you to the sponsors.
Please go ahead.
Hi, Cuauhtemoc Torreon from District 2 again with Austin DSA. I also don't have too much more to add to this, but other than, again, this is political creativity. This is getting, using our full imagination to combat what the federal government and state government are doing, which is either, adding more billions of dollars towards fossil fuels or cutting funds towards anything to fight climate change. I think it's a smart idea to have the revolving fund to make sure that we use the most of the money available to fight climate change. I think this is the right way to do fiscal responsibility, where we talk about how to use the public money towards like fighting the big fights that the federal government's ignoring, instead of not the bad fiscal responsibility, the one that cuts services. This is the one that's smart and make sure that we use the most of our money using through the public good, through the public government. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't have much to say. I just want to say I support this item. My name is Pat Valstreyes, and thank you very much for talking about climate, and thank you for speaking in favor of our climate. We need it.
Thank you.
Item 23, Susan Spataro. And Susan, you have time donated by Sharon Blythe. I see her, 4 minutes. And then Monica Guzman. And you have time by Roy Whaley. Roy, are you still here? What about
No.
Doris Adams?
They're not.
After Monica is Walter Moreau, Sophia Barbato, and Brad Massingo.
If your name's been called, please come forward.
Susan Spataro, District 8. I tell you, I never would have thought about testifying on this issue, but I heard you discuss it in the work session last week, and I couldn't honestly believe what I heard. I strongly object to item 23, which basically tells the people of Austin, if you vote no on our TREs and they don't pass, we'll fix you. We will implement them anyway and cut public safety and other municipal government functions. In the work session last week, city staff suggested that such cuts could result in $12 million from fire and $24 million in police. What responsible family or business would approach a revenue reduction in this way? The same proportionate cuts to food, luxury vacations, medical care, new clothes, car maintenance, no differentiation between basic necessities and optional wishes. This city needs to live within its means and address affordability. Tricking voters does not create affordability. You need to be honest. I believe you should adopt the base budget. And if, in fact, there are votes for a TRE, people need to know what those projects are. And after the election, to come back and threaten people, say, you didn't approve this and this, so now we cut public safety, is totally unacceptable, and I believe it's unethical. Affordability and public safety have become very serious issues, eroding quality of life in Austin for residents as well as businesses. When you look at some of the things in the budgets that you could look at, and people have mentioned others, I don't want to be repetitive, but it bothers me every time I hear that public safety is eating up all the property taxes. That is not true. Project Connect is taking 20.1% of all the maintenance and operation taxes, and that amounts to $189 million this year alone. So that is a very important, I think, misleading fact that needs to be brought out. Project Connect could be reevaluated and probably should be. The property tax increases are far more detrimental than just the tax increases to homeowners, and that's what we tend to talk about. As increases in fees apply to rental units, rents go up. As taxes and fees increase for restaurants, eating out becomes more expensive, and if patrons won't or cannot pay for the increased cost of meals, residents close and employees lose their jobs. It's happening now. The same phenomenon happens for all businesses that are struggling to deal with a significant increase in fees and taxes. These downsides are not just theoretical. They're happening right now. Despite the growth in the MSA, Austin is not growing. We are experiencing a negative net in-migration. Residents and visitors no longer feel safe in our town. Murders have increased 218% from the 10-year period before 2020 and the 5-year through 2024. And sadly, of course, we all know we had 3 more murders this week, and now we have 41 this year. Commercial vacancies in downtown business district is at a significant 31.8%. Sales tax, which rely on people making purchases, eating out, and booking hotel rooms, are declining. Please vote no on 23 and tell people so they understand what they're voting on and what you intend to do. People deserve that. And thank you, Mark Duchin, for bringing out at your meeting the interest of the taxpayer. Thank you.
Yes, Councilor Sue.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to briefly comment. After the work session last week, this measure was substantially revised, so I don't know if the speaker has seen the revision, but all the language about proposed proportional cuts has been taken out. So I just want to clarify that for the record.
Thank you very much, because I think it was a terrible thing to do. Thank you.
Ms. Guzman.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Monica Guzman, Policy Director at GAVA. I'll interject right here. I didn't catch everything that Council Member Siegel said, but hopefully it counters some of the concerns I'm about to express. If there is a TRE in November, and if it fails, then according to lines 14 to 22 in the draft resolution, the city manager will recommend reductions to programs providing housing, healthcare, fire protection, youth programs, climate jobs, and animal care to balance the budget, and discontinuing program services previously supported by state and federal funding. That is a concern because, as many, including myself, multiple times have already said, a lot of these are basic needs, they are critical needs. That's the last thing you want to reduce funding on. That's the last thing you want to cut funding on, especially with Austin Public Health. People have spoken about public safety. Public health is public safety. The epidemiological team, I'll get it out in a minute, the strike force team as an emergency response. Austin Public Health provides a lot of services. I've walked with one of their teams out in the area where I live. They are critical. While it may be no fault of the city of Austin about the loss of federal funding, now falls on your shoulders to make sure that they can continue. We need to preserve, you need to preserve the Austin Public Health Department and ensure that public health issues are addressed, because there are many that our uniformed officers are not trained or equipped to handle. Thank you.
Thank you.
Robin Schneider, Peter Kim, Ben Suddaby, Chris Page, Guatemoc Torin, Zenobia Joseph.
If your name's been called, please come forward.
Hello, Ben Suddaby, resident of District 4, speaking on behalf of myself. I just wanted to say that this item is good prudence. This makes sense. It is planning on contingency. It is, you plan and hope for the best, but sometimes things don't go your way. I will be letting everyone know, talking to my neighbors, talking to my friends about all the wonderful services that the TRE will fund, and how we are stronger together, and how it goes to things that actually end up saving us money. But it just makes good sense to communicate what will happen if that doesn't pass, and plan around that. So I'm fully supportive of this item 23. Thank you.
Mr. Kim.
Hi there. I am Peter Kim, resident of District 1. I think I got excited earlier, and I said I was D7, but I'm actually D1. And so I'm here speaking in support of item 23. I actually really appreciate everything the city has already done to try to communicate what's going on with the budget, with all the various budget town halls that have been going on and all the communications I've been getting about it. But I think it's also, we should acknowledge that things are going to be different after the election happens. More people are going to be aware of this, because I know I personally am going to be knocking as many doors as I possibly can to tell people to vote for this. But even in the case that it fails, more people are going to be aware that this is going on, and they do deserve a chance to weigh in on it. I understand it can be frustrating, especially after all the work that you've already put in to try to make this as equitable and fair as possible, but I think that's just the nature of how things work out with this kind of thing. So I'm here asking you to vote for this item. Thank you very much.
Joseph?
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I would ask the city clerk to change my position from on to against. As it relates specifically to lines 47 to 49 on page 2, it talks about wildfire mitigation, but respectfully, Mayor, we can't trust you. I want you to remember there was a memo from the interim Jesus Garza. It was May 12, 2023, and the reason for the marshalling yard was for wildfire mitigation in part, and those were your words. But here we are. You've not mentioned that at all for the marshalling yard. We just talked about tree canopy, and I would just remind you that in 2022, the Austin Chronicle actually had an article that mentioned the 20% more canopy coverage in West Austin. There is no canopy coverage at the marshalling yard. It's just concrete because you're warehousing our homeless brothers and sisters. And I would just remind you, you say you're taking away some housing. Well, you could actually do better. Capital Metro could lap the bus into airport commerce every other lap. Every 30 minutes, those people could have the bus. But instead, you warehouse them. I know you know it actually violates Fair Housing Act of 1968. You have over 300 units over 2 miles away at Camp Esperanza, 300 here, and then you made a deal with the governor in 2023, backdoor deal for $65 million ARPA funds to put 400 more units over at Camp Esperanza. Do better, Mayor. And so I oppose this item. Yes, you need a contingency plan, city manager, but you also need to talk to the community so we can help you with that plan. Otherwise, I'm against it. And lastly, I would just tell you, Mayor, respectfully, transportation is the key to getting people to jobs, and that will help with the homeless problem. If they can't get to the jobs, then they'll never be self-sufficient. Thank you.
Mr. Page?
Hello, my name is Cuauhtemoc Toren, again, with District 2 and with Austin DSA. I am in favor of this, just the same reason why Ben and Peter were in favor of it, which is that it's good planning. I do appreciate all the efforts put into making sure that the TRE gets on the ballot and making sure that it's a a good number that can fund our services as much as we need to. So again, I do appreciate the majority of the council's efforts to make sure that our services stay funded and to make sure that people have a government that they can believe in, especially when the whole idea of government for the people is being attacked at the top. I mean, I do wish it was more equitable because I think we all know why we have the budget issue in front of us and why the TRE needed to be one of the numbers that we'll end up on, and that's because some departments, the ones that say they look out for us but they don't, get more funding than they should. So much so that we end up in these funding issues. So for the future, I really hope you guys learn and see what's going on in other cities that make the same mistake of funding who a little more than they should, because it results in complicated consequences where we have to talk about like the TRE in exchange for funding our services. Again, you know which vote you took, so make sure you do your best to make sure it doesn't happen again, because here we are advocating on the TRE.
Chris Page. The city's deployment of structurally broken policies is creating a surge in crises that consistently overwhelm our support systems and emergency responders, and this budgeting cycle confirms it. The phenomenon is intertwined across the board in housing, safety, health, and more. We're plagued with housing policies that create more homelessness than affordable housing that isn't affordable, abandonment of the most basic planning principles, metrics that track affordable units built but not destroyed, unanimously approved rezonings that generate $68 million in new public cost if the city has a sincere interest in allowing the soon-to-be displaced residents to stay in Austin. Hotel occupancy tax revenue is generated in neighborhood STRs, subsidizing hotels and international events that are wildly profitable on their own. 100% of residents required to pay their taxes, but an estimated 90% of STRs quietly excused from paying theirs. The demolition of a convention center that was 5 years from being paid off, and over $1.5 billion at the most conservative estimate to build a monument that no one asked for to a bygone convention industry. 9-figure costs for freeway parks, while over 330 acres of John Trevino Parkland in East Austin remains fenced off and unimproved. Knee-jerk responses to environmental disasters and climate change, and now to address the inflating cost of existing in Austin, anything that directly or indirectly pays property tax. And to that problem, you're proposing a TRE that'll inevitably be passed down to the people that can least afford it, and that's low-income renters. The public has no guarantees over how TRE funds will be spent, when we'll see another, or whether it'll achieve anything that you're promising. We're at this place because Austin is growing up, leaning into unresponsive government, and I ask for more sober decision-making. Take care of our neighbors. We've already paid for it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
For item 24, Walter Moreau, Sophia Barbato, Sharon Blythe, Papo Laura, Jay Popham, Peter Kim, Ben Suddaby, Zenobia Joseph, Guatemala Torin.
Whoever wants to start, go ahead. Mr. Kim.
All right, I'll go first. Okay, so item 24. I just want to lay some context for this one. So we absolutely need this, especially for Austin ISD. If people aren't aware, our school district is currently under threat of takeover from the state because there are 3 schools in this district that have recently received failing marks based on their history of STAR testing. And the terms are currently, if the district is unable to turn around these schools within the next academic year, we face 2 options. Either cut these schools loose and allow them to get charterized, which essentially privatizes them at our expense, or our entire school board is replaced by a board of managers appointed by the state. And if we want to know what this looks like, we just have to look at Houston ISD, which was taken over back in 2023. This board is not going to be accountable to us here in Austin. Instead, they're going to be accountable to Mike Morath, the TEA chair, who himself was appointed by our governor, who, if we haven't heard already, pushed very hard and succeeded for school vouchers this year. So I'm here speaking for this resolution in support of our public schools because if we want to avoid this outcome, we need to leverage every option and tactic available to us now in order to support our teachers and students as they navigate the upcoming year. And I don't want to leave any option on the table. One of the schools that would benefit from this resolution, Burnett Middle School, has one of the largest student populations of monolingual Spanish speakers. So just think of what that means, what their families are going through in an era of unchecked ICE raids and rabid anti-migrant sentiment coming from both Republican and Democratic parties. So I urge all of you here to please support this resolution. Again, we need to look out for the most vulnerable amongst us, and I'm willing to do so.
Mayor and council members, my name is Jay Popham. I'm from District 2, and I'm taking a moment to speak on this important issue for the families and children in our community. The resolution as written states that whereas according to Feeding America Map, the meal gap reports in 2023, 16.4% of children in Travis County's population were food insecure. Earlier today, I gave the example of my very large family that I grew up with. My mother, one of 8 children. I'm thinking about my aunts and uncles and their children sitting around the table when we'd all get together for dinner on Sundays. So that's one of my mother's 4 siblings, my mother's 8 siblings, and 3 of my 24 cousins. Right? You can check my math there. It's a long day. But I'm just imagining we're all sitting together as a family around the table here in Austin, and we've got that 1 in 8 approximately Austin residents who are looking at us and they're hungry. Another thing that I think of is when we were out knocking on doors last year for the AISD rate increase. We oftentimes talked to residents at the doors about how teachers' working environments are students' learning environments, right? This was in favor of a raise for all AISD personnel, and I think that argument really resonated with folks, right? We want our teachers to be paid and highly trained professionals who know what they're doing, who can provide for their own families based on what they're paid for their work. And, we have to also think of these children, right? If they are not getting the fuel that they need to be effective students, to be effective participants in the learning environment, we can't be surprised when the measurements that we take of their learning accomplishment, as deficient as they are, those measures, we can't say that those are actual true reflections of these children's capabilities if they're going to school on empty stomachs. Thank you very much for your time.
Hi, Cuauhtemoc Toren, District 2, member of Austin DSA. First, I'll speak on the food pantries part of this. I grew up in the Rio Grande Valley, where I think almost all the public school districts had the waiver for the food application that parents had to turn in. So I grew up in an area where, everybody, because everybody was in need, got food from the school. And personally, a lot of people, like in the Hispanic community, a lot of moms work jobs. Like my mom works 16 hours a day doing cleaning jobs, and so sometimes meals aren't on the table till 10 p.m. So that lunch meal is one of the most important meals possible. And sometimes people miss that meal, so it's good to have those pantries to fight food, the need for food. Like Jay said, the stat that he mentioned. I think about like when Tim Walz passed the universal food thing, big old white guy with happy children around him, happy that now they have universal meals. Mayor, you could be that old white guy that provides more meals to kids, that lays the foundation for later on having universal meals. Again, political creativity starts at the bottom, and eventually, builds the foundation for state and federal governments to achieve the things that we can experiment with on the ground. And for parent support specialists, just anything else to help teachers. My dad was a teacher. He just retired this last semester, and things just only increasingly got harder for him as time went on with what's going on at the state. So anything to help teachers. They literally need any help. Thank you.
My name is Ben Suddaby, resident of District 4, proud member of AFSCME 1624, speaking on behalf of myself. I live close to one of these schools, although I do like how this is written, that it doesn't exclusively name which school district. It is expansive. Any of the school districts that the city of Austin, shares territory with would be eligible if they have a Title I school. We know that those exist in our communities. As was stated before, hungry minds don't learn as easily. This is something that has a small spend on the front end and long-lasting good impact. I like this one because it is both good, good for the heart, good for the people, but it is also fiscally prudent. This makes sense for us to spend money making sure that kids have basics to be able to eat and feel less anxiety so they can learn and become active participants in our wonderful city. They will be learning and getting better jobs and becoming our neighbors and taxpayers and participants in the city of Austin. This is a wonderful thing. I also like that there is language in here that includes report backs. We can see how it's going. We can hopefully have some good information come back so that we can replicate it and keep on going forward. And others will look to Austin as a city that's innovating in this way, where we're taking care of those who are the littlest, the least among us, and doing it in a way that supports our schools when right now they are under attack by our state government, the national government. What a great opportunity we have as a city to help bolster those who are educating young minds and making sure that hungry bellies don't interfere with their learning. Please vote yes on this.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I'm Zenobia Joseph. Let me just respectfully say I do appreciate the children as a former Teacher of the Year in Austin Independent School District. But AISD is not the only school district in the city limits of Austin. It's approximately 2.4 miles from Pioneer Crossing Elementary. And I want you to recognize that people actually walk to Rotherham and Shropshire to catch Route 392. On Route 392, I'll remind you of Copperfield Elementary. That is where the black man was getting his bicycle, and it was so dark that you couldn't even see it. And Councilmember Natasha Harper Madison said it wasn't a safe route to school, that she wouldn't take her children there. So respectfully, I just want you to recognize that the $1.29 million that you have allocated for these parent support specialists actually supplant AISD's budget. That is not the solution to their deficit. And I would ask you to recognize as well that they never even mention this as a cost savings. So from that perspective, I want you to recognize again the need for transportation. It is for those who have the greatest barrier. So I would ask you to table this item and to recognize the need to look systemically at all of the school districts and to find the Title I school districts that are most in need, as in those that do not have access to transportation to even get to the food pantry. And for those who have mentioned Dobie Middle School, Cheeto Vela, as I've said before, there isn't even a bench for the people to sit when they get their groceries at Gus Garcia every Saturday morning. If there's such love for Dobie, then I would say they need to at least put the benches back, because you've spent $1.3 million in Circle C for these two-way bike lanes and $80,000 more to fix it to their liking. It is not equitable, and I would ask you to recognize once again Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Thank you.
For item 25, Walter Moreau, Sophia Barbato, Roy Whaley, Sharon Blythe, Kaiba White, Ben Sotheby, Guatemala Torin.
Councilmember Vela, before Mr. Sotheby, if you'll hang on.
Mayor, I just wanted to mention that the bus stop in front of Dobie, they just repaved and expanded the sidewalk there to, I believe it's the 10-foot sidewalk. They had to remove the bus stop that was there to put the new sidewalk in, and it should be coming back in just momentarily. It hasn't been removed, it's just that we had to remove it to put the new sidewalk, and it should be coming back in very soon.
Great, thank you. Mr. Sotheby.
Hello, Ben Sotheby, resident of District 4, proud member of AFSCME 1624, speaking on behalf of myself. On this item, I really do appreciate the strides that our city has made in incentivizing and making sure that we're deploying the latest technology when it comes to energy production, solar, wind, all those things, but particularly solar. I saw that just, this past Saturday, Texas hit a new high record for demand being met by renewables, 83 megawatts, I think it was. We had lots of it being met by solar produced in our communities, grid scale, of course, but when someone has some solar deployed on their roof and it has reached the end of its life cycle, or we have those unfortunate hailstorms that tend to come through, the question of what we do with this, and when somebody upgrades, maybe gets a newer technology that comes out. I really like this item that is exploring our options, looking at both the costs and looking at the way of managing the fees, so that it's dedicated to recycling those and keeping it within that same life cycle, right, from beginning to end. This is a great thing. This is exactly how cities will deploy the technologies that will keep us and add to our stability as we face uncertainty, across the grid statewide. Having more of this deployed here locally is good for us. It makes sense to do this. Please vote yes.
Hi, Cuauhtemoc Torren, District 2, member of Austin DSA. Again, just a great idea that anything that we can do to fight climate change, anything that gets creative with what we have available to us. I think, again, having our city government being able to experiment with what we have. You guys, passed a good energy resource generation plan that can help contribute to the demand that we have for renewables and help combat the narrative that they're not reliable. So I just, anything to combat the state's narrative, the federal government's narrative, that none of this is feasible. When we achieve 100% renewable energy in the city, and we have all these little ways to be as resourceful and fiscal responsible with it, I think we'll be physical proof and evidence to the people that say that it's not real, that we can do this. And we're one of the top 20 cities, so I think it's our responsibility to do so in the heart of the U.S. Thank you.
Kaiba White, on behalf of Public Citizens Texas Office, we're in strong support of this item, and thank you to Councilmember Siegel and the other sponsors of this item for bringing it forward. We're obviously very supportive of solar energy, and especially distributed solar energy on homes and businesses, but we do need to be responsible with those solar panels and other equipment at their end of life. And currently, the city of Austin doesn't really have a good system for dealing with that waste. Of course, there is the opportunity to recycle, but it is not made very accessible. The existing infrastructure really requires first of all, it's only open to residential customers to take to the ARR drop-off center, and they have to actually take it there, which most people are not going to be equipped to do. So I am guessing that a lot of panels have probably, unfortunately, ended up in the landfill in the past, but this is something that we can put an end to now by having a single system where folks do pay in at the front end, and so then at the end of life, the cheapest thing is to call the entity that the city contracts to pick those panels up for recycling. And what we found in our research at Public Citizen is that that is the most effective model, to have a single entity funded by a fee, and that way there's no real opportunity for finger pointing or just things being lost in the shuffle from one entity to another. It can be very simple that way. So this is envisioned truly as a kind of pass-through charge where the people who are using the technology pay into a system. So I think it is very fair, it is very environmentally and fiscally responsible as well. So thank you for your work on this. The only thing I would encourage is perhaps a quicker timeline, because we're missing opportunities every day. Thank you.
Item 26, Walter Moreau, Sophia Barbato, Sharon Blythe, Zenobia Joseph.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. This item is actually Austin Heisling Finance Corporation. I thought you would call it up separately. At any rate, I'll just speak to the item as it's posted. The information that I reviewed actually included $18.5 million for Project Connect, which I oppose. You are well aware that the light rail system will only extend up to Crestview Station. It was voted June 6, 2023. And this budget item actually gives $300,000 latitude to a general manager, which is unspecified. So if Mandy DeMayo could specify who that person is, it would be helpful and transparent. I know that you took the names out when you voted at the last council meeting, but I just want you to recognize that as it relates to the anti-displacement funding that's a part of this agenda item, it is disingenuous for you to actually keep funding anti-displacement in Northeast Austin when the Green Line is not funded. It never has been, because it doesn't have the density and the growth. Capital Metro told Travis County commissioners that in 2017 and again in 2018. So, Mayor, respectfully, as you are aware, the growth is in the North Corridor according to the 2014 Project Connect locally preferred alternative, which told you that 58% of the jobs would be in the North Corridor by 2035. That is reasonable. That's Samsung to Apple on Palmer Lane, That's East Village, which is a 425-acre development, yet you have no transportation. So this $118 million is really a farce. I get it. It's something you have to do, but I'm in total opposition because you could actually use the $4.7 million that was estimated in 2020 for Metro Rapid on Palmer Lane instead. And if you have any questions, I'll gladly answer them at this time. Thank you.
Joseph.
You're welcome.
Item 27, Walter Moreau, Sophia Barbato, and Sharon Blythe. Mayor, that concludes all speakers.
Thank you. Members, as you've just heard, that concludes all the speakers on the other